Yo, what's up everyone? It's Cosmic Wand, and today we're checking out, what if Harry was born without magic but found a cheat code hidden in the restricted section. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Couldn't. The Wand did nothing. Harry stood in the middle of Ollivander's shop with holly and phoenix feather in his right hand, arm extended the way the old man had shown him, and felt absolutely nothing. No warmth. No tingle. No shower of sparks. The wand was a stick. A fancy, polished, expensive stick. Ollivander's silver eyes had gone wide, not with delight, the way they'd been when Harry first walked in, but with something closer to alarm. "Try again," he said quietly. Harry waved the wand. Nothing. "Give it a flick." From the wrist. Harry flicked. The wand sat dead in his hand. Ollivander took it back and placed another in Harry's palm. Maple. Dragon heartstring. 10 inches. Harry waved it and a stack of boxes behind the counter wobbled, but Ollivander shook his head. "That was me. I bumped the shelf. Try this one." They went through 47 wands. Ollivander's shop grew darker as they worked. Dust motes hung frozen in the slanting light from the window. Hagrid sat on the spindly chair by the door, which creaked ominously under his weight, and said nothing. His enormous hands were clasped between his knees and his beetle-black eyes kept darting between Harry and the wandmaker with growing unease. Wand 48. Nothing. 49. Nothing. 50. Ollivander set the last wand down on the counter. He placed both hands flat on the wood and looked at Harry for a long time. The excitement was gone from his face. So was the alarm. What remained was something careful and clinical, like a doctor choosing his words. "Mr. Potter," he said. "I have sold wands for decades. My father sold them before me. His father before him." He paused. "In all that time, across all those years, every witch and wizard who has walked through that door has connected with a wand. Every single one." Harry's mouth was dry. "So I'm just, hard to match." Ollivander didn't answer that. He came around the counter and knelt in front of Harry, an old man with wild white hair kneeling on a dusty floor, his face level with an 11-year-old's. He took Harry's hand. Turned it over. Pressed his thumb into Harry's palm like he was checking for a pulse. Then he closed his eyes. 10 seconds passed. 20. When Ollivander opened his eyes, the careful expression was gone. In its place was something Harry wouldn't understand until much later: grief. "Hagrid," the old man said without looking away from Harry. "I think you should take the boy to see Dumbledore." The headmaster's office smelled like lemon drops and old parchment and the faint burnt sugar scent of magical instruments doing things Harry couldn't identify. Silver devices whirred and puffed on spindle-legged tables. Portraits of old headmasters pretended to sleep in their frames. A magnificent red and gold bird sat on a perch near the window and watched Harry with ancient, intelligent eyes. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. He had Harry's Hogwarts letter in front of him, the letter that had come by owl, addressed in emerald ink, sealed with the Hogwarts crest. The letter that was only supposed to be sent to magical children. "The quill of acceptance writes every magical child's name at birth," Dumbledore said. He was speaking to Hagrid but looking at Harry. "The Book of Admittance confirms their magic when they turn 11. Both instruments recorded Harry." "But Ollivander said," Hagrid started. "I know what Ollivander said." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but it cut through Hagrid's like a knife through smoke. "I've spoken with him." The old wizard steepled his fingers and regarded Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles. "Harry, I'd like to try something, if you don't mind. Could you hold out your hand?" Harry held out his hand. Dumbledore drew his own wand, long, pale, knobbly, and passed it over Harry's palm. He muttered something. A faint shimmer of light left the wand's tip, settled over Harry's skin like mist, and then, nothing. It just dissipated. Like water on hot stone. Dumbledore tried again. Different words. The same result. A third time. This time the diagnostic spell, because that's clearly what it was, didn't even leave the wand. As if Harry's hand was a void that swallowed intention before it could form. Dumbledore set his wand down. He removed his spectacles and cleaned them on his robes, which Harry would later learn was what Dumbledore did when he needed a moment to think. "Harry," he said finally. "Your mother was one of the most gifted witches I ever taught. Your father was extraordinarily talented. The magic in your bloodline is powerful and ancient. The quill recorded you. The book confirmed you. By every measure we have, you should be magical." He replaced his spectacles. "But I cannot detect any active magic within you. Not dormant. Not suppressed. Simply, absent." The room was very quiet. One of the silver instruments let out a thin whistle, like a kettle that had given up. "What does that mean?" Harry said. His voice came out flat and steady, which surprised him, because something inside his chest had just cracked. "It means," Dumbledore said slowly, "that you present a mystery. And I am rather fond of mysteries." He smiled, and it almost reached his eyes. "I would like you to attend Hogwarts, Harry." Hagrid made a noise like a deflating accordion. "You want me to come even though I can't do magic," Harry said. "I want you to come because you can't do magic," Dumbledore said. "Something happened to you, Harry. Something connected to the night your parents died, I suspect. Magic does not simply vanish. It goes somewhere. And I would very much like to understand where yours went." He leaned forward. "Besides, Hogwarts offers more than spell work. There is history of magic, astronomy, herbology, potions, subjects where wand work is not strictly necessary. And there is the library, which I dare say is the finest in the magical world." "What about the other students?" Harry asked. "What do I tell them?" Dumbledore regarded him with something that was almost respect. "Whatever you wish. Though I suspect they'll form their own conclusions regardless." They did. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, owls screeching, cats yowling, parents clutching children, trunks levitating haphazardly through the crowd. Harry pushed his trolley through it alone. Hagrid had dropped him off at King's Cross with a pat on the shoulder so heavy it nearly buckled his knees, a wrapped package of rock cakes Harry would later use as paperweights, and a look of miserable, guilty hope. Harry found a compartment near the back of the Hogwarts Express. He stuffed his trunk, lighter than everyone else's because it contained no cauldron, no wand, no spell books beyond the required reading, onto the overhead rack and pressed his forehead against the cold window. The train lurched. London slid away. Green countryside unspooled like ribbon. Harry didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know what Dumbledore expected. He didn't know why the Hogwarts letter had come for him if he had no magic, or what had happened to his magic if it had ever existed, or what it would be like to sit in a classroom full of children who could make feathers float while he sat there like a lump with a useless stick. But he knew this: the Dursleys were behind him. The cupboard under the stairs was behind him. 5 years of Dudley's fists and Aunt Petunia's sharp, frightened eyes and Uncle Vernon's purple-faced bellowing, all behind him. Whatever Hogwarts was, it wasn't Privet Drive. He'd take it. He'd take anything. The compartment door slid open. A red-haired boy with a smudge of dirt on his nose stood in the gap. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy dropped into the opposite seat. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's eyebrows shot up. Then his eyes went to Harry's forehead, to the scar, the famous lightning bolt that the whole magical world apparently knew about. Harry was already tired of it and he'd only been in the wizarding world for 3 weeks. "Blimey," Ron said. Then, because Ron Weasley would turn out to be one of the most mercifully unself-conscious people Harry would ever meet, want a chocolate frog? They talked. Ron was easy to talk to, open and funny and casually informative about the magical world in a way that Harry desperately needed. He learned about the four houses, about Quidditch, about teachers to avoid, Snape, and teachers to tolerate, Binns, who was a ghost and apparently hadn't noticed. Ron showed Harry his rat, Scabbers, who was fat and grey and asleep. Harry showed Ron nothing, because he had nothing to show. He didn't mention the magic situation. He told himself he was waiting for the right moment. The right moment didn't come. The compartment door opened again. A girl with enormous bushy hair and slightly too large front teeth poked her head in. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said. The girl barely registered him. Her gaze had locked on Harry, on the scar, and her eyes went wide. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Modern Magical History and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. That's thorough, Harry said. I'm Hermione Granger. I've already tried a few simple spells and they've all worked for me. Have you tried any? I expect you'd be brilliant, considering. She stopped. Something in Harry's expression must have shown, because she tilted her head, reading him with uncomfortable precision. Are you all right? Fine, Harry said. Haven't seen the toad. She left. But she glanced back at him once before the door closed, and the look on her face wasn't starstruck anymore. It was curious. The Great Hall was everything Hagrid had promised and more, 1,000 candles floating beneath a ceiling charmed to mirror the night sky, for long tables packed with students, a head table where the teachers sat in a row like judges. Harry stood with the other first-years at the front of the hall and felt every eye in the room on him while simultaneously feeling completely invisible, because they weren't looking at him. They were looking at the scar. The legend. The boy who lived. They'd stop looking soon enough. Professor McGonagall set a stool before the first-years and placed a battered, patched hat on top of it. The hat sang a song about the four houses. Harry barely heard it. His heart was hammering so hard he could feel it in his teeth. Names were called alphabetically. Students went up, sat on the stool, had the hat placed on their heads. Gryffindor, the hat shouted for some. Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff, or Slytherin, for others. Each announcement was met with cheers from the relevant table. Granger, Hermione, went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation. Malfoy, Draco. A pale, pointed boy with white blonde hair and an expression of aristocratic boredom, went to Slytherin before the hat fully touched his head. Potter, Harry. The whispers erupted. Harry walked to the stool on legs that felt borrowed from someone else. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat over his eyes and the great hall vanished. Silence. Not the silence of a hat thinking, weighing, sorting. Not the silence of consideration. The silence of nothing. Empty, echoing nothing, like holding a dead phone to your ear. Harry waited. 5 seconds. 10. 30. A full minute passed. The great hall, invisible beyond the hat's brim, had gone deathly quiet. Then the hat spoke, and it didn't boom its verdict for the hall. It whispered, just to Harry, and its voice was thin and confused and very, very old. There's nothing here. Harry's fingers clenched on the stool's edge. I sort by the qualities magic resonates with: courage, cunning, loyalty, wisdom. But there's no magical resonance to sort. You have the qualities, boy. All of them, frankly. But without magic to anchor the sorting, I cannot place you in a house. You have to, Harry whispered back. Put me somewhere. Anywhere. I cannot sort what I cannot sense. I'm sorry, child. I am truly sorry. The hat was lifted from his head. The great hall swam back into focus, 1,000 faces staring at him. McGonagall was looking at the hat in her hands as though it had betrayed her. Dumbledore was on his feet. "The Sorting Hat," McGonagall announced, and her voice was stripped of its usual authority, uncertain in a way that made the students shift nervously, "has been unable to place Mr. Potter in a house." The silence lasted one more second. Then the great hall exploded. Harry sat on the stool in the middle of the chaos and stared at the floor between his shoes and felt the thing in his chest that had cracked in Dumbledore's office finally shatter. They put him in a room near the kitchens. It had been a storage cupboard. Harry could see the marks on the stone floor where shelves had recently been removed, the patches of lighter stone where crates had stood. They'd transfigured a bed and a desk and a small wardrobe into existence. There was a window that looked out onto the base of a stone wall. If Harry pressed his face to the glass and looked up, he could see a thin strip of sky. Another cupboard. He'd traveled hundreds of miles, crossed into a hidden magical world, and they'd put him in another cupboard. Harry sat on the bed and didn't cry. He was 11 years old and he'd used up all his crying at the Dursleys and had none left. What he did instead was stare at the ceiling and make a list. He couldn't do magic. He had no house. He had no common room, no housemates, no house points to earn or lose. He had a famous name and a famous scar and absolutely nothing to back them up. He had 7 years of schooling ahead of him in which he would be able to participate in approximately 1/3 of his classes. And he had a school full of children who, by breakfast tomorrow, would all know. Right. So that was the situation. Harry rolled over, pulled the thin blanket up to his chin, and decided that he was going to survive this in the same way he'd survived the Dursleys, by being too stubborn to give anyone the satisfaction of watching him break. The first week was educational in all the wrong ways. Potions didn't require a wand, which Harry had hoped would make it his strongest subject. Snape killed that hope on the first day. The man swept into the dungeon classroom in his billowing black robes, called roll, and paused on Harry's name with a curl of his lip that was almost theatrical. Ah yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Snape's black eyes found Harry in the back row, where Harry had strategically placed himself. "Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry had read the textbook. All of it. He'd had nothing else to do during the 2 weeks before term started. "Draft of living death, sir." Something flickered in Snape's expression, surprise, maybe, quickly buried. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "Stomach of a goat." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant. Also called aconite." Snape stared at him. The class was dead silent. Then Snape's lip curled again. "Textbook memorization. How very compensatory. Let's see if you can actually brew, shall we?" Harry could brew. He could follow instructions precisely, measure ingredients carefully, time his additions accurately. His potion that day, a simple cure for boils, was technically perfect. Snape looked at it, looked at Harry, and said nothing, which Ron later told him was basically a standing ovation from Snape. But herbology required handling magical plants that recoiled from his touch as if he were made of poison. Professor Sprout was kind about it. She wore an expression of gentle bafflement and kept saying, "How peculiar, how very peculiar," but the mandrakes screamed louder when he held them, the venomous tentacula whipped away from his fingers, and even the placid puffopods refused to bloom. History of magic was fine because Professor Binns was dead and didn't notice if students were alive, let alone magical. Astronomy was fine because the stars didn't care. Everything else was a disaster. Charms. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, enthusiastic man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, taught them Wingardium Leviosa in the 3rd week. The classroom erupted with feathers trembling, wobbling, and occasionally rocketing into the ceiling. Ron's went sideways and set fire to Seamus Finnegan's. Hermione's floated perfectly on her first try. Harry's feather lay on his desk like a dead thing. Because that's what it was. A feather on a desk, and a boy without magic waving a stick at it. He tried for the entire class period. Not because he thought it would work. Because he refused to sit there doing nothing while everyone else practiced. After class, Flitwick drew him aside. The little professor's face was pained. "Mr. Potter, I want you to know that you are welcome in my classroom regardless. The theory of charms is valuable even without practical application. But I wonder if it might be less frustrating for you to." "I'll keep attending," Harry said. Flitwick blinked. Of course. Of course you will." Transfiguration was worse. McGonagall had them turning matches into needles. The other students' matches shimmered, shifted, occasionally sprouted silver points. Harry's match remained a match. He stared at it with such intensity that Ron, sitting beside him, edged his chair away. "It's not going to burst into flames, mate," Ron whispered. "No," Harry said flatly. "It's not going to do anything." Defense against the dark arts was worst of all, because the teacher, a nervous, stuttering man named Quirrell who wore a purple turban and smelled like garlic, kept watching Harry with an expression that had nothing to do with pity or curiosity. Harry couldn't name what it was. But it made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and the scar on his forehead prickled whenever Quirrell looked at him, which was often. By the end of the second week, the whole school knew. The boy who lived was a squib. The great Harry Potter, savior of the wizarding world, couldn't cast a Lumos to save his life. The irony was so rich that even the ghosts gossiped about it. The reactions fell into predictable categories. Pity was the most common and the most unbearable. Students would see Harry in the corridors and their faces would go soft and sad, like they were watching a three-legged dog try to climb stairs. "It must be so hard for you," a Hufflepuff girl said to him in the third week, touching his arm with a hand that was practically trembling with empathy. Harry looked at her hand, looked at her face, and walked away without responding. Then there was fascination, the clinical, detached kind. Ravenclaws would corner him in the library and ask questions. "Can you feel anything when you hold a wand?" "Nothing at all." "What about near magical objects? Can you see the candles in the Great Hall or are they invisible to you?" Harry entertained these for a while because at least they were treating him like a puzzle rather than a tragedy. But eventually the questions started to feel like being poked with sticks, and he stopped answering those too. Fear was rare but present. A few students, younger ones, mostly, and a handful of older Slytherins, looked at Harry with genuine unease. A squib in Hogwarts was unnatural. Wrong. Like a fish on a mountaintop. He didn't belong here and his presence made the walls feel less solid, the magic less certain. Harry found this reaction the most honest and, perversely, the least offensive. Then there was Draco Malfoy. Malfoy had started needling Harry from the day after the failed sorting. He was precise about it, not a bully in the blunt, Dudley Dursley sense, but a surgeon. He found the wound and pressed. "My father says they should send you to a Muggle school," Malfoy said, loud enough for the entire entrance hall to hear, on the first Monday of October. "He says having a squib at Hogwarts is an embarrassment. Lowers the standards." But I said, "Father, they've already got mudbloods. How much lower can standards go?" His two hulking friends, Crabbe and Goat, Harry had started calling them, because Goyle was too much effort, laughed on cue. Harry looked at Malfoy. The blond boy was leaning against the banister of the main staircase, arms crossed, smirking. He had the posture of someone who had never once been told he was wrong. "Your father writes to you a lot," Harry said. "Does he pick out your robes too, or do you manage that on your own?" Ron, standing beside Harry, let out a bark of laughter. Malfoy's smirk flickered. "At least my father," Malfoy started. "Is alive?" "Yeah. Lucky him." "I bet he's very proud, Malfoy. You can do magic and dress yourself." Double threat. Harry shifted his bag on his shoulder and walked past Malfoy toward the Great Hall. He didn't look back. He heard Malfoy say something sharp to Crabbe and Goat, but the words were lost in the noise of the crowd. The encounter cost him nothing and gained him nothing. But it established something important: Harry Potter might not have magic, but he had teeth. October became November. The castle grew cold. Harry's little room near the kitchens was actually warmer than most of the dormitories, he learned. The house elves' ovens backed onto his wall, and the stone radiated a gentle, constant heat. Small mercies. He attended every class. He took notes, detailed, meticulous notes that went far beyond what the professors taught, because he had to understand conceptually what he couldn't do practically. While other students learned the wand movement for a spell, Harry learned why that wand movement. While they memorized incantations, he studied the etymology, where the words came from, why those particular syllables, what the Latin and Greek and Old English roots actually meant. "You know more theory than half my 7th years," McGonagall told him in late October, looking over an essay he'd submitted on the principles of animate to inanimate transfiguration. She held the parchment with both hands and her glasses had slid to the tip of her nose. "This analysis of the molecular restructuring constraints is, frankly, graduate-level work. I have a lot of free time," Harry said. "No practical homework." McGonagall looked at him over her glasses. "That's meant to be a joke, I take it." "Barely." She handed the essay back. "I'm giving you an O. The highest mark in the class. I want you to know that." Harry nodded. The O was meaningless and they both knew it. An outstanding in theory when he couldn't transfigure a match. It was like giving a blind man top marks in art appreciation. But he took the essay and filed it carefully in his trunk, because even meaningless things could accumulate into something that mattered, given enough time. Hermione approached him in the library on a Tuesday evening in mid-November. Harry had taken to spending most of his free time there, buried in a back corner where few students ventured, surrounded by towers of books. He was reading 3 texts simultaneously, one on basic magical theory, one on the history of wand lore, and one on the philosophical underpinnings of spell creation that he'd found misfiled in the herbology section. Hermione sat down across from him without asking permission. She had her own stack of books, which she set on the table with a solid thump. "I have a question," she said. "Good for you. In Flitwick's class today, you said something under your breath when Seamus was trying the levitation charm. You said, he's fighting the incantation instead of working with it. What did you mean?" Harry looked up from his book. Hermione's face was open, earnest, and free of pity. She looked like someone with an itch she couldn't scratch. "The incantation isn't a command," Harry said. "Everyone treats it like one. Point your wand, say the words, force the magic out. But that's not what the textbooks say if you actually read them. The words are a channel. They shape the magic into the right pattern. Seamus is shouting the incantation like he's ordering the feather to move. He's pushing. The magic pushes back." Hermione's eyebrows drew together. "But I got the spell to work by being precise. Your pronunciation was perfect, your wand movement was exact, and you weren't trying to overpower it. You let the incantation do its job. That's the difference." Hermione stared at him. Then she pulled out a chair and sat down properly, leaning forward, elbows on the table. "You understand spell mechanics better than anyone in our year and you can't cast a single spell." "Yes. That's horrible." "Was that your question?" "No. My question is, why can't you?" "Not, you don't have magic, I've heard that. I mean, mechanically, why not? You understand the theory. You have the wand movements. You can pronounce every incantation correctly. What is actually missing?" Harry set his book down. No one had asked him this. Not Dumbledore, not McGonagall, not Flitwick. They'd all accepted the what, Harry can't do magic, without pushing on the why. "I don't know," he said. "Have you tried to find out? What do you think I'm doing in here every night?" Hermione looked at the books spread around him. She picked up the wand lore text and flipped through it. Then the philosophical one. Her eyes widened slightly. This is advanced reading. The basic stuff doesn't have answers. Just descriptions. Magic is the innate ability of witches and wizards to manipulate the fundamental forces of nature through focused willpower and structured incantation. Great. But what is it? Where does it come from? What's the actual mechanism? I can't find anyone who's written about that. Everyone just takes it for granted. Magic exists. Wizards have it. The end. Like asking a fish to explain water, Hermione said. Harry blinked. It was exactly the metaphor he'd been circling for weeks. Yeah. Exactly like that. They looked at each other across the table. Something clicked into place, not loudly, not dramatically, but with the quiet precision of a key finding its lock. Can I help? Hermione said. Can you not feel sorry for me while you do it? I don't feel sorry for you. I think you're the most interesting problem in this school. Harry almost smiled. Then pull up a book. The library became their territory. Hermione had something Harry lacked, working magic. She could test theories, try variations, experiment. Harry had something Hermione lacked, the outsider's eye. She'd grown up for barely 3 months in the magical world but had already absorbed its assumptions. Magic is magic, it does what it does, don't question the foundation. Harry questioned everything because the foundation had rejected him. They made an effective team. And they made an increasingly alarming amount of progress. It's layered, Harry said one evening in late November, spreading a sheet of parchment covered in his small, cramped handwriting across the table. Hermione leaned over it. Ron, who had started joining them occasionally out of a combination of loyalty and boredom, peered at it from the other side with an expression of noble incomprehension. What's layered? Ron asked. Magic. The whole system. Look, every spell has components. Incantation, wand movement, intent. But those aren't the spell itself. They're the interface. Like buttons on a machine. You press the button, the machine does something. But the button isn't the mechanism. There's something underneath. Underneath what? Ron said. Underneath everything. The spells, the wands, the incantations, it's all surface. There are rules underneath. Actual rules, like the laws of physics, but for magic. And nobody talks about them. Hermione was nodding slowly. I've noticed that. The textbooks describe how to do magic but never why it works. Even the advanced texts I've read just say things like, the fundamental magical force responds to structured intent, without defining what the fundamental magical force actually is. Right. It's like teaching someone to drive a car without ever mentioning the engine. You learn to turn the steering wheel and press the pedals, and that works fine, until something goes wrong and you need to understand what's happening under the hood. Ron squinted at the parchment. Mate, is that a diagram of a spell? It's a diagram of what I think happens during a spell. The incantation creates a pattern, like a template. The wand focuses and directs magical energy through that template. Intent acts as fuel. A catalyst. Something that activates the process. And then the magic reshapes reality according to the template. But you don't have the fuel, Ron said. Then he winced. Sorry. That was accurate, Harry said. That's the problem. I understand the templates. I can see the patterns. I know how the interface works. But without personal magic to power it, knowing how a car works doesn't help if you don't have any petrol. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Hermione said, very quietly, what if you didn't need petrol? What? What if there was another way to interact with the mechanism? Not through the normal interface, not through wands and incantations, but directly. If there really are rules underneath, fundamental rules that govern how magic operates. What if you could access those rules without going through the normal channels? Harry stared at her. I don't even know what that would look like. Neither do I. But you're looking for it in the regular library. Maybe you should look somewhere else. Her eyes drifted, very deliberately, toward the back of the library. Toward the velvet rope and the sign that read restricted section, authorized students only. Harry followed her gaze. I can't get a signed permission slip. I'm not even in a house. I don't have a head of house to sign one. No, Hermione said. She was wearing an expression Harry hadn't seen before, part guilt, part excitement, part the look of someone about to suggest something that violated every rule she held dear. You don't. Hermione Granger, Ron said, with something approaching awe. Are you suggesting he break into the restricted section? I'm suggesting, Hermione said primly, that the restricted section exists to prevent students from accessing dangerous magical knowledge they might misuse. Harry can't use magic at all. What exactly is he going to misuse? The logic was so clean it was almost beautiful. Harry looked at the restricted section. The velvet rope. The sign. The darkness beyond, where shelves of forbidden knowledge stood in rows like sleeping soldiers. Tonight, he said. Hogwarts at 2 a.m. was a different creature than Hogwarts during the day. The corridors were silver with moonlight and black with shadow. The portraits snored in their frames. The suits of armor stood motionless but somehow watchful. And the castle itself seemed to breathe, slow, deep, ancient breaths that made the stones shift beneath Harry's feet. Harry crept through the halls in his socks, shoes tucked under one arm, moving from shadow to shadow. He knew the patrol routes. Filch made his rounds on a predictable schedule, and Mrs. Norris, the man's skeletal cat, tended to haunt the third-floor corridor this time of night. Harry had spent weeks mapping the patterns. He had nothing else to do at night. His little room near the kitchens had no common room, no housemates, no one to talk to after hours. So he'd walked. Explored. Learned the castle's rhythms the way a sailor learns the sea. The library was locked, but the lock was purely mechanical, a mundane bolt, not a magical seal. Harry had learned to pick locks at the Dursleys' house out of necessity. Aunt Petunia locked the pantry, the good china cabinet, the drawer where she kept the biscuits. A bent hairpin and 30 seconds of focused work, and the library door swung open. Inside, the library was cavernous and dark. Moonlight fell through the high windows in shafts that turned the dust motes silver. The books were silent, even the ones in the restricted section that supposedly moaned and whispered. At this hour, apparently, even cursed books slept. The velvet rope was laughable. Harry stepped over it. The restricted section was smaller than he'd imagined, 6 rows of shelves, maybe 200 books. Many were chained to the shelves. Some had locks on their covers. One appeared to be bound in something that might have been skin and was definitely breathing. Harry moved slowly, reading spines by the light of the moon filtering through a narrow window. Most of the titles were predictable: Most Potenty Potions, Magic Most Evile, Secrets of the Darkest Art. Dangerous Knowledge for Dangerous Magic. Hermione had been right, none of this was dangerous to Harry, because he couldn't use any of it. But he wasn't looking for spells. He was looking for something deeper. Something about the rules beneath the rules. He worked his way through the first 4 rows without finding anything relevant. Dark curses, forbidden potions, necromantic theory, all of it operating within the standard framework, just at a higher and more terrible level. The 5th row was more of the same. Harry's hope, which had been modest to begin with, began to curdle into resignation. The 6th and final row was pressed against the back wall of the library. The shelves here were older than the others, the wood was darker, the grain tighter, and the books were not merely old but ancient. Their spines were cracked and faded. Several had no titles at all. One appeared to be a solid block of iron with pages somehow embedded in the metal. Harry ran his fingers along the spines, reading by touch as much as by sight. His fingertips brushed leather, cloth, what might have been dried leaves pressed into binding. And then, his hand stopped. There was a gap between two books, a narrow space, barely wider than his thumb. But something was in the gap. Not a book. Something thinner. He worked his fingers into the space and pulled. It came free with a sound like a sigh. It was not a book. It was, Harry didn't know what to call it. A codex, maybe. A collection of thin metal sheets, each no bigger than a playing card, bound together with a ring of some dull gray material that might have been lead or might have been something else entirely. The sheets were covered in writing so small Harry couldn't read it in the moonlight. The codex was warm. Not magically warm, not the artificial heat of enchantment that Harry had learned to recognize by its absence. Warm the way a stone is warm after sitting in the sun. A natural, passive, patient warmth. Harry turned it over in his hands. There was no title. No author. No indication of what it was or why it was here, shoved into a gap between two dark arts texts like an afterthought. He held it up to the moonlight and squinted at the first sheet. The writing shifted. Harry nearly dropped it. The tiny, cramped text on the metal surface moved, rearranging itself, reforming, as if the words were liquid settling into a new container. When they stopped moving, the text was in English. Clear, modern English. And the first line read, "You are reading this because you cannot do what others do." Harry's hands were shaking. He clamped down on them, hard, and kept reading. Magic, as practiced by wizards, is an application layer, an interface built atop a deeper system. Wizards interact with this interface through wands, words, and will. They do not perceive the system beneath, just as a man who uses a door does not perceive the hinges, the frame, the architecture of the wall. You cannot use the door. So you must learn the wall. What follows are the rules, the foundational logic upon which all magical phenomena operate. These rules are not spells. They cannot be cast. They are conditions, parameters, interactions, and constraints that define what magic can and cannot do. They are the architecture of reality itself. Wizards do not know these rules exist. They do not need to. A fish does not study water. You are not a fish. You are something the system did not anticipate. Harry realized he'd stopped breathing. He forced himself to inhale. The metal sheets were warm in his hands, warmer now, as if responding to his attention. He turned to the second sheet. Rule 1: Magic is not created or destroyed. It is allocated. Every magical effect draws from a finite local pool that replenishes at a fixed rate determined by ambient conditions. Wizards experience this as magical exhaustion when they cast too many spells in succession. They believe this is a limitation of their personal power. It is not. It is a limitation of the local allocation. Corollary: the allocation can be influenced by altering ambient conditions. No wizard has ever attempted this because no wizard has ever perceived the allocation as separate from themselves. Harry read the rule twice. 3 times. His mind was racing. If magical energy wasn't personal, if it was environmental, pooled, allocated from some external source, then a wizard's power wasn't really theirs. It was borrowed. Channeled. And the rate of replenishment was based on ambient conditions, which meant, he turned to the third sheet. Rule 2: Magical effects propagate through reality via structured patterns called forms. A form is the template that determines what a magical effect does. Wizards create forms through incantations and wand movements. However, forms exist independently of the wizard. A form can be created, modified, or dissolved by any agent capable of perceiving and manipulating the underlying pattern structure. Note: any agent is not limited to magical beings. Harry read those last 8 words 4 times, and each time, something inside him got louder. Any agent capable of perceiving and manipulating the underlying pattern structure. Not any wizard. Not any magical being. Any agent. He turned to the fourth sheet. The fifth. The sixth. Each one contained a rule, precise, technical, profound. Rules about how magical effects interacted, how they could be layered, how they decayed over time. Rules about the relationship between intent and outcome, about the feedback loops between a spell and its caster, about the conditions under which magical effects became permanent versus temporary. And woven through the rules, implicit in every line, was a truth so fundamental that no wizard had ever seen it: the magical system had edge cases. Interactions between rules that produced unexpected results. Parameters that could be pushed past their normal ranges. Conditions that, when combined in specific ways, created effects that no spell had ever replicated, because no spell could replicate them. They operated beneath the level of spells, at the level of the system itself. Exploits. Loopholes. Cheat codes. Harry stood in the moonlit restricted section with the codex in his trembling hands and felt the world rearrange itself around him. He couldn't do magic. But magic, it turned out, was just the surface. And Harry could go deeper. He didn't sleep that night. He took the codex back to his room near the kitchens and read it cover to cover, all 37 metal sheets, and then read it again. The text continued to be warm and clear and patient, as if it had been waiting a very long time for someone to read it and was in no hurry now that someone finally was. By dawn, Harry had memorized the first 12 rules and was beginning to understand the interactions between them. His parchment was covered in diagrams, arrows connecting rules, circles around edge cases, question marks beside implications he hadn't fully worked through. Rule 7 was the one that kept pulling his attention back. It stated, all magical effects require a valid target designation. A spell must know what it is affecting. Target designation is handled automatically by the caster's intent. The wizard thinks that object, or that person, and the form receives the designation. However, target designation is a separable parameter. It can be intercepted, redirected, or nullified by any agent who perceives the designation process. In plain language, every spell had to be aimed, and the aiming mechanism wasn't part of the spell itself. It was a separate process. And it could be interfered with. Harry thought about this. If he could perceive a spell's target designation, see the invisible arrow pointing from the caster's intent to the target, then he could, theoretically, move the arrow. Not with magic. With understanding. With direct manipulation of the parameter itself. But could he perceive it? The codex said the rules were perceptible to any agent capable of perceiving and manipulating the underlying pattern structure. Harry couldn't feel magic. He couldn't sense it. He was, by every conventional measure, magically blind. Unless the codex was suggesting that conventional magical perception wasn't the only way to see the patterns. He looked at Rule 2 again. A form can be created, modified, or dissolved by any agent capable of perceiving and manipulating the underlying pattern structure. The codex didn't say, magically perceiving. It said, perceiving. Full stop. As if there might be other ways to see what wizards saw with their magical senses, ways that didn't require magic at all. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about Rule 1, the local allocation pool. He thought about Rule 2, forms existing independently of casters. He thought about Rule 7, separable target designation. He thought about what it would mean to see these things. Not with magical sight. Not with his eyes. With his mind. With understanding so thorough and precise that the patterns became visible through sheer comprehension, the way a mathematician could see the curve of an equation without drawing it. He opened his eyes. The room looked the same. Stone walls. Narrow bed. Strip of sky through the high window. But, and Harry blinked, tilted his head, blinked again, was the air always that texture? That faintly granular quality, like static on a television turned down very low. He stared at the air. At the space between himself and the wall. And very slowly, like a magic eye picture resolving, something came into focus. Lines. Not visible lines, he wasn't seeing them with his eyes. He was comprehending them. The way you comprehend that a sentence has grammar even when you're not consciously parsing it. The room was full of faint, interconnected structures, patterns, gossamer thin, woven through the air and the stone and the objects. They pulsed with a slow rhythm, like breathing. They connected to each other in ways that followed the rules he'd memorized. The allocation pool. He was seeing the ambient magical energy of the room, the faint, constant flow that permeated Hogwarts, drawn from whatever deep source fed the castle's magic. Harry held his breath. He focused on a single strand of the pattern, a thin line that ran from the wall to the door. According to Rule 4, structural enchantments, the spells that held buildings together, that made wizard spaces bigger on the inside, that kept magical structures standing, manifested as persistent forms anchored to physical materials. He was looking at the enchantment that kept his door attached to the wall. Harry reached out his hand. Not to touch the door. To touch the line. The pattern. The rule in action. His finger passed through the space where the pattern existed. And the pattern, impossibly, undeniably, flexed. It bent around his finger like a cobweb in a breeze. He hadn't pushed it with magic. He'd pushed it with his understanding of what it was. With the knowledge that it was there, what it was doing, and how it was doing it. He could interact with the system. He could touch the code. Harry sat on his bed in his storage room bedroom and laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh, exactly. It was the laugh of someone who had been drowning for months and had just found that the water was only waist deep, that he'd been drowning in an illusion, and all he'd had to do was stand up. He looked at his hands. Ordinary hands. No magic in them. No power. No spark. But now he knew something that no wizard in the world knew: you didn't need magic to change reality. You needed to understand the rules. And the rules, it turned out, were full of holes. Harry skipped breakfast. He skipped his first 2 classes, History of Magic and Herbology, for the first time all term. He sat in his room and practiced. The patterns were everywhere, once he knew how to perceive them. The walls of his room were laced with structural enchantments, dozens of them, layered over centuries, holding the ancient castle together. The air hummed with ambient allocation, the local pool of magical energy that replenished constantly from somewhere deep beneath the school. His bed, transfigured from what had probably been a crate, still carried the faint ghost of its transformation, a form that was slowly degrading as the transfiguration lost coherence. McGonagall's work, probably. Even her spells faded over time. Everything did, according to Rule 9, all magical effects decay unless sustained by continuous allocation or anchored to a self-replenishing structure. Harry started small. The pattern he'd flexed last night, the structural enchantment on his door, he tried again. This time, he didn't just touch it. He pushed. Not with force. With intent. With precise understanding of what the pattern was doing and what would happen if he altered it. The door rattled in its frame. Harry stopped pushing. He stared at the door. It was fine. Nothing had broken. But it had rattled, moved, in response to his manipulation of the enchantment that held it in place. He hadn't cast a spell. He hadn't used a wand. He had directly manipulated a magical effect by understanding and interacting with its underlying structure. He tried again. This time, instead of pushing the whole pattern, he focused on a single parameter, the adhesion coefficient, as he'd started thinking of it. The part of the structural enchantment that determined how strongly the door was bonded to the stone frame. He found the parameter. He dialed it down. The door fell off its hinges with a crash that echoed down the corridor. Harry looked at the door on the floor. He looked at the empty doorframe. He started laughing again, and this time it was a real laugh, bright, giddy, slightly unhinged. He spent 20 minutes figuring out how to put the parameter back. It was harder. Increasing a value required a kind of mental precision that decreasing didn't. Disruption was easier than construction. That made sense. It was probably true of everything. The door reattached. A little crooked, but functional. Harry moved on. The transfigured bed. Its form was decaying. The pattern that defined "this is a bed and not a crate" was slowly unraveling at the edges, the magical equivalent of entropy. According to Rule 9, he could halt the decay by reinforcing the form's connection to the local allocation pool. Essentially, he needed to plug the bed back in. He studied the bed's pattern for 10 minutes, mapping its structure, identifying where the decay was worst. Then he reached, mentally, conceptually, with the precision of a surgeon, and adjusted the allocation feed. The bed shimmered. The blankets, which had been slightly scratchy and thin, a sign of degrading transfiguration, became thick and soft. The mattress, which had been slowly reverting to wooden planks, firmed up. The whole thing settled more solidly onto the floor. Harry sat on it. It was the most comfortable bed he'd ever experienced. He was grinning. He was grinning so hard his face hurt, and he realized it might be the first time he properly grinned since arriving at Hogwarts. Since before Hogwarts. Since maybe ever. Right. Time for something bigger. He made it to Charms that afternoon. His third class of the day, having skipped the first two. He slid into his seat next to Ron, who gave him a look of concern. "Where've you been, mate? You missed Binns droning about the Goblin rebellions." "Actually, no, count yourself lucky." "Slept in," Harry said. Flitwick was at the front, standing on his customary book stack, wand in hand. "Today we'll be reviewing the levitation charm. I know some of you are still struggling, so let's practice. Feathers on desks, please, wands at the ready." Feathers appeared. Wands came out. The familiar chorus of Wingardium Leviosa filled the room. Feathers bobbed and wobbled. Hermione's shot straight to the ceiling. She'd been perfect since day one. Seamus's feather caught fire again. Neville's feather didn't move at all. The boy's round face crumpled with frustration. Harry looked at his own feather. Then he looked past it, through it, at the pattern structure of the room. The room was alive with forms. Every student casting the levitation charm was creating a temporary form, a pattern template that drew from the local allocation and applied a specific effect, upward force, to a specific target, the feather. Harry could see all of them. Hermione's form was crisp and clean, like a line drawn with a ruler. Ron's was shaggy, imprecise but functional. Seamus's was chaotic. No wonder his feather kept catching fire. His form was generating heat instead of lift because the pattern was malformed. And Neville's, Harry frowned. Neville was casting. His wand movement was correct, his pronunciation was close enough. He should have been producing at least a weak form. But nothing was happening. The pattern wasn't forming at all. Harry looked closer. And saw something unexpected. There was a restriction on Neville. Not a spell, not exactly. Something deeper. A knot in the pattern structure around the boy, like a kinked hose. Magical energy was flowing toward Neville from the local allocation, but it was being, what was the word, throttled. Reduced. Choked off before it could reach his wand. Something was suppressing Neville's magic. Harry filed this information away for later and turned his attention to his own feather. He couldn't cast the levitation charm. He had no magic to fuel it. But he didn't need the charm. He needed the effect. And the effect, upward force on a physical object, was just a form drawing from the allocation pool. Harry didn't need to create the form through a spell. He knew the form's structure from studying Hermione's cast. He knew how it connected to the allocation pool from Rule 1. He knew how target designation worked from Rule 7. He built the form manually. Not with magic. With understanding. He visualized the pattern, the precise configuration of a levitation form, and he placed it, mentally, in the allocation stream. He designated the target, his feather. He adjusted the parameters, gentle lift, controlled speed. The feather trembled. Ron stopped mid-incantation. Harry, the feather rose. Smoothly, steadily, perfectly. It floated upward in a clean vertical line and stopped at eye level, spinning gently, suspended in air. The classroom went silent. Flitwick turned. His tiny eyes went wide. Mr. Potter. Harry held the form in his mind. It was effortless, the allocation pool was doing the work, not him. He was just providing the template. Like holding up a stencil and letting the paint flow through it. How? Flitwick squeaked. You didn't, I didn't see you, your wand is on the desk. Harry's wand was indeed on the desk. He hadn't touched it. Every student in the room was staring. Hermione's mouth was open. Ron's feather had drifted back to the table, forgotten. Seamus's had gone out. Harry looked at the floating feather. He adjusted a parameter, rotation speed. The feather spun faster. He adjusted another, altitude. The feather rose to the ceiling. He adjusted a third, quantity. Every feather on every desk in the room lifted simultaneously into the air. 27 feathers, floating in perfect formation, spinning in synchronized patterns, rising and falling in gentle waves like a flock of birds. Flitwick sat down on his book stack. He missed and hit the floor. Nobody helped him up because nobody was looking at him. They were all looking at Harry. Harry let the forms dissolve. The feathers drifted down like snow. Sorry, Professor, Harry said into the stunned silence. Got a bit carried away. Flitwick climbed back onto his books. His face was cycling through emotions like a slot machine, shock, confusion, delight, confusion again, something approaching fear, and finally, settling on wonder. Mr. Potter, he said faintly. How in Merlin's name did you do that? I read a book, Harry said. Which was, technically, the truth. The bell rang. Students filed out in a daze. Harry gathered his things. He could feel the stares, different stares than he was used to. Not pity. Not curiosity. Something he hadn't experienced before. Ron grabbed his arm in the corridor. What the bloody hell was that? I told you. I read a book. Books don't make feathers fly. You don't have magic. Everyone knows you don't have magic. You just 27 feathers, Harry. Harry looked at Ron. His best friend, his first friend, really, the first person who'd sat next to a squib in a train compartment and offered him a chocolate frog. Ron's face was red and his eyes were wide and he was gripping Harry's arm hard enough to bruise. I found something, Ron. Something in the restricted section. I'll explain everything tonight, I promise. But right now I need you to trust me. Ron stared at him. Then he released Harry's arm. Mate, I've trusted you since the train. Just, warn me next time before you break reality, yeah. Harry almost smiled. No promises. Behind them, unseen, a man in a purple turban stood in the shadow of a classroom doorway and watched Harry Potter walk down the corridor. The man's hands were trembling. Not with fear. With hunger. And beneath the turban, pressed flat against the back of the man's skull, something ancient and terrible stirred. It had been watching the boy all term, watching the squib, the disappointment, the broken legend. It had dismissed Harry Potter as irrelevant. A squib hosting a Horcrux was merely a container, no threat, no value, no interest. But what it had just felt, the ripple in the magical field, the impossible manipulation from a source with no magical signature, changed everything. The thing beneath the turban did not understand what Harry Potter had done in that classroom. And Lord Voldemort was not accustomed to not understanding things. Quirrell, the High cold voice whispered. "We need to speak about the boy." "Why yes, master," Quirrell breathed. "At once." They moved off down the corridor, man and parasite, following the path Harry had taken. Quirrell's footsteps echoed on the stone. The castle, ancient and patient, recorded everything and said nothing. But in the deep places, where the oldest stones met the oldest earth, something shifted. The castle had felt what Harry did too. It had felt a hand touch its foundations, not a wizard's hand, not a magical hand, but a hand that understood the architecture. For the first time in 1,000 years, Hogwarts was paying attention. Chapter 2, Syntax of Reality. The news spread through Hogwarts the way fire spreads through dry parchment, fast, hot, and impossible to contain. By dinner that evening, every student in the school had heard some version of what happened in Flitwick's classroom. The versions varied wildly. The Hufflepuffs heard that Harry Potter had levitated a single feather without a wand, which was impressive but not unprecedented. Accidental wandless magic happened occasionally. The Ravenclaws heard that he'd levitated every feather in the room simultaneously while reciting no incantation, which was unprecedented and theoretically impossible. The Slytherins heard that the Squib had somehow cheated, because that was the only explanation that fit their worldview. The Gryffindors heard that Harry Bloody Potter had shown up every witch and wizard in the class without breaking a sweat, and half of them were furious and half were thrilled and all of them were confused. Harry sat at the end of the Gryffindor table. He'd started eating there by default, since Ron and Hermione were both Gryffindors and he had no table of his own, and ate his shepherd's pie and let the whispers wash over him like wind. "They're all staring," Ron muttered through a mouthful of potato. "They've been staring since September," Harry said. "Different reason now." "Yeah, but before they were staring because they felt sorry for you. Now they're staring because they're scared of you." Harry looked up from his plate and scanned the Great Hall. Ron wasn't wrong. The faces turned toward him carried a different charge than he was used to. The pity was gone. In its place was uncertainty, the particular species of uncertainty that comes from watching someone do something you can't explain. Hermione dropped onto the bench across from them. She had 3 books under one arm and a look in her eyes that Harry recognized, the look of someone whose understanding of the world had been challenged and who intended to fight back with research. "I need to know everything," she said. "Now. Tonight. No more, I read a book. I want the actual explanation." "After dinner," Harry said. "My room. Both of you." "Can I come too?" said a voice from Harry's left. Neville Longbottom was standing there, round-faced and anxious, clutching a herbology textbook to his chest like a shield. "It's just, I was in class when I saw what you did, and I thought, well, I don't know what I thought, actually, but I'd like to understand." Harry looked at Neville. He thought about the kink he'd seen in the boy's magical pattern, the throttle on his power, the suppression. He thought about what that might mean and who might have caused it. "Yeah, Neville. You can come." Harry's room near the kitchens was not designed to hold 4 people. They managed by sitting on the bed, Hermione and Neville, the desk chair, Ron, and the floor, Harry, with the codex open between them on the stone. Harry had debated how much to reveal. He'd debated for about 4 seconds. He wasn't interested in secrecy. Secrecy was what the Dursleys had practiced, hiding the freakish nephew, pretending the cupboard under the stairs was a storage space, building an elaborate fiction of normalcy around something they were ashamed of. Harry was done with hiding. Whatever he'd found, whatever he'd become, he was going to be it openly. So he told them everything. The codex. The rules. The underlying architecture of magic. The allocation pool. The forms. The exploit he'd used in Charms class. He laid it out plainly, without drama, like a mechanic explaining what was wrong with a car engine. When he finished, the room was very quiet. Ron spoke first. "So magic is a machine?" "Not exactly," Harry said. "It's more like a system. A set of rules that determine what can happen and how." Wizards interact with the system through spells, wands and incantations and intent. But the system itself is deeper than that. The spells are just the user interface. And you can see the system, Hermione said slowly. The actual underlying structure. Yeah. Once I understood the rules, it was like, you know those optical illusions where there's a hidden picture. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The patterns are everywhere. In the walls, the air, every enchantment, every spell. I can see them. And you can touch them, Hermione said. Manipulate them. Without magic. The Codex says magic isn't required. Just perception and understanding. Wizards never found this because they never needed to. They have wands. It's like, imagine you can open any door just by looking at it. You'd never learn to pick a lock, would you? You'd never even notice the lock was there. Hermione reached for the Codex. Her fingers touched the metal sheets and she flinched. It's warm. It does that. She picked it up and turned to the first page. Her eyes moved across the text. Then she frowned. Harry, this is blank. What? The sheets are blank. There's nothing written here. Harry took the Codex back. The text was right there, clear, precise, English. Rule 1. The allocation pool. Magic is not created or destroyed. It is allocated. He could see every word. It's not blank, he said. It's right there. Hermione and Harry looked at each other. Then Harry handed the Codex to Ron. Ron squinted at it, turned it over, held it up to the lamp. Yeah, mate. Nothing. Fancy bit of metal, but no writing. Neville took it next. Same result. It only shows itself to you, Hermione breathed. Why? Harry thought about the first line of the Codex. You are reading this because you cannot do what others do. Because I can't do magic. That's the filter. It was written for someone like me, someone outside the normal system. Someone who needs to see the architecture because they can't use the interface. A squib, Ron said. More than that. Most squibs just live without magic. They don't come to Hogwarts. They don't end up in the restricted section at 2 in the morning looking for answers that shouldn't exist. This Codex was left for a very specific person. Someone stubborn enough and desperate enough to find it. Or smart enough, Hermione said quietly. Harry shrugged. Stubborn and desperate are more accurate. Neville had been very quiet through all of this. Now he spoke, and his voice was small but steady. You said you could see patterns. Around everything. Around people. Harry understood the question. Yeah, Neville. Around people too. Can you see mine? The room went still. Neville's round face was set in an expression Harry knew well, the expression of someone bracing for bad news. Neville wore it a lot. Harry looked at Neville. Not with his eyes, past them, through the everyday surface and into the pattern structure that surrounded and permeated the boy. The kink was still there. The throttle on Neville's magical output, choking off his power before it could reach his wand. There's something wrong with your magic, Harry said. Not missing, like mine. Blocked. Suppressed. Something's choking it off, like a knot in a garden hose. The water's there but it can't get through. Neville's face went pale. Then red. Then pale again. My gran says I'm merely a squib. She says I barely showed any magic as a child. My great-uncle Algy dropped me out of a window once to try to force my magic out, and I bounced, but, he what? Hermione said, horrified. They were worried I wasn't magical, Neville said, as if family members defenestrating children was a normal concern. The point is, everyone says my magic is weak. That I'll never be much of a wizard. Your magic isn't weak, Harry said flatly. It's being strangled. Whatever is blocking it, and I can't tell yet whether it's a curse, a trauma response, or something else, it's artificial. Your actual output, the magic flowing toward you from the allocation pool, is strong. Stronger than average, if I'm reading the flow right. It's just not getting through. Neville stared at him. His eyes were bright and his hands, clasped around his herbology textbook, were white-knuckled. "Can you fix it?" he whispered. "I don't know yet. I need to study the blockage more. Figure out what's causing it and how to remove it without causing damage. It's delicate, like untying a knot without cutting the rope. But you think you can?" Harry looked at the kink in Neville's pattern. He traced its shape in his mind, the constriction, the buildup of pressure behind it, the thin trickle that squeezed through. He thought about the rules. Rule 5. Persistent modifications to a living being's magical architecture require continuous allocation to maintain. If the allocation is disrupted, the modification reverts. Whatever was blocking Neville, it was being actively powered. Which meant it could be actively unpowered. "Yeah," Harry said. "I think I can." Neville didn't cry. But he came very close, and nobody in the room pretended not to notice. Harry walked the corridors early the next morning, before breakfast, while the castle was still waking up. He'd taken to these early walks since discovering the Codex. The patterns were clearest at dawn, when the allocation pool was at its fullest. Nighttime, with fewer spells being cast, allowed the ambient levels to build up, and the castle hummed with stored potential like a battery fully charged. He was examining the enchantments on a stretch of wall on the 4th floor, a fascinating layered construction where 3 different eras of magical architecture overlapped, when he felt it. A ripple. A disturbance in the allocation flow. Someone was coming, and their magical presence was large enough to disturb the ambient patterns the way a boulder disturbs a stream. Dumbledore rounded the corner. The headmaster was dressed in robes of deep blue, his silver beard tucked into his belt, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the torchlight. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back and an expression of carefully constructed casualness that didn't fool Harry for a second. "Good morning, Harry. Professor. I trust you slept well." "Well enough." "Excellent. I find that a morning walk is among life's great pleasures. The castle is particularly beautiful at dawn." Dumbledore fell into step beside Harry, matching the boy's pace with a slowness that must have cost him effort. "I had a visit from Professor Flitwick yesterday evening. He was in a state of considerable excitement. I believe the phrase, 'theoretically impossible,' was used 7 times. I levitated some feathers. 27 feathers. Simultaneously. Without a wand, an incantation, or, according to every diagnostic spell Filius cast afterward, any detectable magical signature." Dumbledore paused beside a window. The ground spread below them, grey-green in the early light, the lake a flat silver disk. "Would you care to tell me how?" Harry considered this. Dumbledore was not Ron or Hermione or Neville. Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard alive, the headmaster of the school, and the man who had placed Harry in the Dursleys' care. Harry's feelings about Dumbledore were complicated. The old wizard had shown him kindness, had let him into Hogwarts, had given him a chance when every conventional metric said he didn't belong. But he'd also left Harry in a cupboard for 10 years, and Harry hadn't forgotten that. He decided on honesty. Not because he trusted Dumbledore, but because hiding served no purpose. He wasn't ashamed. He wasn't afraid. And Dumbledore would figure it out eventually anyway. "I found something in the restricted section," Harry said. "A codex. Metal sheets, no title, no author. It contains information about the fundamental rules that govern how magic works, not spells, not techniques, but the underlying system. The architecture. I've been studying it and I've learned to perceive and interact with that architecture directly." Dumbledore's expression didn't change. But his eyes, blue, bright, famously twinkling, went very still. You've been to the restricted section. Yes. Without authorization. I don't have a head of house to sign a permission slip. That is technically true. Something that might have been amusement flickered across Dumbledore's face, but it was gone quickly. This codex. May I see it? You can hold it. But you won't be able to read it. The text only appears for someone without magic. Hermione, Ron, and Neville all tried. Nothing. Dumbledore absorbed this. You say it describes the fundamental rules of magic. The underlying system. Could you be more specific? Harry stopped walking. They were standing in a corridor lined with portraits of sleeping witches and wizards. Morning light crept through the windows and made long rectangles of gold on the stone floor. Magic isn't what you think it is, Harry said. Or rather, it is, but it's also more. What wizards do with wands and spells is like using an app on a phone. It works, you get results, you don't need to understand the programming to make it function. But there is programming. There's an operating system underneath, running everything. And the operating system has rules, real, precise, exploitable rules that no wizard has ever studied because no wizard has ever needed to. And you can see this operating system. I can perceive it, yeah. The patterns, the allocation flows, the forms. It's everywhere. This corridor is saturated with it, 3 layers of structural enchantments, an ambient allocation density of, Harry paused, catching himself. Sorry. The point is, I can see it and I can interact with it. Directly. Without magic. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. He looked at Harry the way someone might look at an equation that had just produced an unexpected result, not with fear, not with joy, but with the absolute focused attention of a mind encountering something genuinely new. Harry, he said finally. I have lived a very long time. I have studied magic more broadly and more deeply than perhaps anyone alive. And I have never heard of what you're describing. Not in any text, any tradition, any theoretical framework. He paused. That either means you have discovered something truly new, or you have discovered something truly old. Something that was known once and then lost. Or hidden. The codex was hidden, Harry said. Shoved between 2 books in the restricted section like someone wanted it out of the way but couldn't bring themselves to destroy it. Dumbledore stroked his beard. I would very much like to examine this codex, even if I cannot read it. And I would very much like to understand more about what you can do. But I want to be clear about something, Harry. He turned to face the boy fully, and the twinkle was gone from his eyes. What remained was serious and sharp and very old. I am not going to stop you. Whatever you found, whatever you're becoming, I brought you to this school because I believed you deserved to be here. That belief has not changed. If anything, it has been dramatically vindicated. But, Harry said, because there was always a but with Dumbledore. The old wizard smiled, and it was a real smile, not the vague benevolent expression he wore for the school. But the magical world rests on certain assumptions. Magic is innate. It belongs to magical beings. It follows rules that wizards have codified over millennia. What you're doing challenges every one of those assumptions. If you can interact with the foundations of magic without being magical yourself. He trailed off. There will be people who find that very exciting. And people who find it very frightening. And I am not entirely certain which category I fall into. Noted, Harry said. One more thing. You mentioned that this codex was written for someone without magic. That it was designed to be found by someone in your situation. That implies an author. Someone who understood the system at the level you're now discovering. Someone who created a tool to teach that understanding to others. Dumbledore's eyes fixed on Harry's. I would very much like to know who that was. Yeah, Harry said. Me too. They stood in the golden corridor and looked at each other, the old wizard and the boy without magic, and between them, invisible to anyone but Harry, the patterns of the world hummed and shimmered and waited. 2 days later, Harry nearly killed Draco Malfoy. It wasn't intentional. It was educational, in the worst possible way. It happened in the corridor outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Students were filing out after Quirrell's lecture on the knockback jinx, a simple, showy spell that Quirrell had stutteringly demonstrated by sending a dummy flying across the room. The students had practiced on cushions. Harry had sat at his desk and studied the forms that bloomed around the room each time someone cast. Malfoy was waiting. He'd positioned himself at the corridor junction where traffic was heaviest, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, in a configuration that was becoming tediously familiar. His grey eyes found Harry in the crowd with the precision of a targeting spell. Potter. Harry didn't slow down. Malfoy. I heard about your little trick in charms class. Floating feathers. Malfoy stepped into Harry's path, forcing him to stop or walk through him. My father says it's probably an artifact. Some residual magic from your mother's protection. Like a battery running down. He says it'll burn out soon enough and you'll be back to being what you really are. Your father says a lot of things, Harry said. Does he ever get tired? Malfoy's jaw tightened. He also says that whatever you did, it's not real magic. A squib is a squib. You can do parlor tricks with feathers, but you'll never be a real wizard. Behind Malfoy, Crabbe cracked his knuckles. The crowd had stopped moving, sensing the possibility of confrontation. A loose circle had formed, students pressing against the walls, some eager, some nervous. Okay, Harry said. Malfoy blinked. He'd been expecting resistance. A comeback. Something he could volley back. Okay. Okay. You've delivered your father's message. I've heard it. Can I go to lunch now? Something ugly moved behind Malfoy's eyes. The dismissal had struck harder than any insult. Being ignored was worse than being fought, and Harry had known it would be, which was why he'd done it. Malfoy's wand came up fast. Flipendo. The knockback jinx shot from Malfoy's wand, a burst of concentrated magical force aimed squarely at Harry's chest. They'd just spent an hour learning it. Malfoy's was well cast, powerful, fueled by genuine anger. Harry saw it coming. Not the physical bolt, that was fast, blue-white, crossing the distance between them in a fraction of a second. He saw the form. The pattern that erupted from Malfoy's wand and hurtled toward him like a structured packet of force. He reacted on instinct. Rule 7, target designation is a separable parameter. The jinx was aimed at Harry. The invisible arrow of intent pointed at his chest. Harry reached for that arrow, mentally, precisely, the way he'd reached for the door's adhesion coefficient, and turned it. The jinx reversed. Not reflected, there was no shield, no bounce. The target designation simply flipped. The spell's own parameters now identified its target as its caster. The bolt of force that had been racing toward Harry's chest changed direction mid-air, faster than thought, faster than anyone could react, and slammed into Malfoy with every ounce of power the boy had put into it. Malfoy flew backward. Not gently. He left the ground completely, his body ragdolling, and crashed into the stone wall behind him with a sound that made everyone in the corridor flinch. He slid down the wall and crumpled to the floor. He didn't move. The corridor was dead silent. Crabbe and Goyle stood frozen, their sluggish minds trying to process what had just happened. The circle of students stared. Someone whispered, "Oh my God." Harry's heart was hammering. He hadn't meant, the redirect had been instinctive, a reflex, the mental equivalent of throwing up your hands to block a punch. He hadn't calculated the force. He hadn't considered what would happen when a full-power jinx hit the caster at point-blank range after being accelerated by the reversal. He moved forward. Malfoy was on the floor, eyes closed, blood trickling from a cut on his scalp where his head had hit the wall. His breathing was shallow but present. "Someone get Madame Pomfrey," Harry said. His voice was steady, which surprised him, because his hands were shaking. Crabbe and Goyle just stared at him. It was Hermione who moved. She'd been at the back of the crowd, and she pushed through now, knelt beside Malfoy, and pressed her fingers to his neck. "He's breathing. Pulse is fast but steady. He needs the hospital wing." She looked up at Harry. Her expression was complex, concern for Malfoy, worry for Harry, and underneath it, the sharp gleam of someone who had just seen a new data point and was already incorporating it into her model. "What did you do?" "Turned his spell around. The targeting, I redirected it." "At full power?" "I didn't control the power. I just changed the direction. The force was all his." Hermione absorbed this. "We need to work on your calibration." "Yeah. I know." Professor McGonagall arrived at a run, robes billowing, face like thunder. Behind her came Snape, moving with the lethal glide of a man who had already decided who was at fault. They took in the scene, Malfoy on the floor, Harry standing over him, 24 witnesses pressed against the walls. "What happened?" McGonagall demanded. 6 students spoke simultaneously. McGonagall held up a hand. She pointed at a Ravenclaw girl who had been standing closest. "You. Tell me." Malfoy cast a knockback jinx at Potter. The spell turned around and hit Malfoy instead. Potter didn't draw a wand. He didn't do anything visible. The spell just reversed. Snape's black eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that could have etched glass. "Reversed. Spells do not reverse spontaneously, Miss Chong." "It wasn't spontaneous," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. "Malfoy cast a jinx at me. I redirected it. The force was his, I just changed the target." "You redirected a spell," Snape repeated. His voice was silk over a razor. "Without a wand. Without an incantation. Without, as we have been repeatedly informed, any magic whatsoever." "Yes. And you expect us to believe that?" "I don't particularly care what you believe, Professor. 20 people saw it happen. The temperature in the corridor dropped 3 degrees. Snape took a step forward, and every student in the vicinity found somewhere else to look. Harry didn't move. He met Snape's gaze without flinching, not out of bravery, but because he could see the man's magical signature and it was turbulent, agitated, a storm of conflicting impulses, but not actually dangerous. Snape was furious but controlled. A man in a permanent state of barely contained intensity. "Mr. Malfoy initiated the confrontation," McGonagall said crisply. "Multiple witnesses confirm he cast first." Mr. Potter defended himself. She gave Harry a look that was stern but not angry. Although the method of defense raises questions that will need to be addressed. "Naturally," Snape said, not taking his eyes off Harry. "The method is precisely the issue. Take Mr. Malfoy to the hospital wing, Severus." "I'll handle this." Snape didn't argue. He levitated Malfoy's unconscious body with a flick of his wand and swept down the corridor, his robes trailing behind him like black wings. But he looked back once, and the expression on his face was one Harry would think about for a long time. Not anger. Not hatred, despite what everyone said about Snape and the Potter name. Curiosity. Deep, reluctant, corrosive curiosity. Malfoy was fine. A mild concussion, a healed cut, 2 hours in the hospital wing, and a lecture from Madame Pomfrey about dueling in corridors. He'd live. He'd also, Harry suspected, think twice before drawing his wand on someone who could turn his own spells against him. The bigger consequence was the attention. Before the corridor incident, Harry's display in charms class could be rationalized. Wandless magic wasn't unheard of. Accidental magic was common in young wizards. Maybe the squib had a little power after all, just enough for parlor tricks, as Malfoy's father would say. Unusual but not threatening. But reversing a jinx without casting? Redirecting a hostile spell with no visible mechanism? That was different. That was alarming. By dinner, the whispers had evolved from curiosity to controversy. The Slytherin table was a solid block of hostile murmuring, closing ranks around their injured member. The Gryffindor table was divided. Some students clapped Harry on the back as he sat down, others gave him wary looks. The Ravenclaws were in full analytical mode, debating theories in heated clusters. The Hufflepuffs, characteristically, were mostly concerned about whether Malfoy was okay. Harry ate his dinner and ignored all of it. Hermione sat down next to him, not across from him, next to him, close enough that their elbows bumped. It was a small gesture of solidarity that Harry noticed and filed away in the part of his mind that kept track of people who showed up when it mattered. "McGonagall gave you detention?" she asked. "No. Technically I didn't cast anything. She can't give detention for being attacked. But she's worried. She's worried about what she can't explain. That's reasonable. Are you worried?" Harry put down his fork. He thought about the question honestly. "I almost seriously hurt Malfoy. The redirect was instinctive, I didn't control the force. If the jinx had been something stronger, if it had been a real combat spell instead of a training jinx." He let the sentence hang. "I need to learn control. The Codex gives me the ability to interact with magic, but it doesn't teach finesse. I'm like someone who just discovered they can punch through walls. The first thing I need to learn is how to not accidentally demolish buildings." Hermione nodded. "I've been thinking about that. About what you described, the rules, the parameters, the forms. If you can really adjust parameters on the fly, then calibration should be possible. You just need practice. I need more than practice. I need to go deeper into the Codex. There are sheets I haven't fully studied yet, the later sections are denser, more complex. The early rules govern basic interactions. The deeper ones." Harry paused. "I think they govern bigger things. Structural things. The architecture of Hogwarts itself. Maybe the architecture of magic as a whole. And you're going to study them?" "Obviously." Hermione almost smiled. "Obviously." She picked up her pumpkin juice. "When you do, I want to be there." "Hermione, you can't read the Codex." "No. But I can read you. You explain the rules, I test them with actual magic, we compare results. We've been doing it for 2 weeks and it works. Just because I can't see the source code doesn't mean I can't help debug it." Harry looked at her. Hermione Granger, bushy hair, slight overbite, the kind of relentless intelligence that made professors nervous and other students resentful. She was the best witch in their year by a considerable margin. And she was choosing to spend her time helping a squib reverse engineer the foundations of reality, not because she pitied him, but because the problem interested her. "Okay," Harry said. "Tonight. After hours. My room." "I'll bring snacks," Ron said from Harry's other side, because Ron had been listening the whole time and had his priorities firmly in order. They gathered after curfew. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, the 4 of them crammed into the storage room turned bedroom with the door closed and a silencing effect that Harry had rigged by manipulating the sound propagation parameters in the air around the room. Not a silencing spell. A direct edit to how sound waves interacted with the magical field in a 3-meter radius. The distinction mattered. "Right," Harry said. He had the Codex in his hands, open to Rule 13. New territory. "I've been working through the later rules, and they're different. The early ones describe how individual magical effects work, allocation, forms, targeting. The later ones describe how magic interacts with itself. How multiple effects combine. How the system handles conflicts and contradictions." "Conflicts?" Ron said, halfway through a cauldron cake. "What happens when 2 spells hit the same target?" What happens when an enchantment contradicts a natural magical law? What happens when a form is created that doesn't have a valid resolution, like dividing by zero? The system has protocols for all of this. And the protocols have edge cases. Edge cases meaning exploits, Hermione said. Edge cases meaning situations the system wasn't designed to handle cleanly. And when the system can't handle something cleanly, it improvises. It produces results that don't follow the normal rules because the normal rules conflict. Neville, sitting cross-legged on the bed, raised his hand as if they were in class. Then he lowered it, embarrassed. What kind of results? Harry turned to a specific sheet in the Codex. Rule 14. When two forms of equal allocation priority target the same location with contradictory parameters, the system resolves the conflict by averaging the parameters across a local domain, producing effects that belong to neither form. In other words, if you get two spells to fight each other in exactly the right way, you can produce magical effects that no single spell can create. The room was quiet for a moment. That's... Hermione's eyes were wide. That's spell synthesis. Creating new magical effects by combining existing ones in ways that exploit the conflict resolution protocol. Yeah. And it gets wilder. Rule 16 says that certain parameter combinations produce forms that are self-sustaining, they draw allocation without external input and persist indefinitely. Do you know what that means? Permanent magical effects, Hermione breathed. Created without enchantment. Without ritual. Just by hitting the right combination of parameters. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said quietly. I think that's what it is. Not a created object, a self-sustaining form. Someone found the right parameter combination, anchored it to a physical object, and produced an effect that runs forever. Ron had stopped chewing. You think you could make a Philosopher's Stone? I think the Codex explains how one could be made. Whether I can do it is a different question. The parameter precision required would be insane, like threading a needle from a mile away. But the principle is there. Harry, Hermione said, and her voice had taken on a quality he hadn't heard before, not excited, not awed, but careful. Almost afraid. If what you're describing is real, if the system has these exploits, these edge cases, these loopholes, then everything the magical world knows about the limits of magic is wrong. Not wrong. Incomplete. Wizards know what spells can do. They've charted that territory pretty thoroughly over 1,000 years. But they've never looked at what the system can do. The space between spells. The gaps in the rules. That's uncharted territory. And you're charting it. I'm trying. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she pulled a quill from her pocket, transfigured a scrap of parchment from a torn edge of Ron's cauldron cake wrapper, a casual display of talent that would have made Harry's chest ache 2 weeks ago but now just registered as useful, and started writing. What are you doing? Ron asked. Making a research plan. If we're going to systematically explore the edge cases of reality, we're going to do it properly. She looked at Harry. You perceive the system. I can cast. Ron can, eat snacks and provide moral support, Ron suggested. Ron can provide a third perspective. You're a pureblood, you've grown up inside the magical world. Your instincts about what should and shouldn't work are exactly the kind of assumptions we need to test against. Ron straightened up a little. So I'm useful because I'm biased. You're useful because you know where the blind spots are. I'll take it. And Neville, Hermione continued, turning to the round-faced boy on the bed. Your magic is suppressed. Harry thinks he can fix it. If he's right, you'll go from low output to potentially high output in a short time. That transition, and what it feels like from the inside, could teach us a lot about how the allocation system responds to sudden changes. Neville's face was a complicated landscape of hope and fear. You really think you can unblock me? Harry had been studying the kink in Neville's pattern every time they were in the same room. He was becoming more certain of what he was seeing. The blockage wasn't a curse, it was too organic for that, too deeply woven into Neville's magical architecture. It looked like a trauma response, the magical equivalent of a muscle spasm, a reflexive contraction that had locked in place and never released. "I've been studying the blockage," Harry said. "I think I know what's causing it. It's not external, no one cursed you. It's internal. Your own magic clamped down at some point, probably in response to something traumatic, and it never unclamped." Neville's face went very still. "Something traumatic?" "Yeah. I don't know what. Something that happened when you were young enough that you wouldn't remember it, maybe. Your magic reacted by contracting, protecting itself, and it's been that way ever since." Neville looked at his hands. He was quiet for so long that Ron shifted uncomfortably and Hermione opened her mouth to speak and then closed it. "My parents," Neville said finally. "They were Aurors. Dark wizards, Death Eaters, tortured them when I was a baby. The Cruciatus Curse. They tortured them into insanity." His voice was flat. "Reciting facts. I was in the house. They think I might have witnessed it. The room was very quiet. I don't remember it," Neville continued. "I was too young. But, Gran says I screamed for 3 days after. Wouldn't stop. They couldn't make me stop." Harry looked at the kink in Neville's pattern with new eyes. A baby, watching his parents be tortured into madness, screaming for 3 days. The magical system absorbing that trauma, clamping down, protecting itself the only way it knew how, by shutting off. And then staying shut off, year after year, because the trauma response never got a signal that it was safe to release. "I can fix it," Harry said. "Not, I think I can. Not, I'll try." He said it with certainty because Neville needed certainty and because Harry was, in fact, certain. The blockage was a persistent modification maintained by continuous allocation, Rule 5. Cut the allocation, and the modification reverts. The tricky part was cutting precisely, releasing the spasm without causing a magical backlash. "Not tonight," Harry added. "I need to prepare. But soon. Within the week." Neville nodded. He didn't say thank you. The look on his face said it louder than words could have. The next morning, Quirrell found him. Harry was in the library, early, before breakfast. He'd taken to arriving the moment Madame Pants unlocked the doors, securing his back corner table while the stacks were still empty. He was cross-referencing the Codex's rules with a standard magical theory text, looking for places where conventional understanding aligned with the deeper architecture and places where it diverged. Quirrell appeared at the end of his row like a ghost, silent, sudden, the garlic smell arriving a half-second before the man himself. He was wearing his purple turban and his perpetual expression of nervous anxiety, but something was different. His eyes were steady. They didn't dart. They fixed on Harry with an intensity that didn't match the rest of his twitching, stuttering persona. Mr. Potter. Gee, good morning. Professor. I couldn't help but notice your remarkable progress. The incident in Professor F. Flitwick's class. And the, unfortunate business with Mr. Malfoy. Quirrell pulled out a chair and sat across from Harry without being invited. Quite extraordinary. Wandless magic is rare enough. But what you did to Mr. Malfoy's spell, that wasn't wandless magic, was it? Harry studied Quirrell. He'd been wary of the man since September, the prickling scar, the feeling of being watched in class. Now, looking at Quirrell through the lens of pattern perception, he saw something that made his blood cool. Quirrell's magical signature was wrong. Every person had a signature, a unique pattern in how they interacted with the allocation pool, as distinctive as a fingerprint. Harry had seen dozens of them. Dumbledore's was vast and controlled, like a deep ocean current. McGonagall's was precise and geometric. Snape's was dark and layered, an abyss with architecture. Even first years had nascent signatures, simple, bright, growing. Quirrell's signature was doubled. There were two patterns occupying the same space. One was weak, flickering, submissive, Quirrell's own magic, diminished and suppressed. The other was cold and dense and ancient, coiled around and through Quirrell's pattern like a parasite wrapped around a host's spine. Harry had never seen anything like it. But the Codex had prepared him for the concept. Rule 23, a magical consciousness can be partially or wholly transplanted into a host body if the host's own consciousness is sufficiently suppressed. The transplanted consciousness accesses the host's allocation connection but retains its own pattern signature. Someone was living inside Quirrell. Harry kept his face neutral. He'd learned that skill at the Dursleys, the blank expression, the flat eyes, the refusal to show what he was thinking. It had been a survival mechanism. Now it was a tactical advantage. It wasn't conventional magic, Harry said carefully. I'm exploring some unconventional approaches. Why yes. Unconventional. Quirrell leaned forward. The stutter was still there but it felt performative, a costume, like the turban. I've always been fascinated by unconventional magic. Before I came to Hogwarts, I traveled extensively. Albania, in particular. There are old magics there, old traditions, that most British wizards have never encountered. Albania, Harry repeated. Yes. One encounters things in the dark forests of Albania that challenge every assumption about what magic can be. Quirrell's eyes were locked on Harry's. The nervous mask slipped, just for a second, and underneath was something sharp and hungry. I think you and I have something in common, Mr. Potter. We've both seen beyond the surface. We both know that the magic taught in these classrooms is a pale shadow of what truly exists. Harry said nothing. He was watching the second pattern in Quirrell, the cold, dense one. It was active. Listening. The parasitic consciousness was paying attention to this conversation with an intensity that made the air around Quirrell shimmer. I could teach you things, Quirrell said softly. The stutter had vanished entirely. Things that would accelerate your understanding beyond anything you could find in books. The conventional magical world is limited, Mr. Potter. Limited by tradition, by fear, by the comfortable assumption that the magic we know is all the magic there is. But you've already broken past those limits. I can help you go further. That's a generous offer, Professor. What's the catch? Quirrell's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Not a friendly one. No catch. Merely a shared interest. You want to understand how magic truly works. So do I. We could learn from each other. Harry considered. The parasitic consciousness in Quirrell flared, a pulse of cold intent that Harry felt like a draft against his skin. Whatever was inside Quirrell wanted this partnership badly. Which meant Harry needed to understand what it was before he agreed to anything. I'll think about it, Harry said. Quirrell nodded. The stutter came back like a door closing. Of course. Take your time. My door is always open. He stood, adjusted his turban with a careful hand, and left the library. Harry sat alone in his corner and breathed. He knew what was inside Quirrell. He didn't have proof, didn't have a name, but the pattern signature, the parasitic nature of it, the cold density, the age. Whatever it was old and powerful and desperate. It was hiding inside a teacher, wearing him like a suit, and it wanted access to what Harry could do. Harry pulled the codex from his bag and turned to the later sheets, the ones he hadn't fully studied. Rule 28 through Rule 37. The deep rules. The ones that governed life and death and soul and the boundary between existence and non-existence. If something was parasitizing Quirrell, the answer would be in there. And if the answer was in there, Harry would find it. He wasn't afraid. He probably should have been. An 11-year-old squib, aware that something ancient and terrible was riding one of his teachers and had just offered him an alliance. Any sane person would be afraid. But fear required uncertainty, and Harry wasn't uncertain. He could see the patterns. He could read the code. And whatever was hiding in Quirrell was, at the end of the day, just another effect operating within the same system, subject to the same rules, governed by the same architecture, and therefore susceptible to the same exploits. Harry opened the codex to Rule 28 and began to read. 3 days later, he fixed Neville. They met in the Room of Requirement, a room that Harry had discovered 2 weeks prior, on the 7th floor, behind a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet. The room appeared when you walked past a certain stretch of wall 3 times while thinking hard about what you needed. Harry had found it while exploring the castle's magical architecture and had immediately recognized it as one of the most remarkable exploits in Hogwarts construction. The Room of Requirement was a dynamic form generator. It read the user's intent, constructed a form to match, drew from the castle's massive allocation pool, and manifested a physical space conforming to the requested parameters. In programming terms, it was a runtime environment, a space where new configurations could be tested without affecting the rest of the system. Tonight, Harry had requested a quiet, private room with soft lighting and a comfortable chair for Neville to sit in. The room had obliged, producing a cozy space with warm stone walls, a fireplace, a deep armchair, and nothing else. Simple. Clean. No distractions. Neville sat in the armchair. His hands were clenched on the armrests. Hermione stood near the door, her wand out, ready to intervene if something went wrong. Ron stood next to her, wandless but present, because Ron Weasley showed up when his friends needed him, and that was worth more than any spell. "How does this work?" Neville asked. His voice was steady but his knuckles were white. "The blockage in your magic is like a muscle cramp," Harry said. He was standing in front of Neville, studying the boy's pattern with total focus. "Your magic seized up when you were a baby and never released. It's been holding that contraction for 10 years. What I'm going to do is cut the energy feeding the contraction. Without power, the cramp can't sustain itself. It'll release. Will it hurt?" Harry had thought about this. "I don't know. The contraction has been there your entire conscious life. Releasing it means your magic is going to go from a trickle to a flood very quickly. That might be disorienting. Maybe painful. Probably overwhelming." He met Neville's eyes. "But the alternative is spending the rest of your life with your magic strangled. Your call." Neville's jaw set. Something shifted in his expression, the anxious, perpetually apologetic look that he wore like a second skin hardened into something more. Not courage, exactly. Stubbornness. The stubbornness of a boy who'd been told his whole life that he was barely magical, who'd been dropped out of a window by a relative trying to shake magic out of him like coins from a piggy bank, who'd endured 11 years of inadequacy, and who was absolutely done with it. "Do it," Neville said. Harry focused. The blockage was a complex structure, layers of contracted magical architecture wrapped around Neville's core allocation channel like scar tissue around a wound. It was fed by a continuous trickle of Neville's own magical energy, diverted from the main flow, his magic literally using itself to suppress itself, a feedback loop of self-restriction. Harry identified the feed. A thin strand of allocation flowing from Neville's core to the blockage, keeping it powered. According to Rule 5, severing that feed would cause the blockage to lose cohesion. But the blockage was tightly integrated with Neville's magical architecture, you couldn't just rip it away without risking damage to the surrounding structure. So Harry didn't rip. He edited. He found the parameter that defined the feed's connection point, the specific location in Neville's architecture where the diverted energy attached to the blockage. And he changed it. Moved it. Redirected the feed from the blockage to Neville's main allocation channel, the way you'd redirect a hose from a plugged drain to an open one. The energy that had been sustaining the blockage for 10 years suddenly had nowhere to go, or rather, it had somewhere much better to go. It poured into Neville's main channel, joining the trickle that had been his usable magic. The blockage, starved of power, shuddered. Contracted further, desperately, trying to maintain itself on residual energy. Then it cracked. Not all at once, in stages, like ice on a river in spring. Crack. 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 And then it shattered. Neville gasped. His back arched against the chair. His eyes went wide, not with pain but with something beyond pain, beyond sensation, like a deaf person hearing music for the first time. The room trembled. Not metaphorically. The stone floor vibrated. The fire in the fireplace roared, leaping 3 feet higher, the flames turning from orange to white to blue. The armchair groaned as magical energy pulsed outward from Neville in concentric waves. Hermione braced against the wall. Ron grabbed her arm. The waves of released magic rolled through the room, and Harry, who couldn't feel magic but could see it, watched in something close to awe as Neville's pattern transformed. The throttled trickle became a river. Then a flood. Magical energy poured through Neville's architecture, filling channels that had been dry for a decade, lighting up pathways that had been dark since infancy. His magical signature bloomed, expanding, brightening, deepening, from a guttering candle to a bonfire. Neville's hands were shaking. His whole body was shaking. Tears streamed down his face but he was smiling, a wild, broken, incredulous smile. "I can feel it," he whispered. "Oh God. I can feel it." His wand was in his pocket. It had been there all evening, a hand-me-down wand, his father's, that had never worked properly for him. It flew out of his pocket now, leaped into his hand as if drawn by a magnet. And the moment it made contact with his palm, every object in the room, the chair, the fire tools, the stones of the fireplace, lifted off the ground and hung, suspended, orbiting Neville like planets around a sun. Ron ducked as a fire poker sailed over his head. "Bloody hell. Neville." Harry said sharply. "Control. Focus. Pull it back." Neville closed his eyes. The objects trembled in the air. Then, slowly, they descended. The chair legs touched the floor. The fire tools settled into their rack. The stones eased back into the fireplace. The room stilled. Neville opened his eyes. They were bright with tears and magic and something that Harry recognized because he'd felt it himself, 3 nights ago in the restricted section, holding a warm codex in his hands, the feeling of becoming what you were supposed to be. "How do you feel?" Hermione asked softly. Neville looked at his wand. He pointed it at the fireplace. "Incendio," he said, almost experimentally. The fire that erupted from his wand was not the modest flame of a first year. It was a column of white-hot fire that hit the back of the fireplace and melted the stone. The room's temperature spiked. Harry felt the heat on his face and the allocation flow around Neville surge like a tidal wave. Neville cut the spell. He stared at the melted stone. Then he stared at his wand. "I feel," he said slowly, "like I've been holding my breath for 11 years and I just remembered how to breathe." Ron let out a low whistle. "Mate, you just melted a wall." Neville looked at the melted stone. Then back at Ron. A grin broke across his face, not the anxious, tentative smile he usually wore, but a real grin, wide and fierce. "Yeah. I did." Harry watched Neville's pattern stabilize, the flood of magic settling into its newly opened channels, finding equilibrium, establishing a new baseline. Neville's output was strong. Very strong. On the same order as Hermione's, maybe higher. All that power, locked away for a decade, now unleashed. Neville Longbottom was going to be a very different student from now on. And nobody, not his gran, not his classmates, not anyone who had ever called him nearly a squib, was going to recognize him. Harry allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Then he turned to Hermione. "How long until the school finds out about this?" Hermione looked at Neville, who was experimentally levitating Ron's cauldron cake with a look of delighted disbelief. "About 4 hours. That fast? Neville's going to walk into Charms tomorrow and melt Professor Flitwick's desk. It won't be subtle. Harry considered this. Good. Good. I'm not interested in subtle. Subtle is what people do when they're afraid of being noticed. I spent 3 months being invisible at this school. That's done. Hermione studied him. You're building something, aren't you? It's not just about understanding the rules. You're building a reputation. A position. Harry met her eyes. Hermione Granger was perceptive in ways that occasionally unnerved him. I'm building proof of concept. Every time I do something that shouldn't be possible, levitating feathers, reversing jinxes, unblocking Neville's magic, I'm demonstrating that the rules are real and that understanding them gives you power that conventional magic can't match. The more demonstrations, the harder it becomes to ignore. And the harder it becomes to stop you. That too. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. Okay. Then we need to be strategic about the next demonstration. What are you planning? Harry thought about Quirrell. About the doubled pattern, the parasitic consciousness, the hungry eyes behind the nervous mask. He thought about the cold, dense signature coiled around the professor's spine. Something bigger, he said. The following week was a masterclass in controlled escalation. Harry attended every class. He participated. Not in the passive, note-taking way he'd adopted during his months as the school's resident squib, but actively, visibly, in ways that forced every professor and every student to reckon with what he could do. In Transfiguration, McGonagall set them the task of turning a beetle into a button. Harry couldn't cast the Transfiguration spell. Instead, he identified the form that defined the beetle's physical structure, the pattern that made it a beetle rather than anything else, and directly edited the parameters. The beetle's form didn't shimmer or shift the way transfigured objects did. It just changed. One frame it was a beetle. The next it was a button. No transition. No intermediate state. As if reality had been edited between one moment and the next. McGonagall picked up the button. She examined it with her wand. She ran 3 diagnostic spells. Then she put it down very carefully and looked at Harry with an expression that said she was going to need a very large glass of something after class. That is not transfiguration, she said. No, Professor. The object did not change state. There was no magical signature. It simply is a button. I edited the parameters that define what it is. Skip the transformation process entirely. You edited. McGonagall stopped. She picked up the button again. Mr. Potter, transfiguration works by applying a form that gradually restructures an object's physical reality. What you've done bypasses the form entirely. You've changed the object at a level that precedes physical form. Yes. That should not be possible. Harry shrugged. I didn't get the memo. A few students laughed. McGonagall did not. But something in her expression shifted, from alarm to a kind of fierce, academic excitement that she was clearly trying to suppress. See me after class, Mr. Potter. In Charms, Flitwick had them practicing the softening charm on stone blocks. Harry softened his block by adjusting its material cohesion parameter. The block didn't soften gradually. It went from stone to something with the consistency of warm butter in an instant. Flitwick, who had been watching Harry like a hawk since the feather incident, actually applauded. In herbology, the plants still recoiled from Harry's touch, he had no magical signature for them to respond to. But he found he could influence them through the allocation field. By increasing the ambient magical density around a fanged geranium, he could make it grow faster, bloom brighter, become more active. He couldn't touch the plants, but he could change their environment. Professor Sprout watched with fascination as Harry caused a patch of Dittany to grow to full maturity in 30 seconds by flooding its allocation space. Extraordinary, Sprout murmured, kneeling beside the Dittany. It's as if the plant thinks spring has come early. The magical saturation in this soil is, she cast a diagnostic charm and her eyebrows nearly hit her hat. Mr. Potter, the ambient magical density in this patch is 4 times the castle average. How are you doing this? Redirecting allocation flow from the surrounding area into a concentrated zone. You're changing the magical weather. Harry hadn't thought of it that way, but it was an apt metaphor. Yeah. Basically. Defense against the dark arts was the only class where Harry held back. He attended, took notes, answered Quirrell's questions with carefully measured responses. But he didn't demonstrate any abilities. He didn't interact with the spell forms that filled the room during practical exercises. He sat, and he watched, and he studied the doubled pattern inside Quirrell with increasing precision. The parasitic consciousness was aware of him. Harry could see it respond when he entered the room, a tightening of the cold, dense pattern, an increase in alertness. It was studying him the way he was studying it. A mutual observation, neither party willing to show their full hand. Quirrell tried twice more to arrange private meetings. Harry declined both times, politely, with the excuse of being too busy with independent study. The excuses were transparent and Quirrell knew it and Harry knew Quirrell knew it, and the whole thing was a game of chess being played in glances and half-sentences. Let it play out, Harry thought. He wasn't ready for a confrontation. Not yet. But soon. Snape came for him on a Thursday. Harry was in his room, studying the Codex by lamplight, when a knock on the door made him look up. Not a polite knock. A single, hard rap, the knock of someone who considered politeness a waste of time. Harry opened the door. Snape stood in the corridor like a column of black smoke, all sharp angles and sharper eyes. Potter. Come with me. Where? My office. Now. Harry followed. They walked in silence through the castle's lower corridors, past the kitchens, down a flight of stairs into the dungeon. Snape's office was exactly what Harry expected, jars of unpleasant things floating in preservative, dark shelves of darker books, a desk that looked like it had been carved from a single piece of spite. Snape closed the door. He didn't sit. He stood behind his desk, hands flat on the surface, and regarded Harry with an expression of controlled intensity. I have been asked by the headmaster to assess your abilities, Snape said. Dumbledore believes you have discovered something significant. He is characteristically vague about the details. What do you want to know? I want to know what you did to Draco Malfoy. I redirected his jinx. How? Harry considered how much to share. Snape was not Ron or Hermione or Neville. Snape was opaque, hostile, and brilliant. But he was also, according to Dumbledore, trustworthy, whatever that meant. Every spell has a target designation, Harry said. A parameter that tells the magical effect what to affect. I can perceive that parameter. I can change it. Snape's eyes narrowed. You're claiming you can see the internal structure of a spell. Not claiming. Doing. Prove it. Harry had expected this. Cast something. Snape's wand was in his hand before Harry finished speaking, fast, predatory, a man who'd drawn his wand in anger many times before. He pointed it at Harry. Petrificus Totalis. The full body bind curse shot from Snape's wand. Harry saw the form, structured, precise, a rigid template designed to lock every voluntary muscle in the target's body. The target designation pointed at Harry. The allocation draw was modest, appropriate for the spell's complexity. Harry reached for the form. Not the target, the form itself. He found the parameter that defined the spell's scope, the range of muscles it affected. And he dialed it down to 0. The spell hit Harry. He felt nothing. The form collapsed on contact, its scope parameter set to nothing, targeting nothing, affecting nothing. It was a spell with no effect, a bullet with no warhead. Snape stared. Again, he said. Impedimenta. The impediment Jinx was designed to slow or freeze a target. Harry saw it coming, a faster form, more forceful. This time, instead of nullifying the scope, he redirected the target designation to Snape's desk. The Jinx passed through the space Harry occupied and struck the desk behind him. The desk froze, a thin layer of frost forming on its surface. Snape looked at his frozen desk. He looked at Harry. His expression was unreadable, but his magical signature, usually dark and tightly controlled, was churning. "Flag rate," Snape said, and a line of fire erupted from his wand. Harry adjusted the fire form's temperature parameter. The flame hit him as a warm breeze. Serpensortia. A snake materialized from Snape's wand, black and hissing. Harry dissolved the conjuration form, and the snake unraveled into threads of dissipating magic before it touched the ground. Snape cast 5 more spells in rapid succession. Harry neutralized each one differently, redirecting, nullifying, altering parameters, dissolving forms. The last spell was a stinging hex that Harry didn't nullify but improved. He edited the form to produce a pleasant tingling sensation instead of pain, so that when it hit his hand, he smiled. Snape lowered his wand. He was breathing harder than Harry, which was notable because Harry hadn't done anything physical. "You're not doing magic," Snape said. It was not a question. "No. You're doing something to magic. From the outside. Manipulating it at a level I've never seen." "Yes." Snape was quiet for a long time. He set his wand on his desk, his frozen desk, and gripped the edge with both hands. "Your mother was brilliant," Snape said. The words seemed to surprise him as much as they surprised Harry. They came out rough, almost involuntary, like they'd been pushed through a crack in a wall. She could look at a spell and understand its structure intuitively. She didn't just learn magic, she comprehended it. It was her gift. Harry went very still. Snape didn't talk about personal things. Snape didn't talk about Harry's parents. The whole school knew there was history there, bad blood, old grudges, but the details were locked behind Snape's walls of cold hostility. "She would have understood what you're doing," Snape continued. "She might have been the only person who could." He looked at Harry, and for just a moment, the hostility was gone. What remained was raw. "You have her mind, Potter. Whatever else you are, whatever your father was, you have Lily's mind." The name landed in a quiet room like a stone in water. Lily. Not your mother. Lily. Harry didn't know what to do with the sudden, aching crack in Snape's armor. He didn't know what Snape and his mother had been to each other. He filed it away, another piece of a puzzle he didn't yet have the edges for. "Tell Dumbledore I'm not dangerous," Harry said. "At least, not to anyone who doesn't throw curses at me first." Snape's wall rebuilt itself. The moment of raw honesty sealed over, brick by brick, and the familiar cold mask returned. "I will tell Dumbledore what I observed. He will draw his own conclusions. Will you? My conclusions are my own affair." Snape picked up his wand. "You may go, Potter. And in the future, do try not to hospitalize my students." Harry walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the handle. "Professor. What was she like?" "My mom." Snape's back was to him. The man had turned to face the shelves of preserved specimens, jars of floating things, a wall of glass and shadow. "She was like you," Snape said quietly. "Too clever for her own good. Too stubborn to know when to stop. And she saw things in people that they couldn't see in themselves." He didn't turn around. Harry left. The dungeon corridor was cold and dark and Harry walked through it with Snape's words ringing in his ears and a strange, hot pressure behind his eyes that he hadn't felt in years. Not since the cupboard. Not since he'd promised himself he was done with crying. He breathed. He walked. The pressure eased. And by the time he reached the upper corridors, he was himself again, steady, sharp, focused. He had work to do. The next demonstration wasn't planned. Like the best demonstrations, it happened organically, born from circumstance and opportunity and the particular brand of chaos that Hogwarts specialized in. It was a Saturday afternoon. Harry was in the library with Hermione, working through the implications of Rule 19. Magical effects can be layered on the same target without limit, but each additional layer increases the probability of emergent interactions between forms. When Neville burst through the doors, breathless and wide-eyed. "The Quidditch pitch," Neville gasped. "Something's wrong. The Gryffindor-Slytherin match, there's a broom, someone's broom is," they ran. The Quidditch pitch was a roiling mass of spectators, all on their feet, all staring upward. Harry pushed through the crowd and looked up. A broom was bucking 50 feet in the air. Not the controlled maneuvers of Quidditch flight, wild, violent jerking, like a horse trying to throw its rider. The rider, a first-year Gryffindor whose name Harry didn't know, was clinging to the handle with both hands, screaming, legs swinging free. The broom was being cursed. Harry could see it instantly, a malicious form attached to the broom's flight enchantment, overriding the control parameters, injecting chaotic movement patterns. Someone was maintaining the curse actively, feeding it allocation in real time. Harry scanned the crowd. His eyes moved past the panicking students, past the teachers scrambling for their wands, past Madame Hooch rising on her own broom. Too slow, she'd never reach the student in time at this rate. There. In the teachers' stands. Two sources of magical output aimed at the broom. The first was Quirrell. He was standing in the middle row, eyes fixed on the bucking broom, lips moving in a silent incantation. The parasitic consciousness inside him was fully active. The cold, dense pattern was the one doing the actual casting, using Quirrell's body as a conduit. The second was Snape. Snape was 3 seats away from Quirrell, also staring at the broom, also murmuring. But Snape's magical output was different. His form wasn't attacking the broom. It was defending it. He was casting a countercurse, trying to stabilize the flight enchantment against the hostile form. Two wizards locked in a silent duel over a student's life, and nobody in the stands could tell the difference. Harry didn't hesitate. He focused on the malicious form attached to the broom. It was complex, multi-layered, self-adjusting, designed to resist counter-curses by adapting its parameters in real time. Whoever had designed it, the thing inside Quirrell, not Quirrell himself, was extremely skilled. Snape's counter-curse was good, but it was losing ground. The adaptive form kept finding new angles of attack. Harry didn't try to counter the curse. He went deeper. He found the form's allocation feed, the stream of magical energy flowing from Quirrell's position to the broom, powering the malicious effect. And he pinched it shut. Not gradually. Not carefully. He found the allocation channel and collapsed it like pinching a straw. The malicious form, starved of power, died instantly. The broom stopped bucking. The student, screaming, managed to grip the handle with both hands and pull the broom level. Madame Hooch reached him 3 seconds later, grabbed his arm, and pulled him onto her own broom. The crowd erupted in cheers and gasps and relief. In the teachers' stands, Quirrell staggered. The sudden severance of his allocation channel hit him like a punch. Harry had been aggressive, deliberately so. He wanted Quirrell to know. He wanted the thing inside Quirrell to feel the cut and understand what had done it. Quirrell caught himself on the railing. His eyes found Harry in the crowd below, a pinprick figure among hundreds, unmistakable because he was the only one not looking at the broom. He was looking at Quirrell. Their eyes met across 50 yards of cold November air. Harry didn't flinch. Didn't look away. He held Quirrell's gaze and let the message transmit through eye contact alone. I see you. I know what you are. And I can reach you whenever I want. Something moved behind Quirrell's eyes. Something ancient and cold and, for the first time in a very long time, uncertain. Then Quirrell looked away. He adjusted his turban with a hand that trembled, not with his characteristic nervous tick, but with genuine, unfamiliar fear. and sat down. Beside him, Snape's eyes were darting between Quirrell and Harry with the rapid calculation of a man who was putting pieces together. He didn't have the full picture yet. But Snape was brilliant and suspicious, and he had just watched his countercurse become unnecessary for no apparent reason. Harry turned his attention back to the pitch. The student had been lowered safely to the ground by Madame Hooch. The game was being restarted. The crowd's attention was returning to the match. Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow. "Was that you?" The broom was being cursed. "I cut the power." "Who was cursing it?" Harry looked at Quirrell in the teacher's stands. The man was hunched in his seat, turban slightly askew, the picture of nervous fragility. But underneath, the parasitic consciousness was churning, a knot of cold fury and something that Harry recognized with grim satisfaction. Fear. The thing inside Quirrell was afraid. "Not yet," Harry said to Hermione. "I'll tell you, but not here. There are too many ears." Hermione followed his gaze to Quirrell. She was smart enough to draw her own conclusions, and her eyes widened slightly. But she didn't press. "Tonight? Tonight." They watched the rest of the match. Gryffindor won by 30 points. Harry barely noticed. His mind was already 3 moves ahead, working through scenarios, mapping contingencies, planning. He'd made his move. Quirrell, and the thing inside Quirrell, would make theirs. The game was accelerating, and Harry needed to be ready. That night, in the room of requirement, Harry told them about Quirrell. He told them about the doubled pattern. The parasitic consciousness. The cold, dense, ancient signature wrapped around the professor's spine. He told them about Quirrell's offers of alliance and the hunger behind the stutter. He told them about the Quidditch incident, the malicious form, Snape's countercurse, Harry's intervention. He did not tell them the name of the thing inside Quirrell. He didn't know it for certain. But he had suspicions, dark, heavy suspicions informed by a lightning bolt scar that prickled whenever Quirrell was near, by the pattern signature that was too old and too powerful to belong to any ordinary wizard, by the specific quality of fear he'd seen in Quirrell's eyes when the allocation channel was cut. "Something is living inside Professor Quirrell," Harry said. "Something powerful, intelligent, and hostile. It cursed a student's broom today and it's been watching me since September. I think it's connected to whatever happened the night my parents died." The room was very quiet. "You know who?" Ron whispered. His face had gone chalk white. "You think you know who is inside Quirrell?" "I think something related to him is. Whether it's the man himself or some remnant or fragment, I can't tell yet. The pattern is too dense for me to fully map." Hermione's face was set in her thinking expression, the one that meant her mind was running at full speed and hadn't settled on a conclusion yet. "If it's really him, we need to tell Dumbledore. Dumbledore may already know. Snape was counter-cursing the broom, which means Snape suspects Quirrell. And Snape reports to Dumbledore. Then why hasn't Dumbledore done anything? Because Dumbledore is playing a longer game. He always is." Harry's voice carried a note of bitter certainty that came from 3 months of observing the headmaster. Dumbledore doesn't just solve problems. He sets up situations that reveal information. Having a suspected threat inside the school, under observation, where it can be monitored and studied, that's more valuable to Dumbledore than simply neutralizing it. "That's insane," Ron said. There's a dark wizard inside a teacher and Dumbledore is just watching." "Welcome to Dumbledore's chessboard." Neville had been quiet through the conversation. Now he spoke, and his voice carried a weight that hadn't been there 2 weeks ago, a gravity that came with unblocked magic and the certainty of his own strength. "What are you going to do, Harry?" Harry looked at Neville. The boy had changed. His shoulders were straighter. His eyes were clearer. His wand sat in his hand with a comfort and familiarity that would have been impossible a month ago. In class, Neville had gone from the worst student in their year to one of the best, overnight, spectacularly, in a transformation that had the teachers baffled and his classmates stunned. Only 4 people knew why, and they were all in this room. "I'm going to keep studying the Codex," Harry said. "The deeper rules govern soul magic, life and death magic, the kind of territory that whatever's inside Quirrell operates in. If I'm going to face it, I need to understand it at the system level." "And the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said. Everyone looked at her. "Don't look at me like that, it's obvious. There's a 3-headed dog guarding something on the 3rd floor," Dumbledore announced at the feast that the corridor was forbidden on pain of death, and Hagrid accidentally mentioned Nicholas Flamel to Harry 3 weeks ago. "The stone is in the school, and whatever is inside Quirrell wants it." "The stone is bait," Harry said. "It's Dumbledore's trap. The thing inside Quirrell wants the stone because it can restore a physical body, the elixir of life, immortality, the works. Dumbledore is dangling it, waiting to see what happens. Using us as chess pieces," Ron muttered darkly. "That's what Dumbledore does." "But here's the thing," Harry leaned forward, and his friends unconsciously leaned with him. "Dumbledore's game assumes conventional magic. Wizards and spells and power levels. He hasn't factored in what I can do. Nobody has. And that means nobody, not Dumbledore, not the thing inside Quirrell, not anyone, knows what's actually going to happen." "You're not a chess piece," Hermione said slowly. "You're a piece that isn't on the board." "Exactly." Ron looked at Harry with an expression that combined deep friendship with a growing awareness that his best mate was becoming something beyond his ability to categorize. "So what's the plan?" Harry smiled. It wasn't a comforting smile. It was the smile of someone who had spent 3 months being powerless and was now, rapidly and irrevocably, becoming the opposite. "The plan is to understand the game better than anyone else playing it. And then to change the rules." He spent the next week diving deeper into the Codex than he'd ever gone. Rules 28 through 37. The Deep Architecture. The sections that govern not just magical effects but magical existence, the interface between magic and consciousness, between magic and life, between magic and the boundary of death. Rule 29. Consciousness generates a unique pattern signature that persists after physical death if anchored to a sufficiently stable magical substrate. The signature retains the informational content of the original consciousness but cannot affect physical reality without a host or vessel. Ghosts. The rule described ghosts. And more than ghosts, it described any form of consciousness that persisted beyond death. Portraits. Memory constructs. And Rule 30, a consciousness can be deliberately fragmented by acts of sufficient metaphysical violence. Each fragment retains a portion of the original signature and can be independently anchored. Fragmentation is irreversible by conventional means but subject to systemic dissolution if the anchoring substrate is destabilized. Harry read this rule 7 times. Each reading made his blood run colder. Fragmented consciousness. Deliberately split. Anchored independently. He thought about the parasitic pattern inside Quirrell, the cold, dense signature that felt old and powerful but also somehow, incomplete. Not a whole consciousness. A piece. A fragment. A piece of a soul. He thought about his scar. The lightning bolt that prickled in Quirrell's presence. The scar that had been there since the night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. Harry turned his perception inward. He'd never done this before, always focused outward, on the patterns around him, the forms and flows of the external world. Looking inward required a different kind of focus. Not observation but introspection. Turning the analytical lens on his own architecture. His own pattern was strange. He'd known this, he had no magical signature, no allocation connection, no active participation in the magical system. He was a void. A hole in the pattern where a wizard should have been. But now, looking deeper, he saw something he'd missed. In the void, in the emptiness where his magic should have been, there was a knot. Small. Dense. Cold. The same cold density as the pattern inside Quirrell. The same signature. The same ancient, fragmented, incomplete feel. There was a piece of Voldemort's soul in Harry's scar. Harry sat in his room and stared at the wall and breathed very carefully and did not scream. Rule 30 said fragmentation was irreversible by conventional means but subject to systemic dissolution if the anchoring substrate was destabilized. The anchoring substrate, in Harry's case, was Harry himself. His body. His existence. Conventional means of removing a soul fragment would require destroying the anchor. Destroying Harry. Harry was not interested in being destroyed. He read Rule 30 again. Subject to systemic dissolution if the anchoring substrate is destabilized. Destabilized, not destroyed. There was a difference. Destabilization could mean many things: weakening, disruption, alteration. Not necessarily annihilation. And there was another option. The rules were exploitable. Every rule had edge cases. Every protocol had loopholes. If Harry could find the right exploit, the right combination of parameters that would dissolve the soul fragment without destroying the anchor, he turned to Rule 31. Then 32. Then 33. The answers were there. Buried in the interactions between rules, in the edge cases and conflict resolution protocols, in the gaps that the system's architects had never anticipated. Harry read and thought and mapped and planned, and by dawn his parchment was covered in diagrams and his eyes were bloodshot and his hands were steady. He could do it. Not today, not tomorrow, but he could see the path. The soul fragment in his scar was a parasite running on his architecture, and like any parasitic process, it could be isolated, contained, and terminated without crashing the host system. But first, there was the matter of the other fragment. The one inside Quirrell. The one that was plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, restore itself to power, and return from death. Harry closed the codex. He looked at his reflection in the dark window, a thin, dark-haired boy with green eyes and a lightning bolt scar and no magic whatsoever. No magic. But he had something better. He had the source code. He had the cheat codes. And he was done playing defense. Whatever was coming, Quirrell, Voldemort, the stone, the confrontation that the entire year had been building toward, Harry would face it on his terms, with his tools, in his way. He was the boy who couldn't do magic. And that, it turned out, was the most dangerous thing he could be. Chapter 3, Patch Notes. December arrived and Hogwarts wrapped itself in frost. Ice crystallized on the castle windows in patterns that Harry could now read like sentences, the ambient magical field shaping water molecules according to the structural enchantments embedded in the glass, each pane telling a slightly different story depending on which era's enchantments dominated. The lake froze solid. Snow buried the grounds. And the castle's allocation pool shifted, the way it always did in winter, contracting inward as the cold slowed the replenishment rate from whatever deep source fed Hogwarts magic. Harry noticed the seasonal fluctuation because he noticed everything now. The world had texture it hadn't had 3 weeks ago, depth and detail and architecture visible in every surface, every object, every breath of air. Walking through Hogwarts was like walking through a living blueprint. He could see the bones of the castle beneath its skin. He was in the library on a Monday morning, first period free, working through the implications of Rule 22, enchantments anchored to physical structures degrade at a rate inversely proportional to the structural integrity of the anchor, damage to the physical structure accelerates magical decay, when he felt the castle shift. Not physically. The stones didn't move, the floor didn't tremble. But the pattern structure around him rippled, a subtle wave propagating through the ambient field like a stone dropped in still water. Something had changed in the castle's deep architecture. Something had woken up. Harry set down his quill and focused. The ripple was coming from below, from the lower levels of the castle, the dungeons, the foundations. He traced it downward through layers of stone and enchantment, through centuries of accumulated magical architecture, down and down until, there. Deep beneath the castle, below even the dungeons, something was active. A massive pattern structure, ancient and complex, pulsing with a slow rhythm that Harry had never noticed before because it had never pulsed before. It had been dormant. Silent. Part of the castle's deepest foundations, invisible even to Harry's perception because static patterns blended into the background like white noise. But now it was moving. Waking. Responding. Responding to him. Harry stared through 400 feet of stone and magic at the thing stirring in the deep places of Hogwarts, and the thing, impossibly, unmistakably, stared back. He skipped his next 2 classes for the second time that term. Hermione would give him her notes and a disapproving look. Ron would shrug. Neville, who had been riding a wave of magical confidence that showed no signs of cresting, would barely notice. Harry descended. He took the main staircase to the ground floor, then the dungeon stairs, then a narrow service corridor that most students didn't know existed, a passage behind a tapestry of medieval goblins forging something that looked like a crown. The passage led to a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth, lit by torches that flared as Harry passed and dimmed behind him, as if the castle were guiding him. Marking the path. The staircase ended at a door. Heavy oak, iron-banded, no lock. Harry pushed it open and stepped into a space that took his breath away. It was a chamber. Massive, cathedral-sized, the ceiling lost in darkness, the walls curving away into shadow. The floor was bare stone, polished smooth by ages of foot traffic that had ceased centuries ago. And covering every surface, walls, floor, the distant ceiling, were patterns. Not painted. Not carved. Woven. Magical architecture so dense and intricate that it made the enchantments in the upper castle look like crayon drawings. Patterns layered on patterns, forms nested inside forms, a tapestry of magical engineering that was breathtaking in its complexity and terrifying in its scale. This was the foundation of Hogwarts. Not the physical foundation, the magical one. The deep architecture that everything else was built on top of. The operating system that ran the castle. And it was alive. Harry stood in the doorway and felt the chamber's attention on him like sunlight through a magnifying glass. The patterns on the walls pulsed with that slow rhythm he'd felt from the library, a heartbeat, he realized. The castle's heartbeat. Hogwarts had a heart and it was here, in this chamber, and it was beating. "Hello," Harry said. His voice echoed in the vast space, bouncing off stone and magic, and the patterns rippled in response. Not randomly, purposefully. The ripple moved outward from Harry's position in a structured wave, carrying information, reading him, analyzing. The castle was scanning him. Harry let it. He stood still and let the wave wash over him, through him, cataloging what he was and what he wasn't. He felt it note his lack of magical signature, a gap, a void, an anomaly in the system. He felt it note his perception, his ability to see the patterns, to read the architecture, to comprehend the deep structure that no one had comprehended in centuries. And he felt it note the codex, tucked in his bag, warm against his hip. The scanning wave returned to the walls and the patterns shifted. Something changed in the chamber's configuration, a section of wall near the far end brightened, patterns rearranging themselves into a formation that Harry instinctively recognized as a communication interface. A way for the system to talk. Harry walked across the chamber. His footsteps echoed. The patterns tracked him, shifting subtly with each step, adjusting, accommodating. When he reached the brightened wall, he could read the formation clearly. It wasn't words. It was pattern language, structures that carried meaning the way forms carried magical effects. Harry translated, using the framework the codex had given him, recognized, null signature entity. Codex bearer. Access level, observer. Harry frowned. Observer. Read-only access. He could see the system but not change it, not at this level, not in the deep architecture. The castle was acknowledging him but not trusting him. Not yet. How do I get higher access? Harry asked aloud, feeling faintly ridiculous for talking to a wall. The patterns shifted again, access level determined by comprehension depth. Current comprehension, 37 of 108 rules. Minimum for editor access, 72 rules. Harry's stomach dropped. 37 rules. That was how many sheets the codex contained. He'd read them all. He'd thought that was the whole thing. There are 108 rules. The codex reveals content proportional to the bearer's comprehension. Deeper rules become visible as preceding rules are fully internalized. Current visible rules, 37. Next threshold, 42. Harry pulled the codex from his bag and opened it. 37 metal sheets, just as before. But, wait. At the back, behind sheet 37, where there had been nothing before, he could see a faint shimmer. The ghost of a surface. A 38th sheet, not yet fully materialized, existing in potential, waiting for him to push his understanding deep enough to bring it into being. 5 more rules to unlock the next tier. Then more after that. And at 72 rules, he'd gain editor access, the ability to modify the castle's deep architecture, not just observe it. What's above editor? Harry asked. Access level, architect. Minimum comprehension, 108 rules. Full system access. No restrictions. 108 rules. Full system access. The ability to modify not just Hogwarts, but the foundational architecture of magic itself. Harry looked at the codex in his hands. He'd thought he was learning to pick locks. He was learning to redesign the building. Who built this? He asked. Who wrote the rules? Who created the codex? The patterns shifted. For a long moment, nothing formed, as if the system were deciding what to share. Then, the architecture predates the castle. The castle was built on the architecture, not the reverse. The codex was created by the last entity to achieve architect access. Identity, restricted. Access level insufficient. Someone had been here before. Someone had climbed the same ladder Harry was climbing, achieved full access, and then created the codex, left it behind for the next person who needed it. Who? When? The architecture predated Hogwarts, which meant it predated the founders, which meant whoever wrote the codex either came before Hogwarts was built or, did the founders know about this? Harry asked. The founders accessed the architecture at editor level. They used it to construct the castle, layering their enchantments on the existing framework. They did not achieve architect access. They did not fully comprehend the system they built upon. The founders of Hogwarts, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, had built their legendary castle on top of something they didn't fully understand. They'd been sophisticated enough to use the deep architecture as a foundation, to layer their enchantments on its structure, to create the Room of Requirement and the Sorting Hat and all the other marvels of Hogwarts. But they'd been working with editor access. 72 rules. Not the full 108. You said the architecture predates the castle. How old is it? Age, indeterminate. The architecture is coterminous with magic itself. The rules are not descriptions of how magic works. The rules are magic. The system is the rules. There is no distinction. Harry sat down on the cold stone floor. His legs had decided, without consulting him, that they needed a break. The rules weren't a manual for magic. They weren't a description or a guide. They were magic. The rules were the thing itself, the source code that reality ran on. Everything magical in the world, every spell ever cast, every enchantment, every magical creature, every wizard, all of it was an expression of these 108 rules interacting in infinitely complex ways. And Harry was learning to read them. To understand them. To manipulate them. He sat on the floor of the chamber beneath Hogwarts and breathed and felt the castle's heartbeat around him and realized, with a calm that surprised him, that he was not afraid. He was not overwhelmed. He was hungry. He wanted to know more. He wanted to understand everything. He wanted to climb from 37 rules to 42 and then to 72 and then to 108, and he wanted to see what the world looked like when you could see all the way to the bottom. "I'll be back," he told the chamber. "I need to study." The patterns pulsed once, an acknowledgement, patient and old. The chamber had waited centuries between visitors. It could wait a few more weeks. Harry climbed back up through the castle, past the goblin's tapestry, past the dungeons, back into the ordinary world of Hogwarts where students were hurrying between classes and snow was falling outside the windows and everything looked exactly the same as it had an hour ago. Everything was different. He told Hermione first. Not because he trusted her more than Ron or Neville, but because she was the one most likely to understand the implications and least likely to panic. They met in the library that evening, their usual back corner table, surrounded by their usual walls of books. Hermione listened without interrupting, a discipline that cost her visible effort, as Harry described the chamber, the communication interface, the access levels, the 108 rules. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "The rules are magic. Not a description of magic. The actual thing. That's what the system said. And you're learning to manipulate the actual thing. Not the surface layer, not spells and enchantments, but the fundamental substrate of magical reality. Step by step. I'm at 37 out of 108. Hermione pulled a blank sheet of parchment toward her and began writing. Harry watched her organize her thoughts in real time, a neat, structured outline taking shape under her quill, each point connected to the next with logical arrows. "Access levels," she murmured. "Observer at 37. Editor at 72. Architect at 108. And you need to fully internalize each rule before the next tier unlocks." She looked up. "What does fully internalize mean? You've read all 37 sheets. Why hasn't 38 appeared? Reading isn't the same as understanding. The codex seems to track my actual comprehension, not whether I've seen the words, but whether I've grasped the implications. Some of the later rules are dense. I've read them but I haven't fully worked through all the edge cases and interactions. So you need to deepen your understanding of rules 1 through 37 before 38 through 42 become available. That's my read on it." Hermione's quill scratched across the parchment. "Then we need a systematic approach. We've been studying the rules in order, linearly. But if comprehension requires understanding interactions, we should be studying them as a network. How Rule 1 connects to Rule 14. How Rule 7 enables Rule 22. Map the relationships, find the gaps in your understanding, fill them. That would take weeks at the pace we've been going. But we can accelerate." She looked at him with the focused intensity that made her the best student in their year. "I can't read the codex. But I can test the rules empirically. You describe a rule, I design an experiment using conventional magic, we see if the results match the rule's predictions. Empirical verification should deepen comprehension faster than pure theory." Harry considered. She was right. Some of his understanding was shallow, he'd absorbed the words without fully grasping the mechanics. Real comprehension came from testing, from seeing the rules operate in practice, from pushing the boundaries and watching how the system responded. We'd need a space to experiment. Somewhere private, where we can cast freely without attracting attention. Room of requirement. It'd need to be shielded. Some of the experiments might produce unusual effects. If Dumbledore or Snape sense anomalies in the magical field, the room of requirement is already shielded. It's a self-contained magical environment, remember? You described it as a runtime environment, isolated from the rest of the castle's architecture. Harry paused. He hadn't told her that. He'd described the room of requirement to the group as a dynamic form generator, but the runtime environment analogy had been in his private notes. Which meant Hermione had either read his notes, inferred the analogy independently, or, you've been thinking about this on your own, he said. I've been thinking about this constantly. It's the most important magical discovery in history, Harry. The fundamental architecture of reality, accessible to human comprehension and manipulation. Of course I've been thinking about it. You can't access the system directly. That doesn't frustrate you? Hermione's expression flickered, something quick and complicated crossing her face before she smoothed it back to analytical calm. It does. More than I'd like to admit. I've spent my entire life being the person who could do anything if I studied hard enough, and this is the first thing I've encountered that I fundamentally can't do, no matter how hard I study. She met his eyes. But I can help you do it. And honestly, watching you interact with the deep architecture, seeing the results, understanding the theory even if I can't see the patterns myself, it's the most intellectually exciting thing I've ever experienced. I'd rather be your research partner on this than the most powerful conventional witch in the world. Harry absorbed this. He was beginning to understand something about Hermione Granger that most people missed. Her drive wasn't about being the best. It was about understanding. Being the best was a side effect, a convenient metric, but the real fuel was the burning need to know. And this, the rules, the deep architecture, the hidden source code of reality, was the ultimate thing to know. Okay, Harry said. Research partnership. We start tomorrow. Room of requirement, after dinner. Bring your wand and an open mind. I always have both. I know you do. Something warm passed between them, not romantic, not at 11 years old, but something adjacent to it. A recognition. A fit. Two minds that worked differently but worked well together, complementary in ways that made the whole greater than the parts. Ron arrived with a plate of sandwiches he'd smuggled from the kitchens. Are we planning something? We're planning something. I can tell by the parchment. We're building a systematic research program to deepen Harry's comprehension of the fundamental rules of magical reality so he can unlock higher access levels to the deep architecture of Hogwarts and eventually achieve architect-level mastery of the source code underlying all magical phenomena, Hermione said. Ron bit into a sandwich. Cool. Can I have the corner seat? The one by the fire? They began the next evening. The room of requirement, asked for a magical research laboratory, provided a space that was part classroom, part workshop, part something that belonged in a university Harry had never attended. Stone walls lined with empty shelves waiting to be filled. A clear central space 30 feet across. Cushioned mats on the floor, which Harry appreciated. Experiments with fundamental magic might involve getting knocked down. A large slate board mounted on one wall, with self-replenishing chalk. And, in the corner, a comfortable seating area with a fire, which Ron claimed immediately. Rule 1, Harry said, standing at the slate board. Magic is allocated from a finite local pool. Hermione, what's the standard magical theory equivalent? There isn't one, exactly. Standard theory treats magic as an innate personal resource, your magical core, your power level. The idea that it's environmental, pooled, and allocated is completely at odds with conventional understanding. Good. That's a gap. Let's test it. Harry turned to the board and sketched a diagram, a rough map of the room's allocation flow as he perceived it. The room draws from Hogwarts' main pool. I can see the allocation flowing in through the connection point, he marked it, and distributing throughout the space. The density is roughly uniform. Now, if magic were personal, your casting shouldn't affect the ambient level. If it's pooled, it should. Simple test, Hermione said, drawing her wand. I cast a high draw spell and you monitor the ambient allocation. If it drops, the pool model is correct. Exactly. Hermione raised her wand. What's high draw? Patronus Charm is the highest draw spell most wizards encounter. But you'd need to be able to cast one. I can't. Not yet. No embarrassment, just a factual assessment. What about sustained conjuration? Aguamenti at full power, maintained indefinitely. That should work. Conjured water requires continuous allocation to maintain. Once you stop casting, the water vanishes because the form loses power. Hold the spell and I'll watch what happens to the pool. Hermione planted her feet, raised her wand, and said Aguamenti with the crisp precision that characterized all her spell work. A jet of clear water erupted from her wand tip, arcing across the room and splashing against the far wall. She held it, a sustained stream, steady and strong. Harry watched the allocation field. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The ambient density in the room dropped, visibly, measurably, as magical energy was redirected from the general pool into Hermione's conjuration form. The flow pattern changed. Instead of uniform distribution, energy was streaming toward Hermione's position, converging on her wand, funneling through her and into the spell. The pool is dropping, Harry said. You're drawing about, I'd estimate 12% of the room's total allocation. The flow is redirecting toward you. It's not coming from inside you, Hermione. It's coming from the room. Through you. Hermione maintained the spell, her eyes bright with concentration. What happens if I push harder? Try it. The stream intensified. The water thickened, the pressure increased. Harry watched the allocation draw spike, 15%, 20, 25. The ambient density in the room continued to fall. The torches on the walls flickered as their enchantments received less power. 30%, Harry reported. The room's enchantments are dimming. You're outcompeting them for allocation. It feels harder, Hermione said through gritted teeth. Like pushing against resistance. That's the pool fighting back. As density drops, the remaining allocation becomes harder to access, like sucking a thick milkshake through a straw. The system resists total depletion. Hermione held the spell for another 10 seconds, then released. The water vanished instantly, the form dissolved, its allocation returning to the pool. The ambient density bounced back within seconds, the torches brightened, and the room's equilibrium restored itself. Hermione lowered her wand. She was breathing hard but her eyes were on fire. The pool model is confirmed. Magic isn't personal, it's environmental. Everything conventional magical theory says about magical cores and power levels is wrong. Wizards don't have varying amounts of magic. They have varying efficiency at drawing from the pool. Now we're getting somewhere. Harry was scribbling on the slate board, updating his diagram. This explains why powerful wizards seem to have more magic. They don't. They're better channels. Their connection to the pool is wider, less resistive, more efficient. And it explains magical exhaustion. You're not draining your personal reserves, you're depleting the local pool faster than it replenishes. Which means magical exhaustion is location dependent, Hermione said, following the thread. A wizard who exhausts themselves in one place could move to a fresh location with a full pool and cast at full power immediately. Has anyone ever tested that? Not that I know of. Because everyone assumes the exhaustion is personal. Hermione was pacing now, her mind visibly racing. Harry, this is enormous. Every magical theory of the last 1,000 years is built on the assumption of personal magical reserves. If that assumption is wrong, then dueling theory, ward construction, enchantment design, everything changes. That's why the Codex exists. Not to teach spells. To correct fundamental misunderstandings. They worked for 3 more hours. They tested Rule 3, forms degrade in proportion to their complexity, simple forms last longer than complex ones, by having Hermione cast spells of varying complexity and timing their decay. They tested Rule 7, target designation as a separable parameter, by having Hermione cast harmless hexes at Harry while he redirected them to various objects around the room. They tested Rule 11, magical effects interact with living and non-living matter through different allocation channels, living targets require more allocation due to innate biological resistance, by comparing spell effects on a conjured block of wood versus Ron's willing arm. Ow, Ron said, after a stinging hex hit him slightly harder than anticipated. Sorry. The biological resistance was lower than predicted. My arm begs to differ. By the end of the session, Harry had deepened his understanding of 6 rules and could feel the shift, a settling, a solidification, like pieces clicking into place in a vast puzzle. The codex, resting in his bag, grew warmer. He pulled it out. Opened it to the back, past sheet 37. Sheet 38 was there. Solid, real, gleaming in the firelight. New text, dense and precise. Rule 38, the allocation pool is not a single unified resource. It is stratified into layers of increasing depth and power. Surface allocation, accessible to conventional spellwork, constitutes approximately 1% of total available magical energy. Deeper layers require increasingly precise access methods and are proportionally more powerful. Harry read the rule to the group. Ron, sprawled in his corner chair nursing his stung arm, sat up straight. 1%. Wizards are using 1% of the available magic. Surface allocation, Hermione murmured, her eyes distant, processing. Like skimming the surface of an ocean and thinking it's a puddle. And deeper layers exist, Harry said, but they require more precise access. Conventional spellwork, wands and incantations, can only reach the surface. To go deeper, you'd need to interact with the allocation system directly. Which you can do, Hermione said. Harry looked at the new rule. 1%. Wizards have been working with 1% of the available magical energy for the entire history of wizardry. The most powerful witch or wizard in the world, Dumbledore, Voldemort, Merlin himself, had only ever accessed the surface layer. And Harry, who couldn't cast a spell, could reach deeper. The implications made his head spin. He filed them away for later processing and turned his attention to the more immediate concern, for more rules to unlock before he reached the 42 threshold and got editor access. Same time tomorrow, he asked. Hermione was already making notes. I'll prepare a test protocol for rules 12 through 18. We'll need more sophisticated experimental designs, control conditions, repeated trials, quantitative measurements. I'll bring more sandwiches, Ron offered. Neville, who had been quiet for much of the session, watching, listening, occasionally testing his own magic on Hermione's experimental subjects with a focus and power that still surprised them all, spoke up. Harry. The chamber you found. Under the castle. If you get editor access, what are you going to do with it? Harry thought about this. He thought about the parasitic consciousness in Quirrell. About the soul fragment in his scar. About the philosopher's stone hidden somewhere in the castle and the trap Dumbledore had laid around it. About the 108 rules and the architecture that predated Hogwarts and the unknown entity who had written the codex and left it for someone exactly like Harry to find. First. I'm going to understand what we're dealing with. All of it, Quirrell, the thing inside him, the stone, my scar. Everything. He paused. After that, I'm going to fix it. Fix what? Harry looked at Neville. At Hermione. At Ron. His 3 friends, sitting in a magical room in a magical castle in a world that ran on rules nobody had ever bothered to read. Everything that's broken, he said. The days that followed were the most intellectually intense of Harry's life. He and Hermione fell into a rhythm, mornings in the library studying theory, evenings in the room of requirement running experiments, late nights in Harry's room working through the codex alone. Ron and Neville joined for the experimental sessions, Ron providing his pure-blood perspective on what should happen, invaluable for identifying assumptions, and Neville providing raw magical power for tests that required high allocation draw. Rules unlocked steadily. 39. Magical creatures are not separate from the allocation system, they are specialized allocation channels, evolved to process specific types of magical energy. 40. The allocation pool responds to collective intent. Large groups of wizards focusing on the same outcome can amplify each other's allocation efficiency by orders of magnitude. 41. Perception of the system alters the system. The act of observing magical architecture introduces subtle modifications to the observed patterns. Rule 41 gave Harry pause. He was changing the system by studying it. His perception was not passive, it was an interaction, a two-way process. Every time he observed a pattern, he nudged it. The nudges were tiny, imperceptible, but they accumulated. He was, through the simple act of paying attention, slowly reshaping the magical architecture around him. The castle was noticing. The deep heartbeat he'd felt in the chamber was growing stronger, more present, as if Hogwarts were gradually becoming more aware of itself in response to Harry's awareness of it. The structural enchantments in the corridors hummed a little louder when he passed. Doors opened a fraction before he touched them. Staircases waited for him instead of moving. Other people noticed too. Did the staircase just stop for you? Ron asked one morning, as the grand staircase froze mid-swing to let Harry step onto a landing. It does that sometimes. It doesn't do that for anyone else. I know. Ron gave him a look that combined admiration, unease, and resignation. You're becoming part of the castle, mate. Harry didn't argue, because Ron wasn't entirely wrong. Snape found him again on a Wednesday, 2 weeks into December. Not in Snape's office this time, in the corridor outside the potions classroom, after a lesson in which Harry had brewed a flawless forgetfulness potion while the rest of the class produced varying shades of disaster. Potter. A word. Harry followed Snape to an alcove off the main corridor. Snape cast a privacy charm. Harry could see the form bloom around them, a shell of silence-enforcing parameters, and then fixed Harry with those black, penetrating eyes. The headmaster tells me you found a chamber beneath the castle. Harry raised an eyebrow. He'd told Dumbledore about the chamber in a brief meeting 2 days ago, describing it in general terms. He shouldn't have been surprised that Dumbledore had shared the information, but the speed of it caught him off guard. I did. He tells me you're communicating with the castle itself. That Hogwarts has a consciousness of some kind, embedded in its foundations. It's more like an operating system than a consciousness. It processes information, responds to queries, manages the castle's magical architecture. Whether it's aware in the way we'd mean, Harry shrugged. I don't know. It's complex enough that the distinction might not matter. Snape's jaw tightened. I have taught in this castle for 10 years. I have walked its corridors, brewed in its dungeons, maintained its wards. I have never detected anything of the kind you're describing. With respect, Professor, you've never looked. You use magic the way everyone uses magic, through the interface. Wands and spells and incantations. That's like using a computer without ever opening the command line. The interface works fine. It does what you need. But there's a whole system underneath that you never see because you never need to. Snape's expression could have curdled milk. You are 11 years old. And I'm right. The silence that followed was dense enough to have its own gravity. Snape stared at Harry and Harry stared back, and neither of them blinked. Dumbledore believes you, Snape said finally. He has asked me to assist you in your explorations. Harry hadn't expected this. Assist how? By providing a magical perspective that your research partner, talented as she is, cannot offer. Miss Granger is a first year. Her magical range is limited. If your experiments require advanced spell work, and based on what the headmaster described, they soon will, you need access to a fully trained wizard. Snape's lip curled. I am that wizard. You volunteered for this? I did not. I was asked. Dumbledore asks in ways that do not permit refusal. Snape paused. Then, in a different voice, quieter, less hostile, I also have my own reasons. What you've described, the allocation pool, the form architecture, the separable parameters, these align with observations I have made in my own work. Potions brewing is the most empirical of the magical arts. We measure, we observe, we record results. And I have noticed, over the years, inconsistencies that conventional theory cannot explain. Harry's interest sharpened. What kind of inconsistencies? Potions brewed in different locations produce different results, even when ingredients and technique are identical. Potions brewed during certain seasons are more potent. Potions brewed by multiple brewers simultaneously are stronger than the sum of individual efforts. Snape's eyes were intent. These observations are consistent with an environmental allocation model. I have spent years searching for a theoretical framework that explains them. And I just handed you one. You handed me a starting point. I intend to verify it rigorously. Harry studied Snape. The man's pattern signature was roiling, dark currents of emotion beneath a surface of rigid control. But the dominant current wasn't hostility. It was intellectual hunger, deep and barely contained, the same hunger Harry had seen in Hermione when she first grasped the implications of the rules. Snape was brilliant. Bitter, difficult, carrying old wounds that Harry could barely sense the outline of, but brilliant. And he'd been isolated in his brilliance, surrounded by colleagues who didn't share his rigor and students who didn't share his depth. "Okay," Harry said. "You're in. Room of requirement, tonight, after dinner. Hermione runs the experimental protocols. Ron provides baseline assumptions. Neville provides power when we need it. You provide expertise, advanced spell work, and adult supervision," Snape said dryly. 2 out of 3. We supervise ourselves. Something that might have been almost a smile flickered across Snape's face. "I see your mother's stubbornness survived, if nothing else. You keep mentioning my mother. I keep finding reasons to." Snape dropped the privacy charm with a flick of his wand. "Tonight. I will be there." He swept away down the corridor, robes billowing, leaving Harry standing in the alcove with a new team member and a growing certainty that the next phase of his work was going to be very different from the first. Snape's addition to the team changed everything. Not just because of his advanced magical ability, though that was significant. Hermione's first-year repertoire, while growing rapidly, couldn't produce the range of effects that Harry needed to test the deeper rules. Snape could cast virtually anything, with a control and precision that matched Hermione's and a power level that dwarfed it. When Harry needed to observe how a Patronus charm interacted with the allocation system, Snape produced one, a silver doe that prowled through the room of requirement with a quiet grace that made everyone stare. "Stop gawking," Snape said flatly, though Harry noticed the man's eyes follow the doe with an expression that was very far from flat. But Snape's real contribution was his mind. The man was, as Harry had suspected, a genuine magical theorist trapped in the body of a classroom teacher. His observations about potions, the location-dependent results, the seasonal variations, the amplification effects, turned out to be extensively documented. Snape had been keeping private records for over a decade, filling dozens of notebooks with careful measurements and frustrated analyses that circled the truth without quite reaching it because the conceptual framework was missing. Harry provided the framework. Snape provided the data. And when the two combined, rules unlocked like doors in a hallway. Rule 42 came on the third night of collaborative work. Harry was cross-referencing Snape's potions data with the allocation pool model when the codex grew warm in his bag. He pulled it out. Sheet 42 had materialized. Rule 42, the system maintains a self-correcting equilibrium. Deviations from baseline parameters, introduced by spell work, enchantment, or direct manipulation, are subject to corrective pressure proportional to the magnitude of the deviation. Large deviations attract large corrections. This mechanism prevents cascading instabilities and maintains systemic coherence. Harry read it to the group. Hermione immediately recognized the implications. It's a homeostatic mechanism. The system pushes back against changes. That's why permanent enchantments are so hard. you're fighting the system's natural tendency to correct toward baseline. And why powerful spells are harder to cast than weak ones, Snape added, leaning forward with an intensity that would have alarmed his students. You're not just investing more allocation. You're investing allocation against the system's corrective pressure. The more powerful the effect, the harder the system pushes back. Which means there's a limit, Harry said slowly. A ceiling on how much you can deviate from baseline before the corrective pressure becomes overwhelming. That's why nobody's ever done truly impossible things with magic, not because the power isn't there, but because the system won't allow deviations above a certain threshold. The system has a safety net, Ron said. Everyone looked at him. He reddened slightly but pressed on. It's like, I dunno, the guardrails on a bridge. You can lean against them a bit, but if you push too hard, they push back. The whole system is designed to not break. That's exactly right, Harry said. Ron, that's brilliant. Ron went even redder, but he was grinning. Snape was staring at the slate board, where Harry had drawn the corrective pressure model. This explains the unforgivable curses, he said softly. Everyone turned to him. Snape rarely brought up dark magic in these sessions, and when he did, it was with a clinical detachment that was somehow more unsettling than enthusiasm would have been. The unforgivables are unique among spells because they feel different when cast. There is a resistance, not physical, not magical in the conventional sense, but a pressure, a pushback. Every dark wizard learns to push through it. The conventional explanation is that the resistance comes from the caster's conscience, moral revulsion manifesting as magical friction. Snape paused. But that explanation has always been unsatisfying. Sociopaths feel the resistance too. It's not conscience, Harry said, understanding rushing through him like cold water. It's the system. The unforgivable curses are massive deviations from baseline, killing a living being with magic, overriding free will, inflicting pure neural pain. These are extreme parameter changes. The system's corrective pressure is fighting the caster. The resistance isn't moral. It's architectural. And the caster pushes through it, Snape said, burning extra allocation to overcome the resistance. Which is why the unforgivables are so draining. Not because they're powerful spells, mechanically, the killing curse is quite simple. But the corrective pressure is enormous. The room was very quiet. Can the corrective pressure be increased? Hermione asked, and her voice was very careful. If someone knew how to interact with the system directly, could they make the corrective pressure against certain spells stronger? Make the unforgivables harder to cast? Or impossible? Every eye in the room turned to Harry. Harry thought about it. Rule 42 said the corrective pressure was proportional to the deviation. If he could modify the proportionality constant, dial up the system's resistance to specific types of deviation, theoretically, yes. With editor access, I could modify the corrective pressure parameters for specific effects. I could make the system push back harder against killing curses, or mind control, or torture. He paused. I could also, theoretically, lower the resistance. Make prohibited things easier. You wouldn't, Hermione said. Not a question. A statement of certainty. No. But someone else might. That's the thing about system-level access, it's morally neutral. The rules don't care what you do with them. They're architecture, not ethics. Snape was watching Harry with an expression that had shifted from intellectual engagement to something deeper. You understand what you're saying. If you achieve this editor access, the ability to modify the system's parameters, you would have more power over magic than any wizard who has ever lived. More than Dumbledore. More than the Dark Lord. I know. And this doesn't frighten you? Harry looked at Snape. At the man's dark, guarded eyes, at the tight control in every line of his body, at the old wounds and old loyalties and old grief that churned beneath the surface. Everything I've had in my life, Professor, has been taken from me. My parents. My magic. My chance at being normal. I grew up in a cupboard. I came to this school as a punchline. I spent 3 months being pitted and mocked and treated like a mistake. Harry's voice was even. Calm. Now I've found something that nobody can take from me, because nobody else can even see it. And you're asking if it frightens me? I'm asking if you respect it. Harry held Snape's gaze. I do. Power without understanding is dangerous. Power without discipline is worse. I'm not going to rush this. I'm not going to cut corners. I'm going to learn every rule, understand every interaction, map every edge case. And then I'm going to use what I've learned carefully, precisely, and well. Snape was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, sharply. Your mother would have said the same thing, he said. Almost word for word. The session continued. But something had shifted, a new level of trust, earned not through friendship but through demonstrated judgment. Snape had tested Harry and Harry had passed, and from that point forward, the former enemy became something more complex and more valuable, a genuine collaborator. Rule 42 also brought editor access to Hogwarts' deep architecture. Harry returned to the chamber the next morning. The castle had been growing more responsive all week, doors anticipating him, corridors realigning to shorten his path, the staircases arranging themselves into a direct route from the 7th floor to the dungeon spiral stair. Now, as he descended into the cathedral-sized space beneath the school, the patterns on the walls blazed to life with an energy he hadn't seen before. Comprehension threshold met. Access level, editor. System parameters, modifiable. Harry stood in the center of the chamber and felt the castle open up around him. It was like a flower unfolding, layers of architecture that had been closed, locked, invisible, now spreading wide and revealing their inner structure. He could see everything. The enchantments on every corridor, the wards on every room, the deep connections between Hogwarts and the allocation source far below. He could see how the sorting hat worked, a persistent form anchored to a physical object, programmed with complex decision trees that evaluated magical resonance patterns. He could see how the moving staircases operated, a kinetic enchantment network driven by a pseudorandom algorithm seeded by the castle's awareness of student traffic patterns. He could see the 3rd floor corridor and the protections around the trapdoor and what lay beneath. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry could feel it now, a self-sustaining form of extraordinary complexity, nested in a pocket dimension beneath the school, protected by layer after layer of enchantment. Each layer was a test, a challenge designed by a different professor, keyed to a different magical discipline. Sprout's Devil's Snare. Flitwick's Enchanted Keys. McGonagall's Chess Set. Snape's Logic Puzzle. And Dumbledore's contribution, the Mirror of Erist. A mirror that showed the viewer their deepest desire and could only yield the stone to someone who wanted it but didn't want to use it. Harry studied the protections with editor-level perception, and what he saw was both impressive and deeply flawed. Impressive because each individual layer was well constructed, sophisticated magical engineering, elegantly designed. Flawed because the layers were independent. They didn't communicate. Each one existed in isolation, protecting against a specific type of threat, with no systemic coordination between them. It was a security system designed by committee. Each committee member brilliant in their domain. None of them thinking about the spaces between domains. Harry could walk through those spaces. Not physically, he couldn't fly past enchanted keys or fight a chess set. But he could bypass the enchantments entirely by operating at the architectural level, slipping through the gaps in the protection scheme the way water seeps through cracks in stone. The protections were designed to stop magical attacks. Harry's approach wasn't magical. It was systemic. A different category entirely. He filed this knowledge away. The stone was Dumbledore's bait. The protections were Dumbledore's trap. When the time came, when Quirrell made his move, Harry would need to be there first. But not yet. He had more rules to learn. More depth to reach. The entity inside Quirrell was a fragment of something ancient and powerful, and Harry wanted to face it with every advantage the system could give him. The holiday approached. Most students would be going home for Christmas. Ron had invited Harry to the Burrow, his family's house, and the invitation had been warm and genuine, and Harry had almost accepted before catching himself. "I need to stay," he told Ron over breakfast on the last Friday of term. "The castle's empty during holidays. The allocation pool builds up when there's no one drawing from it. I can study the deep architecture without interference." Ron's face fell. "Mate, it's Christmas." "I know. And I appreciate the invitation. Your family sounds brilliant. But I can't afford the time. Can't afford 2 weeks. Harry, you've been going non-stop since November. You'll burn out." Harry wanted to explain that he couldn't burn out, that the more he studied, the more energy he felt, the more alive, the more connected to the vast humming architecture beneath the castle. That slowing down felt like holding his breath. That the prospect of 2 weeks away from Hogwarts and its deep architecture was physically uncomfortable, like being told to stop scratching an itch. But he could see how that would sound, and he could see the worry already forming behind Ron's eyes. "I'll take breaks," Harry said. "I'll eat 3 meals a day. I'll write you letters. You'd better. Mum's going to send you a Weasley sweater anyway, she already considers you adopted. She's never met me." "Ron talks about you constantly," Hermione said, sitting down with her own breakfast. She was staying too, her parents were going skiing in France, and she'd chosen Hogwarts over the Alps, which told Harry a great deal about where her priorities lay. "He's told his family everything. Apparently, his brothers are placing bets on whether you're a new kind of wizard or a very confused muggle. Fred and George want to meet you," Ron confirmed. "They keep sending me owls asking if you can turn their pranks into permanent enchantments." "I probably could," Harry admitted. "Tell them not to give me ideas." Neville was also staying. His gran had written him a letter after receiving his dramatically improved end-of-term marks, expressing stiff surprise and requesting that he continue applying himself. Neville had read the letter, folded it carefully, and said, "I think that's the first time she's been proud of me since I was born." So the 4 of them, minus Ron, plus Snape, who lived at the castle year-round and showed no signs of abandoning their research collaboration, would have 2 weeks of uninterrupted work in a nearly empty castle. Harry couldn't wait. Christmas morning. Harry woke to a stack of presents at the foot of his bed, the first Christmas presents of his life. He sat up and stared at them for a full minute before touching them, because 11 years of nothing had not prepared him for the visual of wrapped packages with his name on them. Ron's mum had indeed sent a Weasley sweater, emerald green, hand-knitted, with a golden H on the front. It was lumpy and warm and the most personal item of clothing Harry had ever owned. He put it on immediately. Hermione had given him a blank leather journal, expensive and well-made, with a note, for recording rules. "Your parchment notes are getting out of hand." H.G. Ron had sent a box of every flavor beans with a card that said "Don't eat the gray ones. Trust me." Neville had sent a small potted plant, a Mimbulus Mimbletonia, ugly and pulsating, with a tag that read "It doesn't need magic to grow. Thought you might appreciate that." Harry sat on his bed in his Weasley sweater, surrounded by gifts from people who cared about him, and felt something expand in his chest that he didn't have a rule for. There was one more present. A package wrapped in plain brown paper, no card, no return address. Harry opened it and found fabric, silvery, fluid, shimmering like liquid moonlight. He held it up and his hand vanished. An invisibility cloak. Harry's perception kicked in automatically. The cloak's magical architecture was extraordinary, a form of incredible density and elegance, self-sustaining, Rule 16, drawing from the deep allocation layers, Rule 38, and old. Old in a way that Harry's growing sensitivity to magical age could quantify. This wasn't centuries old. It was millennia old. The oldest magical artifact he'd ever encountered, older than the castle, older than the Codex, operating on rules that Harry hadn't even unlocked yet. A note fell from the folds of the cloak. Handwriting he didn't recognize, spidery and precise. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Dumbledore. Had to be. Harry recognized the deliberate vagueness, the unstated implications, the careful timing. A Christmas gift that was also a tool, given at the exact moment it would be most useful. 2 weeks of empty castle, a boy who could already see the invisible architecture of the world, and now a cloak that could make him invisible to everything else. Harry folded the cloak and set it aside. He'd use it. But not because Dumbledore expected him to. Because he had a castle to explore and a system to master and something hiding in a teacher's turban that needed to be dealt with, and the holidays were a window that wouldn't stay open forever. He spent Christmas Day with Hermione and Neville. They commandeered the room of requirement and ran experiments all morning, breaking for a spectacular Christmas lunch in the Great Hall, nearly empty, just a handful of students at a single table, with Dumbledore presiding in a ridiculous paper crown, then returning to work all afternoon. Snape joined them after dinner, arriving with his usual lack of fanfare and a bottle of something he poured into a conjured glass and sipped throughout the session. "It's Christmas," he said, when Hermione looked at the glass. "Even I have traditions." That evening, they made their biggest breakthrough yet. They were testing Rule 44, the system contains residual imprints of every form ever created within a given space. These imprints can be accessed and reconstructed by an entity with sufficient perception and comprehension, by having Harry scan the room of requirement for historical form imprints. The room, it turned out, remembered everything. Every configuration it had ever been asked to produce, every spell ever cast within its walls, every thought and intent of every user who had ever paced past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry was sifting through layers of residual imprints, thousands of them, decades of accumulated use, when he found something that made him stop. Deep in the room's memory, buried under centuries of more recent imprints, was a signature he recognized. The Codex. Someone had used the room of requirement to create the Codex. The imprint was there, faint but unmistakable, the pattern signature of an entity with architect-level access manipulating the deep architecture to forge 37 metal sheets encoded with system documentation. No. Not 37. 108. The original Codex had contained all 108 rules. Whoever created it had encoded the full system documentation, everything, the complete architecture, from Rule 1 to Rule 108. But they'd added a constraint, a progressive revelation protocol that gated access based on the reader's comprehension. You couldn't read what you couldn't understand. And the signature, the pattern that identified the creator, Harry pushed deeper into the imprint. The signature was complex, layered, but it had characteristics he could read. It was human, or had been. It was old, centuries old, maybe more. It had achieved architect access, the full 108 rules. And it was, female. Harry. Hermione's voice, from somewhere distant. "You've been standing there for 5 minutes. What do you see?" Harry pulled back from the imprint. The room swam back into focus around him, Hermione's worried face, Snape's watchful eyes, Neville holding his wand loosely, ready. The Codex was created here. In this room. By a woman with full architect access to the system. Centuries ago, I can't get an exact date, but the imprint is very old. A woman, Hermione repeated, her eyes brightening. The imprint's pattern signature is female. That's all I can determine at this depth. I'd need higher access to pull more details. One of the founders. Neville suggested. Rowena Ravenclaw or Helga Hufflepuff. The chamber said the founders only had editor access. Whoever made the Codex had full architect level, 108 rules. She was beyond the founders. Someone before the founders, Hermione murmured. Someone who understood the system completely. Who built the Codex as a teaching tool for future non-magical users. And then, what? Disappeared? Or was disappeared, Harry said. The codex was hidden in the restricted section, shoved between dark arts texts, easy to overlook. That doesn't sound like the creator's plan. That sounds like someone else's plan, someone who found the codex after the creator was gone and didn't want it to be found. But couldn't destroy it, Snape said. Everyone turned to him. He was staring at Harry with an intensity that the dim light made almost spectral. An artifact created at architect level, using the deep system architecture, it would be virtually indestructible to conventional magic. You could burn it, curse it, throw it into a volcano. The system would correct the damage. He paused. Rule 42. Self-correcting equilibrium. The codex is part of the system's architecture. Destroying it would be a deviation from baseline. The system would push back. So someone found the codex, couldn't destroy it, and hid it, Harry said. In the one place at Hogwarts where dangerous magical knowledge was already stored. Hidden in plain sight. Who would want to hide it? Neville asked. Harry thought about that question for a long time. Who would benefit from keeping the system's architecture secret? Who would lose if someone achieved architect access and could modify the fundamental parameters of magic? The answer was uncomfortable: everyone who held power in the current system. The Ministry of Magic. The pure-blood aristocracy. The great wizarding families whose influence rested on magical ability. If magic wasn't personal, if it was environmental, allocated, systemic, then the entire social hierarchy of the wizarding world was built on a lie. Powerful wizards weren't inherently superior. They were better channels for a shared resource. And a squib, could learn to access that resource more deeply and more directly than the most powerful wizard alive. The Codex was a threat to the magical world order. Not because of what it taught, but because of what it implied, that magical ability was not a birthright, not a measure of worth, not a valid basis for a social hierarchy. That the system was accessible to anyone with the right knowledge. That the walls between magical and non-magical were not fundamental but constructed, artifacts of an interface, not features of reality. No wonder someone had hidden it. "We don't tell anyone about this," Harry said. "Not yet. Not until I understand more and we can control how the information comes out." Snape nodded. Agreed. This knowledge, in the wrong hands or revealed at the wrong time, would destabilize the magical world. The Ministry would panic. The purebloods would revolt. And the Dark Lord's ideology, magic as a measure of superiority, would be obliterated. A thin, cold smile crossed his face. Which is not, in itself, a bad outcome. But the transition must be managed. "You're talking about decades of social change," Hermione said. "I'm talking about a revolution," Harry corrected. "But not yet. First things first. First, Rules 43 through 72. Deeper comprehension. Greater access. Then, the thing inside Quirrell. The fragment of Voldemort. The Philosopher's Stone. Then, the fragment in his scar. Then, everything else." The holidays passed in a blur of work and discovery. Harry barely slept. The invisibility cloak, which he used for late-night trips to the chamber beneath the castle, revealed an unexpected benefit: it rendered him invisible not just to sight but to magical detection. Its ancient enchantment operated below the level that conventional detection spells could reach, another artifact of the deep allocation layers. Wearing it, Harry was a ghost. Filch couldn't find him. Mrs. Norris couldn't sense him. Even the portrait's magical perception slid off him like water off glass. He spent those late nights in the chamber, communing with the castle's system, pushing his comprehension deeper. Rules came faster now, the framework was building on itself, each new rule providing context that deepened his understanding of previous ones, creating a cascade of comprehension that unlocked new rules almost daily. 45. 48. 52. At 52, something changed. Harry was sitting in the chamber at 3 in the morning, wrapped in the invisibility cloak more for warmth and concealment, when the patterns on the walls shifted into a new configuration. Not the communication interface he was used to, something different. More complex. A data stream, dense with information, flowing from the castle's deep architecture into the space around Harry like a waterfall made of light. Comprehension depth sufficient for partial system history. Displaying images formed in the pattern light. Not photographs, information structures rendered in a way Harry's perception could interpret. He saw Hogwarts as it was built, for wizards and witches laying enchantments on a foundation they hadn't created, weaving their magic into an architecture that was already ancient. Gryffindor's courage translated into protection wards. Slytherin's ambition encoded into the castle's expansion protocols. Ravenclaw's wisdom embedded in the library's self-organizing archive system. Hufflepuff's loyalty woven into the structural bindings that held the whole thing together. He saw them argue. Slytherin, driven and suspicious, pushing for exclusivity, the castle's power reserved for those he deemed worthy. Ravenclaw, analytical and cold, wanting to understand the deep architecture but lacking the access level. Gryffindor, passionate and blunt, focused on the surface, what the castle could do, not what it was. Hufflepuff, patient and perceptive, the only one who seemed to sense that the foundation they were building on was alive. He saw Slytherin leave. Not in anger, in frustration. The deep architecture wouldn't obey him. His blood purity ideology, his belief that magic belonged only to certain bloodlines, was fundamentally incompatible with a system that allocated magic without prejudice. Slytherin had tried to modify the allocation parameters to favor pure magical bloodlines. The system's corrective pressure had pushed back, hard. Slytherin's modifications failed. He took his failure personally, built his secret chamber as a final act of defiance, and left. The irony was exquisite. Slytherin's entire ideology, the worldview that Voldemort would later champion, that Malfoy's father would cling to, that half the wizarding world's prejudice rested on, had been tested against the system's actual architecture. And it had been rejected. Not philosophically, not morally, but mechanically. The system didn't support blood-based allocation because blood was irrelevant to the architecture. The rules didn't recognize blood purity as a parameter. It simply wasn't a category the system operated on. Harry watched the history play out and felt something settle inside him. He'd been angry, quietly, constantly, corrosively angry, since the Dursleys. Since the cupboard. Since being called a freak. Since arriving at Hogwarts and being told he was empty, void, less than. The anger had driven him, into the restricted section, into the codex, into the deep architecture. But anger was fuel, not direction. It burned hot and burned blind, and Harry had been running on it for months without questioning where it was taking him. The system's history gave him direction. The deep architecture was real, and it was neutral, and it didn't care about blood or birthright or the elaborate fictions wizards had built to justify their hierarchies. It cared about rules. About structure. About the elegant, impersonal, deeply fair logic of a system that allocated magic based on nothing more or less than the capacity to channel it. Harry couldn't channel magic the way wizards did. But he could do something they couldn't. He could see the system for what it was, in its totality, without the blinders of magical tradition or institutional prejudice or the comfortable assumption that the surface was all there was. The chamber's pattern light faded. The history display ended. Harry sat in the darkness and breathed. Then he opened the codex. Sheet 53 was there. And 54. And 55. 3 new rules, unlocked by a single night's deepened comprehension. He was accelerating. The system was responding to his growth, opening faster, revealing more. As if it wanted to be understood. As if it had been waiting, for a very long time, for someone who could see all the way to the bottom. Harry began to read. January arrived. Students returned. The castle filled with noise and magic and the cheerful chaos of a new term. Harry emerged from his holiday cocoon of research with 43 rules under his belt and 11 more within reach. He was different. People noticed. The physical changes were subtle. He stood straighter, moved with more purpose, met eyes with a directness that made people look away. But the real change was harder to define. Harry carried himself like someone who knew something. Not arrogantly, he didn't swagger or preen. But there was a certainty in his bearing, a solidity, that hadn't been there before. The uncertain, bitter boy of September was gone. In his place was someone who had looked at the foundations of reality and found them comprehensible. Ron noticed immediately, arriving back from the Weasley Christmas with a tan from some magical mishap involving his brother's enchanted sunlamp. He took one look at Harry in the Great Hall, stopped mid-stride, and said, "Bloody hell, mate. What happened to you?" "I studied." "You studied yourself into a different person." "I studied myself into who I was supposed to be." "There's a difference." Ron looked at him for a long moment. Then he grinned. "Right, then. Catch me up." Harry caught him up. The new rules. The Chamber's history. The system's rejection of Slytherin's ideology. The accelerating pace of comprehension. Ron listened with the focused attention that he reserved for things that genuinely mattered to him: chess, food, and his friends, in roughly that order. "So you're saying the whole pureblood thing is bollocks," Ron said when Harry finished. "Like, not just morally, but technically. The system doesn't recognize blood purity as a meaningful parameter. It's not a variable. It doesn't affect allocation, efficiency, potential, anything. The pureblood aristocracy is built on a characteristic that the fundamental architecture of magic doesn't even acknowledge." Ron's face was doing something complicated. He was a pureblood himself, from a family that didn't care about blood purity, that actively rejected the ideology, but that still existed within the system it had created. Malfoy's dad is going to have a stroke. One problem at a time. The problem at the top of Harry's list was still Quirrell. The defense professor had been quiet during the holidays. Harry had monitored his pattern from a distance, tracking the parasitic consciousness as it paced the castle's corridors. Quirrell had visited the third-floor corridor twice during the break, studying the protections around the trapdoor. The consciousness inside him had probed the outer wards, testing them, looking for weaknesses. It had found some. Not enough to breach the protections, but enough to map them. The thing inside Quirrell was planning. The timeline was tightening. Harry could feel it in the pattern, a buildup of intent, a gathering of purpose, like a thunderstorm forming on the horizon. He needed to be ready. The last piece fell into place on a Friday night in mid-January. Harry was in the chamber, alone, working through Rule 57. The codex had grown to 59 sheets, each new rule denser and more profound than the last. 57 dealt with something that had been nagging at Harry since he first perceived the soul fragment in his scar. Rule 57, consciousness fragments anchored to external substrates maintain a connection to the originating consciousness. This connection persists regardless of distance or physical barriers and can be used to locate, communicate with, or influence the originating consciousness, or vice versa. The connection is bidirectional and cannot be severed by conventional means. Bidirectional. The fragment in Harry's scar was connected to Voldemort, and Voldemort was connected to Harry. The prickling of his scar in Quirrell's presence wasn't random. It was the fragment responding to proximity with its source consciousness, like a compass needle swinging toward north. But bidirectional meant Harry could use the connection too. He could sense Voldemort through the fragment. Could he do more than sense? Could he, with his growing understanding of the system architecture, push information back through the link? Could he read Voldemort's thoughts? Harry sat in the chamber and contemplated the ethical and strategic implications of this for approximately 4 seconds before deciding that a mass-murdering dark wizard who had killed his parents and was currently plotting inside one of his teachers had forfeited any reasonable expectation of mental privacy. He focused inward. Found the fragment, the cold knot in his pattern, the parasitic signature nestled in his scar. He examined the connection extending from it, a thin, dark thread reaching out through the walls of the castle, through the distance between the chamber and wherever Quirrell was sleeping, connecting Harry's fragment to the main consciousness lodged in Quirrell's turban. Harry touched the thread. Gently. Lightly. The way he'd first touched the structural enchantment on his door, back in November, when everything was new. The thread vibrated. And information flowed. Not thoughts, exactly. Not in words. More like states. Emotional conditions. Strategic frameworks. The consciousness on the other end of the thread was active, awake, thinking, planning, and its surface-level intentions leaked through the connection like light through a crack under a door. Harry read the leaking intentions, and what he learned crystallized everything. Voldemort was going for the stone. Soon. Within weeks. He'd mapped the protections, identified the weaknesses, and developed a plan to breach each layer. He intended to force Quirrell through the obstacles, retrieve the stone, use the elixir of life to construct a new body, and return to full power. But there was something else. Something that hadn't been part of Voldemort's original plan, something new and urgent that had been added to his calculations in the last month: Harry. Voldemort was afraid of Harry. Not in the desperate, existential way he'd been afraid of the prophecy, the prediction that had driven him to Godric's Hollow in the first place. This was a tactical fear. A specific, informed fear born from watching Harry manipulate magic at the system level, from feeling his allocation channel cut during the Quidditch match, from the growing awareness that a squib child was doing things with magic that Voldemort, in all his decades of study, all his dark experiments, all his pushing at the boundaries of magical possibility, had never imagined possible. Voldemort didn't understand what Harry was doing. He had no framework for it. His comprehension of magic, vast as it was, operated entirely within the conventional paradigm: wands, spells, power. He'd pushed that paradigm further than anyone since Merlin, but it was still the same paradigm. He'd never questioned the interface. Never looked beneath the surface. And now a child, a squib child, the boy he tried to kill, the host of one of his precious soul fragments, was operating at a level that Voldemort couldn't reach, couldn't match, and couldn't predict. The fear was making him reckless. He wanted the stone now. He wanted a body, wanted his full power, wanted to be strong enough to face whatever Harry was becoming before Harry finished becoming it. Harry withdrew from the connection. The thread went quiet. He sat in the chamber and processed. The timeline had just collapsed. Weeks, he'd estimated. Maybe less. Voldemort was accelerating his plan, driven by fear, and fear made people dangerous in unpredictable ways. Harry looked at the codex. 59 rules. He needed 72 for full editor access to the castle's architecture. 13 more rules. At his current pace, that was 2 to 3 weeks of study. He might not have 2 to 3 weeks. Harry made a decision. He closed the codex, stood up, and addressed the chamber. I need to learn faster. Is there a way? The patterns on the walls shifted. The answer came in pattern language: accelerated comprehension is possible through direct interface with the system architecture. Risk: cognitive overload. The human mind is not designed to process system-level information at native speed. Partial or permanent cognitive damage is possible. How partial? Dependent on individual cognitive resilience. Estimated risk for current user, 23%. Estimated comprehension gain, 15 to 20 rules. A 23% chance of brain damage in exchange for 20 new rules, which would blow past the editor threshold and into uncharted territory. Harry thought about Voldemort's fear. About the stone. About the thing wearing Quirrell like a suit, planning and plotting, growing more desperate by the day. About his friends, Ron, Hermione, Neville, who were in this castle, in the blast radius, if things went wrong. Do it, Harry said. The chamber responded. The patterns on every surface blazed white-hot, and information hit Harry like a freight train. He woke on the floor. The chamber was dim. His head was splitting, not pain, exactly, but a sensation of fullness, as if his skull were a cup filled past the brim. His nose was bleeding. He could taste copper. Harry sat up. The room tilted, steadied. He breathed through the fullness, letting it settle, letting his mind expand to accommodate what had been poured into it. Rules. Dozens of them. Not memorized, understood. Woven into his cognition at a level that felt more like remembering than learning, as if the knowledge had always been there and the direct interface had simply removed the walls around it. He counted. The codex was in his lap, open, and he could see 77 sheets. All solid. All legible. 77 rules, fully internalized, from the basic allocation mechanics to the deep structural laws governing magical consciousness, soul architecture, life and death boundaries, and the systemic parameters of Hogwarts itself. Editor access. And then some. His nose was still bleeding. He wiped it on his sleeve and checked himself, cognitive function, memory, reasoning. Everything seemed intact. The 23% chance of damage had rolled in his favor. He looked at the chamber walls. The patterns were different now. Richer. More detailed. He could read them the way he read English, fluently, without effort, the meaning arriving before the analysis. He could see the castle's entire magical architecture laid out before him like a blueprint, every enchantment, every ward, every structural parameter, modifiable, adjustable, his to shape. He could see the castle's heartbeat, not just feel it, but read it. The system's self-monitoring protocols, its maintenance routines, its damage repair algorithms. He could see the allocation flows, all of them, surface and deep, the 1% that wizards used and the 99% that lay beneath. And he could see the protections around the stone. Not just the outer layers, all of them. Every enchantment, every trap, every test. Including the Mirror of Erist, which operated on a rule that Harry now understood completely, Rule 63, desire-based forms cannot be manipulated by external agents because desire is a self-referential parameter. The form responds to the user's genuine internal state, not to any externally imposed modification. The mirror couldn't be hacked. Not because it was well protected. Because its mechanism was fundamentally resistant to the kind of system-level manipulation Harry employed. It ran on desire. Real desire. And you couldn't fake desire any more than you could fake a heartbeat. Harry would have to face the mirror honestly. Whatever he truly wanted, the mirror would know. He stood. His legs were unsteady but functional. The fullness in his head was settling, the new rules integrating into his existing framework, connecting, cross-referencing, building a picture of reality that was deeper and more complete than any human being had possessed in centuries. He climbed out of the chamber. The castle adjusted around him, not just doors and staircases now, but the deep architecture itself, shifting to accommodate his presence, recognizing his new access level. He could feel Hogwarts the way you feel your own body, the corridors like arteries, the classrooms like organs, the wards like skin. The castle wasn't just his home. It was becoming an extension of himself. Harry walked through the sleeping castle toward his room. His nose had stopped bleeding. The fullness was fading, replaced by clarity, cold, vast, total clarity. He was ready. Let Voldemort make his move. Chapter 4, Privilege Escalation. Harry woke the morning after the direct interface with the taste of copper still in his mouth and a headache that pulsed behind his eyes like a second heartbeat. He lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and let the new rules settle into his mind the way sediment settles in water, slowly, naturally, finding their level. 77 rules. The knowledge sat inside him like a new organ, heavy and alive. He could feel connections forming between rules he'd understood individually for weeks, networks of interaction that had been invisible before but now blazed with clarity. Rule 14's conflict resolution protocol interlocking with Rule 42's corrective pressure. Rule 38's deep allocation layers feeding into Rule 57's consciousness connections. Everything linking to everything else in a web so intricate and self-consistent that Harry understood, viscerally, why the system's creators, whoever they were, had needed 108 rules and not 107 or 109. The number wasn't arbitrary. It was structural. Each rule was load-bearing. Remove one and the whole architecture would sag. He got out of bed, washed, dressed, and went to breakfast. The great hall was loud with Saturday morning energy. Students were scattered across the 4 long tables in weekend configurations, mixing houses, spreading out, clustering by friendship rather than affiliation. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat between Ron and Neville. "You look terrible," Ron said. "Thanks. I mean it. You've got blood on your collar." Harry glanced down. A rust-brown stain on his shirt, from the nosebleed. He hadn't noticed. "I had a late night." "Studying?" "Something like that." Hermione arrived with a stack of books balanced on her hip, took one look at Harry, and set the books down with a thump that rattled the silverware. "What happened?" "I'll tell you later." "You'll tell me now." "You have blood on your face, there's still some on your ear, and your eyes are doing that thing they do when you've been perceiving for too long." "How deep did you go?" Harry considered deflecting. He considered it for about half a second, because Hermione's expression made it clear that deflection would result in a public interrogation that would be far worse than a private confession. 77, he said quietly. Hermione went still. She'd been reaching for a jug of pumpkin juice and her hand froze mid-air. 77. You were at 59 yesterday. The castle offered a direct interface. I took it. A direct, Harry, that's 18 rules in one night. The most you've ever absorbed in a single session is 3. What kind of interface are we talking about? The kind with a 23% chance of cognitive damage. The pumpkin juice jug hit the table. Several students looked over. Hermione didn't notice. 23%, she repeated. Her voice was dangerously calm. You had a 1 in 4 chance of brain damage and you did it anyway. The timeline is collapsing. Voldemort is going for the stone soon. Weeks at most. So you gambled your mind. I gambled and won. I'm fine, Hermione. You have blood on your ear. The nosebleed was a side effect of information throughput, not damage. I've checked, cognition is intact, memory is intact, reasoning is intact. If anything, I'm sharper than before. Hermione looked at him with an expression that cycled through fury, fear, and something he'd seen before but never directed at him, a deep, aching disappointment. You should have told us, she said. You should have let us be there. It was 3 in the morning. I don't care if it was 3 in the morning on the moon. You don't take a 23% risk of brain damage alone in a basement. The words landed. Harry felt them, not as criticism but as something warmer and more complicated. Hermione wasn't angry because he'd taken a risk. She was angry because he'd taken it without her. Because she would have been there. Because that was what she did. You're right, Harry said. I'm sorry. Hermione blinked. The fury didn't vanish but it shifted, softened, settled into something that would become lecture material later but was, for now, set aside. You said the timeline is collapsing, she said. Tell me everything. Harry told her. The connection through the scar fragment, Voldemort's fear, the accelerated plan for the stone. He kept his voice low, leaning close, and Ron and Neville leaned in from either side to listen. When he finished, the 4 of them sat in a tight cluster at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by the cheerful noise of a Saturday breakfast, and the gap between what they knew and what the rest of the world knew had never felt wider. How long? Ron asked. Hard to say exactly. The emotional state I read through the connection was urgent. Days to weeks. Not months. And you're at 77 rules. 77 confirmed. Editor access to the castle. I can modify Hogwarts' magical architecture. I can see and adjust the protections around the stone. I can manipulate the allocation system at a level that should let me counter anything Voldemort throws through Quirrell. Should, Hermione emphasized. Should. I'm not going to pretend I know exactly how this plays out. Voldemort is the most dangerous dark wizard in history. He's desperate, he's brilliant, and he's operating inside a host body in the same castle as me. I have system-level access he can't match, but he has decades of combat experience and a willingness to kill that Harry stopped. That I need to account for. You're 11, Neville said quietly. It wasn't an objection. It was a fact, laid down like a card on the table. Yeah. And Voldemort is however old, and Dumbledore is 100 and something, and the entire magical world has been fighting this war on and off for decades and nobody's won. The difference between me and all of them is that I'm not fighting on the same playing field. I'm not playing the same game. I'm operating at the system level, where the rules of the game are defined. That's my advantage. Not power. Not experience. Perspective. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. Okay. So what's the plan? The plan is in 3 parts. First, I monitor Quirrell. I can track the parasitic consciousness through the scar connection and through the castle's architecture. When he makes his move, I'll know. Second, I beat him to the stone. I don't need to go through the protections, I can bypass them at the architectural level. I get to the Mirror of Erised before Quirrell does and I retrieve the stone. Can you? Hermione asked. You said the mirror runs on desire. Rule 63. It can't be hacked. It can't be hacked, no. But it can be used honestly. The mirror shows your deepest desire and gives the stone to someone who wants it but doesn't want to use it. I need to figure out what I actually want. That's the hard part. And third? Harry was quiet for a moment. He looked at his friends, Ron with his freckled, earnest face, Hermione with her fierce intelligence, Neville with his new confidence and his old kindness. Third, I face Voldemort. Not to fight him, fighting him on conventional terms would be suicide, no matter how much system access I have. To solve him. To address the soul fragments, the parasitic consciousness, the whole structure of what he's become. At the system level. Solve him, Ron repeated. Like a math problem. Like a bug in the code. He's not supposed to exist like this, fragmented, parasitic, clinging to life through exploits in the soul magic architecture. He's an error. And errors can be corrected. The breakfast noise swelled around them. Someone at the Ravenclaw table laughed. A platter of sausages floated past, guided by a house elf's invisible hand. The sun broke through the enchanted ceiling, casting warm light across the hall. Harry ate his toast and watched his friends process what he told them, and he felt the 77 rules humming quietly in the back of his mind like a choir warming up before a performance. He spent the rest of Saturday in the room of requirement with Hermione, testing the edges of his new capabilities. Editor access to Hogwarts architecture was transformative. Harry could now modify the castle's magical parameters, not just observe them, not just nudge them, but deliberately and precisely alter them. He demonstrated by adjusting the room of requirements allocation draw, pulling from the deep layers instead of the surface pool. The result was dramatic, the room's magical density tripled. Hermione's spells, cast in this enriched environment, were significantly more powerful. It's like breathing pure oxygen, she said, after a levitation charm sent a practice dummy rocketing into the ceiling so hard it embedded in the stone. The spells feel the same but the output is enormous. You're drawing from a deeper allocation layer. More energy available, less competition from other draws. In a normal classroom, your spells compete with every other enchantment in the castle for surface allocation. In here, you've got a dedicated deep layer feed. Hermione looked at her wand with new eyes. If every classroom had this kind of allocation access, every student would perform at twice their current level. At least. The surface pool is a bottleneck. Remove it and the only limit is the witch or wizard's channeling efficiency. We could redesign how magic is taught. Hermione. Right. One apocalypse at a time. She pointed her wand at the embedded dummy and brought it back down. Show me what else you can do. Harry showed her. He started with the castle's ward system. Hogwarts was protected by layers of wards, defensive enchantments that prevented unauthorized entry, hostile magic, and various forms of intrusion. The wards were maintained by the castle's architecture, drawing continuous allocation from the deep pool. Harry could see them in their entirety now, a sphere of interlocking protective forms that surrounded the castle like a soap bubble, each form handling a different category of threat. He adjusted the ward's sensitivity in the room of requirement, creating a pocket where unauthorized magic would trigger an immediate alert. Then he had Hermione cast a dark classified spell, just a mild jinx, technically dark by ministry standards, and watched the ward respond. A chime sounded in Harry's perception, precisely identifying the spell's type, location, caster, and intent. I can set the castle to alert me whenever specific types of magic are used anywhere on the grounds, Harry said. Including the type of magic Quirrell would need to breach the stone's protections. An early warning system. Better than that. I can set the wards to respond. Not just alert, actively counter. If someone tries to breach the trapdoor protections, the castle itself can push back. Increase the corrective pressure locally, drain the allocation from hostile forms, even seal corridors and lock doors. Hermione's eyes were wide. You're turning Hogwarts into a weapon. I'm turning Hogwarts into a security system. There's a difference. The difference being, a weapon attacks. A security system protects. The castle won't initiate anything. But if someone attacks it, or attacks the things it's protecting, it'll respond with everything it has. Harry spent the next 2 hours calibrating the castle's defensive responses. He set triggers, specific magical signatures and spell types that would activate countermeasures. He programmed escalation protocols, graduated responses ranging from gentle resistance, increased corrective pressure, to active intervention, allocation drain, physical barriers, emergency lockdown. He keyed the entire system to the parasitic consciousness inside Quirrell, using the fragment in his scar as a signature reference to ensure that the castle's defenses could identify Voldemort's magic specifically. When he finished, Hogwarts was watching. Not in the vague, ambient way it always had, the castle had always been semi-aware, always tracked movement and activity at some level. Now it was watching with purpose. With focus. With the full attention of a 1,000-year-old magical architecture that had just been given a specific threat to guard against. Hermione watched him work with a look that balanced admiration and unease. You've essentially made yourself the castle's security administrator. I've given the castle the tools to protect itself. It was already the most powerful magical structure in Britain. It just didn't have anyone to tell it what to watch for. And if Dumbledore finds out you've modified the castle's ward architecture without permission? Harry paused. He hadn't thought about Dumbledore's reaction, which was unusual. He'd been thinking about Dumbledore constantly for weeks, tracking the old wizard's movements through the castle, studying his pattern signature, trying to understand his strategy. Dumbledore knows I have access to the deep architecture. He gave me the invisibility cloak, he wanted me to explore. If he didn't want me modifying things, he would have said so. Or he's testing you. Giving you rope to see if you hang yourself. Possible. But I can't plan around Dumbledore's chess games. I have to plan around Voldemort's timeline. If Dumbledore has a problem with what I've done, he can take it up with me after the crisis is resolved. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. You are the most infuriating person I have ever met. I've been told. You've been told by me. Just now. Because you are. Harry almost smiled. Hermione's frustration was a specific flavor, the frustration of someone who agreed with your conclusions but hated your process. She wasn't wrong to push back. His methods were aggressive. His risk tolerance was high. But the alternative was waiting, watching, letting Voldemort set the pace, and Harry was done letting anyone else set the pace of his life. Sunday morning brought Snape. The potions master arrived at Harry's room at 7 a.m., earlier than Harry had thought Snape capable of functioning. He was dressed in his usual black and carried a leather case that Harry could see contained 3 sealed potion vials. "I have something to show you," Snape said without preamble. "Get dressed and come to the potions classroom." The dungeons were cold and empty. The potions classroom, outside of class hours, had a particular quality of silence, the silence of a space where dangerous things were routinely done by people who weren't entirely competent. Harry could see the residual form imprints of 1,000 failed potions staining the walls and ceiling, each one a ghost of some student's botched attempt, preserved in the pattern structure like burn marks on a stove. Snape set the leather case on his desk and opened it. 3 vials, each containing a different potion, one clear as water, one midnight blue, one viscous and gold. "After our last session, I began experimenting," Snape said. He removed the clear vial first, holding it up to the dungeon's dim light. "This is a standard Wiggenweld potion. Healing potion, basic variety. Brewed according to conventional methods." He set it down and picked up the blue vial. "This is the same potion, same ingredients, same technique. The only difference, I brewed it in an environment where I had increased the allocation density using the method you described, redirecting deep layer allocation into the workspace." "You can do that?" Harry asked, surprised. "I thought direct allocation manipulation required system-level perception." "It does. But you taught me the principle, and I am not without resources." Snape's expression was somewhere between smug and intense. "I cannot see the allocation flows the way you do. But I can feel them, dimly, intuitively, in the way that any experienced wizard feels the ambient magical density of a space. You gave me the framework to understand what I was feeling. And with that framework, I discovered that I can influence the density through focused intent, not precisely, not dramatically, but enough to make a measurable difference." Harry stared. He hadn't anticipated this. He'd assumed the system-level manipulation was his alone, a consequence of his unique perception, his non-magical status, the Codex's teaching. But if a conventional wizard could learn even a fraction of what Harry could do, if the framework, the understanding, the knowledge of the rules could enhance existing magical ability, the blue potion, Harry said. "How does it compare?" 40% more potent. Same ingredients, same technique, same brewer. The only variable was the allocation environment. Snape set the blue vial down with the careful precision of a man handling a loaded gun. 40%, Potter. From a single variable change that no potions text in the world would have predicted. Harry picked up the blue vial and examined it through his perception. The potion's form was denser than the standard version, more tightly woven, more energy-rich, more stable. The deep layer allocation had been incorporated into the potion's structure during the brewing process, giving it a foundation that surface allocation potions lacked. "And the gold one?" Harry asked. Snape's expression shifted. Something darker moved behind his eyes, not sinister, but intense, weighted with significance. "The gold potion is an experiment I have never attempted before. An application of your Rule 14, conflict resolution between contradictory forms." He picked up the gold vial and held it with both hands, as if it might escape. "I brewed 2 potions simultaneously in the same cauldron. A Wiggenweld potion and a Pepperup potion. They should have cancelled each other out, the forms are contradictory, healing versus stimulation, opposing parameter sets. Conventional wisdom says you cannot combine them. But Rule 14 says contradictory forms in the same space produce averaged effects that belong to neither original form." "Exactly. The gold potion is neither a Wiggenweld nor a Pepperup. It is something new." Something that shouldn't exist according to every potion's text ever written. Snape's hands were steady but his eyes were burning. I tested it on a laboratory rat with a broken leg. The leg healed in 4 seconds. Then the rat ran laps around its cage for an hour without stopping. No adverse effects. The healing and stimulation effects didn't cancel, they merged. The potion heals and energizes simultaneously, at a potency level that exceeds either parent potion by a factor of 3. The dungeon was very quiet. Harry looked at the gold vial and felt the implications cascade through his mind like dominoes falling. New potions. Combinations that conventional wizardry said were impossible. Not discovered through trial and error, predicted by the rules and then deliberately synthesized. If Snape, working alone with a basic understanding of the framework, could produce a novel potion in a single weekend, this changes potions, Harry said. This changes everything. Snape's voice was barely above a whisper. Potions is the most conservative magical discipline. The recipes haven't changed significantly in centuries. Brewers follow established procedures because deviation produces failure. But the failures aren't caused by the deviations, they're caused by ignorance of the underlying system. With the rules as a guide, deviation becomes innovation. The entire field opens up. Harry looked at Snape and saw, for the first time, the man behind the mask. Not the bitter teacher, not the hostile authority figure, not the wounded survivor of old wars. A researcher. A scientist. A mind that had been starving for decades in a world that refused to ask the right questions, and that was now, suddenly, glutted with answers. You should write this up, Harry said. Document everything. The methodology, the theory, the results. When this is over, when Quirrell is dealt with and the stone is secure, we're going to change how the magical world understands itself. Your work is going to be at the center of that. Snape was quiet for a moment. Then he set the gold vial down and looked at Harry with an expression that was, for Snape, almost vulnerable. Your mother would have done this, he said. If she'd found what you found. She would have shared it, opened it up, tried to make things better. She believed in the fundamental goodness of knowledge. A pause. I was not always certain she was right about that. I am becoming more certain. She was right, Harry said. Knowledge isn't good or bad. But hiding it, hoarding it, keeping it from people who could use it, that's always bad. The whole magical world has been running on 1% of the available truth. It's time for the other 99. Snape nodded. Something passed between them, not warmth, exactly. Snape didn't do warmth. But respect. Genuine, earned, mutual respect between two very different people who had found, against all odds, common ground. I have a request, Snape said. Go ahead. When you face the thing inside Quirrell, and you will face it, we both know this, I want to be there. It could be dangerous. The parasitic consciousness is, I know what it is. Snape's voice went flat and hard. I served it, once. I wore its mark. I made mistakes that I will spend the rest of my life atoning for, and one of those mistakes cost your mother her life. He held Harry's gaze with an intensity that could have cut diamond. I want to be there. Harry thought about saying no. He thought about the strategic value of keeping Snape in reserve, of maintaining the element of surprise, of not risking an asset as valuable as Snape's expertise and magical ability on a confrontation with uncertain parameters. Then he thought about what it meant to carry guilt for that long. To wake up every morning knowing that the person you cared about most was dead because of choices you made. To spend a decade teaching children in a dungeon, slowly suffocating under the weight of a debt you could never repay. You'll be there, Harry said. Snape's jaw tightened. He gave a single, sharp nod. Now, Harry said, picking up the gold vial and turning it in his fingers, tell me more about this synthesis process. Because I just had an idea. The idea was simple in concept and staggering in implication. If Snape could synthesize novel potions by combining contradictory forms, Harry could do the same with magical effects in general. Not potions, spells. Enchantments. Systemic modifications. Any two contradictory magical effects, combined in the right way, should produce a novel third effect that transcended both parents. They tested it that afternoon in the room of requirement, with the full team assembled: Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Snape. The room was configured as a laboratory again, allocation density boosted from the deep layers, cushioned mats on the floor because Harry had learned that experiments sometimes knocked people down. "We need two contradictory spells of equal allocation draw," Harry said, standing at the slate board. "Hermione, suggestions?" "Lumos and Nox," Hermione said immediately. "Light and darkness. Directly contradictory, equal complexity, equal draw. Perfect. Cast them simultaneously at the same point. Right there." Harry indicated a spot in the center of the room. Hermione raised her wand. She was ambidextrous, another of her many irritating talents, and she could cast with either hand. She held her wand in her right hand and pointed with her left, focusing her intent on the designated point. "Lumos. Nox." She said them at exactly the same time, layering the incantations, and two forms erupted from her wand simultaneously, a light form and a dark form, heading for the same target. Harry watched them converge. The forms collided. What happened next was not what anyone expected. The light and darkness didn't cancel. They didn't average. Instead, they hit the conflict resolution protocol described in Rule 14, and the system, unable to reconcile the contradiction, did what the rule predicted: it produced an effect that belonged to neither parent. A sphere appeared at the target point. It was about the size of a quaffle, hanging in mid-air, and it was both luminous and dark at the same time, not gray, not dimmed, but genuinely both. It radiated light in one perceptual register and absorbed it in another, creating an effect that the human eye processed as a kind of shimmering depth, like looking into clear water over a dark seabed. "What is that?" Ron said, stepping back. Harry studied the sphere's form. It was unlike anything he'd seen, a hybrid structure that incorporated elements of both Lumos and Nox but was organized according to a pattern that neither spell used individually. The system had improvised a new form to resolve the contradiction, and the result was genuinely novel. "It's a light that reveals without illuminating," Harry said slowly, understanding building as he analyzed the form. "It doesn't produce visible light. It produces perceptual clarity. Looking through it or near it, you'd see things more clearly, details, subtleties, hidden features, without any change in actual illumination. A perception enhancer." Hermione breathed. "Generated from two first-year spells. Lumos and Nox. The simplest spells in the curriculum." The room was silent. Everyone stared at the shimmering sphere. "Imagine what you'd get from combining more complex spells," Neville said. "Imagine what you'd get from combining spells that should never be combined," Snape added, and his voice had a quality that Harry recognized, the same quality it had held when he described the gold potion. The sound of a man standing at the edge of an ocean he hadn't known existed. Harry let the sphere dissolve. The hybrid form collapsed gently, its allocation returning to the pool. "This is going to be a whole field of magic. Synthesis. Deliberately combining contradictory effects to produce novel outcomes. Every pair of contradictory spells is a potential discovery." "There are thousands of pairs," Hermione said. "Tens of thousands, if you count advanced and specialized spells. Which is why we need a systematic approach. But that's for later. Right now, I want to test something specific." Harry turned to the board and wrote two spell names. "Hermione, can you cast a shield charm?" "Protego?" "Yes, I learned it last month." "It's technically second year, but, and a reductor curse." She hesitated. "That's fourth year." Snape stepped forward. "I can cast both." "Good. I want to combine them. A shield charm and a reductor curse, simultaneously, at the same point. Snape raised an eyebrow. Protection and destruction. You want to create a defensive effect that destroys? I want to see what the system produces when you combine the intention to protect with the intention to destroy. Those aren't just contradictory spells, they're contradictory intents. The form synthesis should produce something that's neither pure defense nor pure offense. Snape raised his wand. His expression was focused, clinical, the face of a man conducting an experiment that might explode. Protego. Reducto. The forms collided at the target point. The conflict resolution protocol engaged. What appeared was not a sphere. It was a flat disk, about 3 feet across, hovering vertically in the air. It was translucent, with a faint shimmer that reminded Harry of heat haze. And it was hungry. The form was drawing allocation at a rate that suggested something active, something more than a passive effect. Snape sent a stinging hex at the disk. The hex hit the surface and didn't pass through. It didn't bounce back, either. It absorbed. The disk drew the hex into itself, consumed its allocation, and grew slightly brighter. Snape sent a more powerful spell. Same result. The disk absorbed it. And grew. It's a feedback shield, Harry said, reading the form's structure. It absorbs incoming magical attacks and converts their allocation into reinforcement energy. The more you attack it, the stronger it gets. The reductor aspect consumes the incoming spell. The protego aspect uses the consumed energy to strengthen the barrier. That's ridiculous, Ron said. That's the most broken thing I've ever heard. It's not broken. It's synthesis. Protection plus destruction equals adaptive defense. The system resolved the contradiction by producing an effect where destruction serves protection. Harry paused. And it's not perfect, look. The disk is decaying. The hybrid form is unstable. Without continuous incoming attacks to feed it, it'll collapse. True enough, the disk was fading, its edges dissolving as the form degraded. Within 30 seconds, it was gone. Temporary, Snape said. But if you could stabilize the form. Rule 16. Self-sustaining forms. If I could tune the hybrid form to self-sustain, drawing from the deep allocation layers instead of requiring attack input. Harry trailed off, running calculations. I'd need at least Rule 80 to understand the stabilization parameters well enough. I'm at 77. 3 rules away, Hermione said. 3 rules that might take me a day or might take me a month. Comprehension isn't linear. Then we keep working. They worked. For the next 3 hours, they explored spell synthesis, combining contradictory effects in dozens of different pairings, documenting results, building a catalog of novel magical phenomena that no witch or wizard had ever produced. Some combinations were duds, the system produced inert, useless effects that dissolved immediately. Some were fascinating but impractical. And some were extraordinary. A cheering charm combined with a memory charm produced a targeted emotional imprint, a feeling of joy associated with a specific memory, which could be applied to another person to help them process trauma. Neville, who understood trauma better than anyone in the room, looked at that particular sphere of shimmering warmth and said nothing, but his eyes were bright. A stunning spell combined with an enervate produced a selective consciousness modifier, a field that could put specific targets to sleep while leaving others unaffected, keyed to whatever criterion the caster specified. Snape stared at that one for a long time and murmured something about security applications that made Ron edge away from him. A fire-making spell combined with an extinguishing charm produced pure thermal energy, not fire, not cold, but raw heat that could be directed, shaped, and calibrated. It was, in effect, a precisely controllable heating element, useful for everything from warming a room to forging metal. By the end of the session, they had documented 37 unique synthesized effects. Hermione had filled 14 pages of notes. Snape had filled 8. Ron had eaten all the sandwiches and contributed the observation that a tickling charm combined with a bat bogey hex produced something so disturbing that they all agreed never to discuss it again. "We're building a new branch of magic," Hermione said, reviewing her notes. Her voice had the breathless quality of someone who has just realized they're standing at the beginning of something enormous. "This isn't incremental. This is foundational. Spell synthesis could double the magical world's capabilities overnight." "When we publish," Harry said. "When it's time." "When will it be time?" Harry looked at the empty space where the feedback shield had hung. He thought about Voldemort, planning in Quirrell's turban. About the stone, waiting in its chamber. About the confrontation that was approaching with the inevitability of a wave heading for shore. "Soon," he said. "After." The week that followed was tense and productive in equal measure. Harry divided his time between 3 activities: deepening his comprehension of the remaining rules, monitoring Quirrell through the castle's architecture and the Scar connection, and training with his friends in the Room of Requirement. The training sessions were intense. Not just spell synthesis, practical applications. Harry needed his team to be ready for whatever happened when Quirrell made his move. He couldn't predict the exact shape of the confrontation, but he could prepare for a range of scenarios. Hermione drilled combat magic, not the polite, classroom variety, but real defensive and offensive casting at speeds that would have shocked her professors. Her natural precision, combined with the enriched allocation environment of the room, made her terrifyingly effective. She could land a stunning spell at 30 meters, cast a shield charm fast enough to block a sneak attack, and had mastered the synthesis shield by the end of the second day, Snape's combined Protego Reducto, which she could now produce reliably and sustain for up to a minute even without incoming attacks. "You're casting at a level that most fifth-years can't match," Snape told her during a Thursday session, and the fact that he said it without qualification or caveat was the highest praise anyone had ever heard from him. Neville's training was different. His newly unblocked magic was powerful but raw, a river that had been dammed for a decade and was still adjusting to free flow. His control was imprecise. Spells that should have been moderate came out at double or triple strength. He'd shattered 3 practice dummies, cratered the room's floor twice, and accidentally set Snape's robes on fire once, which everyone agreed was the highlight of the week. "Sorry, Professor Longbottom, if you apologize one more time, I will make you the practice dummy." "Sore, right." Harry worked with Neville on calibration, not through magical technique, which Snape and Hermione handled, but through the system level. He could see Neville's allocation draw in real time and give feedback: "You're pulling too hard from the pool. Ease back, feel the resistance. That's the corrective pressure. Work with it, not against it. Let the system regulate." Neville, who had spent his whole life being told his magic was too weak, was now learning to contain magic that was too strong. The irony was not lost on him. But he learned fast, faster than anyone expected, with a quiet determination that reminded Harry of himself in the early days with the Codex. Neville had been underestimated for 11 years. He was done being careful. Ron's training was the most surprising. He couldn't match Hermione's precision or Neville's power, but he had something neither of them did: instinct. Ron had grown up steeped in magic, surrounded by it from birth, and his intuitive understanding of how spells worked in practice, as opposed to theory, was remarkable. He couldn't articulate the rules the way Harry could, but he could feel them. When Hermione's shield charm flickered under sustained assault, Ron was the one who shouted, "Move left," correctly predicting that the shield's weak point would shift based on the angle of attack. When Neville's overcharged stunning spell ricocheted off a wall, Ron was already ducking before anyone else registered the danger. "Chess," Ron said, when Harry asked about it. Strategy. Doesn't matter if it's pieces on a board or spells in a room. You read the position, predict the pattern, respond. "You're better at this than you think," Harry said. Ron shrugged, but he was grinning. "I'm better at a lot of things than I think. Just take someone to point it out." The 80th rule came on a Saturday night, during a solo session in the chamber. Harry had been pushing hard, studying interactions, deepening comprehension, running mental simulations of how rules 73 through 77 connected to the earlier framework. The Codex had been stubborn, refusing to reveal new sheets despite what Harry felt was solid understanding. Then, during a meditation on the relationship between Rule 57, consciousness connections, and Rule 42, corrective pressure, something clicked. The system's corrective pressure wasn't just a mechanical response. It was adaptive. It learned. Every deviation that triggered corrective pressure was recorded, analyzed, and used to calibrate future responses. The system didn't just push back, it evolved its pushing back based on experience. Which meant the system could be trained. Repeated deviations of a specific type would, over time, lower the corrective pressure against that type. The system would adapt, accept the deviation as a new normal, and adjust its baseline accordingly. This was how permanent enchantments worked. They persisted long enough for the system to stop resisting them, at which point they became part of the baseline. It was also how dark magic worked. Repeated use of unforgivable curses lowered the caster's experienced resistance, not because their conscience atrophied, though it might, but because the system adapted to their pattern of casting. And it meant Harry could, with patience and precision, train the system to accept modifications that would normally trigger enormous corrective pressure. If he introduced changes gradually, incrementally, giving the system time to adapt at each step, he could reshape the magical architecture of Hogwarts, or the world, without triggering the safety mechanisms. Sheets 78 through 80 materialized in the Codex simultaneously. Rule 78. The system's corrective pressure adapts to persistent deviations, lowering resistance over time. This adaptation is irreversible. Once the baseline shifts, it does not revert to its original state. Rule 79. Adaptation rate is proportional to the consistency of the deviation. Sporadic changes adapt slowly. Continuous, steady changes adapt rapidly. Rule 80. Self-sustaining forms can be constructed at any allocation layer if the form's internal structure includes a feedback loop that draws allocation, processes it, and redirects it back into the form. The efficiency of the feedback loop determines the form's longevity. A perfectly efficient loop produces a permanent effect. Rule 80. The key to permanent effects. Self-sustaining forms with internal feedback loops. This was how the Philosopher's Stone worked. A perfect feedback loop, self-sustaining, drawing from the deep allocation layers, running forever. Harry could build permanent effects. Not immediately, the precision required was extreme. But with practice, with the right understanding, he could create modifications to the magical architecture that would last forever. Permanent defensive wards. Permanent allocation enhancements. Permanent changes to how magic worked in a given space, or for a given person, or across the entire system. He sat in the chamber and felt the 80 rules arrange themselves in his mind like the gears of a vast, beautiful machine. 12 more rules remained. 12 more to full architect access, the ability to modify not just Hogwarts, but the fundamental architecture of magic itself. He was close. So close he could taste it. But the timeline wouldn't wait. The confrontation came closer. Harry could feel it through the scar connection, Voldemort's urgency building like pressure in a sealed vessel, the parasitic consciousness inside Quirrell growing more active, more agitated, more desperate. Quirrell had stopped attending meals. He'd cancelled 2 defense against the dark arts classes, citing illness. Students barely noticed. Quirrell had never been a compelling teacher, and his absence was more relief than concern. But Harry noticed. And so did Snape. Quirrell visited the 3rd floor corridor again last night, Snape reported during a Monday evening session. He spent 40 minutes studying the protections. I followed at a distance. What did he try? Harry asked. Nothing overt. Diagnostic spells. Probing charms. He was mapping the defenses more precisely than his previous attempts. Snape's expression was grim. He's close to making his attempt. Days, perhaps. Harry nodded. He'd felt the same through the connection. Voldemort's strategic planning had reached a terminal phase, the reconnaissance was done, the plan was formed, all that remained was execution. The only thing holding him back was fear. Fear of Harry, fear of the unknown, fear of what the Squib boy might do. But fear had a half-life. It faded. And Voldemort's desire for the stone, for life, for power, for return, was growing stronger than his fear. "We need to be ready," Harry said. "All of us. When it happens, it'll happen fast." "How do we know when?" Hermione asked. Harry tapped his scar. "I'll know. The connection is clearer every day. When Voldemort commits, when he decides to go, not just plans to go, I'll feel the shift. And then? Then I go to the stone first. Through the castle's architecture, not through the protections. I'll bypass the tests and reach the Mirror of Erised before Quirrell gets through the obstacles." "Alone?" Hermione's voice was sharp. "I go to the mirror alone. I have to, the mirror reads desire, and I need to face it without distractions. But you won't be far. I'll need you positioned at key points in the protection sequence." Hermione and Neville at the chess room, it's the largest space, the most room to maneuver if things go sideways. "Ron, with them," Ron said firmly. "If it's chess, you need me. It's not chess, it's McGonagall's enchanted chess set, and it plays at a lethal. If it's chess, you need me," Ron repeated, and his voice left no room for argument. "Fine. The three of you at the chess room." "Snape, at the potions challenge," Snape said. "My own creation. I know its architecture better than anyone." "Right. You hold the potions room and keep the path open. If Quirrell gets through the upper obstacles faster than expected, you slow him down." "And what happens when you reach the mirror?" Neville asked. Harry was quiet for a moment. "The Mirror of Erised. The one challenge he couldn't hack, couldn't bypass, couldn't manipulate with system-level access. The challenge that required honesty instead of intelligence." "I figure out what I want," Harry said. "And I hope it's the right thing." That night, unable to sleep, Harry walked the castle. Not studying. Not analyzing. Just walking. Letting his feet carry him through corridors he'd memorized months ago, past portraits that nodded in their frames, through pools of moonlight and stretches of shadow. The castle hummed around him, the deep pulse of its architecture, the gentle flow of allocation through its structures. Familiar now. Comforting. He found himself on the 7th floor, in front of a door he hadn't intended to visit. The room of requirement, manifesting without his conscious request. It had sensed what he needed before he had. Harry pushed the door open. The room was small. Simple. A single chair facing a single mirror. The Mirror of Erised. Harry stopped in the doorway. The mirror was tall, 8 feet, framed in ornate gold, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry could read forward and backward, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He hadn't asked for this. But the room, tapped into the castle's architecture, connected to Harry's editor-level access, had known that he needed to practice. Needed to face the mirror before the real confrontation, figure out what it showed him, understand his own desire before he had to use it. Harry walked to the chair and sat down. The mirror's surface rippled. And showed him. He saw himself. But not himself as he was, 11, thin, scarred. He saw himself as he could be. Older. Taller. Standing in a room he didn't recognize, surrounded by people he did. Ron, Hermione, Neville, older too, adults, laughing. Snape, in the background, not smiling but present, which was its own kind of warmth. Other figures he didn't know yet, future friends, future allies, a community built around the knowledge he was uncovering. And behind them, visible through a window in the imaginary room, a world. A magical world, but different from the one Harry knew. Open. Honest. A world where the rules were known, where the deep architecture was understood, where the barriers between magical and non-magical were dissolving because they'd been recognized as artificial. A world where no child would grow up in a cupboard for being different, and no child would be told they were less than for not having the right kind of magic, and no child would be sorted into categories and taught that those categories defined their worth. Harry sat in front of the mirror of Eriste and saw his desire laid bare, not power, not revenge, not even belonging. Understanding. He wanted the world to understand. To see what he could see. To know the truth about magic and about themselves and about the arbitrary, constructed, correctable systems that separated people into haves and have-nots. He wanted to open every door in the building. The mirror shimmered. Deep in its surface, something moved, a shape, red and irregular, like a stone made of solidified blood. The philosopher's stone, or rather, the mirror's representation of it. Showing him where it was. How to reach it. The stone appeared to someone who wanted it but didn't want to use it. Harry didn't want the stone. He didn't need immortality, he had the rules, and the rules were worth more than any elixir. He didn't want to use the stone. He wanted to protect it. To keep it from Voldemort. To prevent a monster from using it to return to power and spread the ideology of blood supremacy that the system itself had rejected 1,000 years ago. That was a desire the mirror could work with. Harry watched the stone's image solidify in the mirror's depths and felt something click, the same click he'd felt in the library when Hermione first sat down across from him, the quiet precision of a key finding its lock. He knew what the mirror would do. He knew what he'd have to do. And he knew, with a certainty that went beyond the rules and into the bone-deep territory of self-knowledge, that when the time came, the mirror would give him the stone. He stood. He looked at the mirror one last time, at the future it showed him, the world he wanted to build, the people he wanted to build it with. Soon, he told his reflection. The mirror shimmered and went dark. The room of requirement dissolved the chair, the mirror, the simple small space. The door opened onto the 7th floor corridor. Harry walked through it and back to his room, and for the first time in months, he slept deeply and without dreams. 3 days later, Voldemort made his move. Harry felt it at dinner. A spike through the scar connection, sharp, sudden, decisive. Not pain. Not fear. Resolution. The parasitic consciousness inside Quirrell had made its decision. Tonight. The stone. Now. Harry set down his fork. Ron looked at him. Hermione looked at him. Neville, 3 seats down, looked at him. Now, Harry said quietly. 4 chairs scraped back from the Gryffindor table. They moved. Not running, walking fast, purposeful, splitting off toward their positions with the precision of a plan rehearsed a dozen times. Ron, Hermione, and Neville toward the 3rd floor corridor. Snape, who Harry caught in the entrance hall with a look and a nod, toward the dungeons and the back route to the potions challenge. Harry went down. Not through the 3rd floor corridor, not through the trapdoor, not through the gauntlet of protections. Through the castle itself. Through the deep architecture. He'd prepared this route over the past week, a path through Hogwarts structural architecture that bypassed the physical obstacles entirely. At editor level, he could manipulate the castle's spatial parameters, the enchantments that defined how internal spaces connected to each other. He didn't walk through walls. He adjusted which spaces connected to which, opening temporary passages through the architecture the way you'd open a door in a hallway. The castle cooperated. Walls shifted. Corridors rearranged. Harry walked through spaces that hadn't existed 5 seconds ago and wouldn't exist 5 seconds later, the architecture opening before him and closing behind, a path created in real time by the castle system responding to his editor-level commands. He descended rapidly. Past the Devil's Snare chamber, he could feel Sprout's enchantment, sleeping and lethal. Past the key room, Flitwick's work, a swarm of enchanted keys buzzing in a sealed space. Past the chess room, Ron would love it, McGonagall had outdone herself. Past the troll room, empty now, the troll had been removed after the Halloween incident. Past Snape's potions chamber, elegant, logical, the man's personality encoded in potion bottles. He reached the final chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center of a circular stone room, exactly as it had in the Room of Requirement. Tall, ornate, gold-framed, the inscription glinting in the light of a dozen torches. The room was cold. The air was still. The allocation density was high. Dumbledore had placed additional enchantments here, layered protections that Harry could read like a book. Harry walked to the mirror. The surface rippled. Showed him the same vision, the future he wanted, the world he wanted to build. And there, deep in the reflection, the stone. Red as blood, small as a fist. Harry looked at the stone in the mirror and felt his desire, not for the stone itself, but for the world it would protect if kept from Voldemort. The desire to keep this artifact from a monster. The desire to solve the problem, fix the error, correct the system. He reached toward the mirror's surface. His hand passed through the glass. It wasn't glass, not really, it was a form, an interface, and his desire was the key. His fingers closed around something small, hard, and warm. He pulled his hand back. In his palm sat the Philosopher's Stone. It was surprisingly ordinary. Red, rough-textured, about the size of a large marble. But its magical architecture was extraordinary, a self-sustaining form of breathtaking complexity, a perfect feedback loop drawing from the deepest allocation layers, running eternally. Nicholas Flamel's masterwork. Centuries of existence compressed into a pebble. Harry slipped the stone into his pocket. Then he turned to face the entrance, because through the scar connection and through the castle's architecture, he could feel Quirrell coming. Moving fast, driven by Voldemort's urgent will, smashing through protections with a speed and violence that spoke of desperation. The Devil's Snare, burned through in seconds. Quirrell's fire magic was brutal, efficient. The key room, blasted open. The keys scattered, their enchantments overwhelmed. The chess room. Harry felt 3 familiar magical signatures engage. Ron, Hermione, and Neville, positioned as planned, facing McGonagall's enchanted chess set, not to play it, but to hold the room. To slow Quirrell down. Through the castle's architecture, Harry watched. He couldn't see with his eyes, he was 6 chambers away. But he could read the allocation flows, the form activations, the clash of magical signatures. Quirrell entered the chess room expecting empty obstacles. He found 3 first-year students standing on the far side of a full-sized chessboard, wands drawn, faces set. "Move aside," Quirrell said. The stutter was gone. The mask was gone. What remained was the cold, clear voice of a man fully surrendered to the consciousness controlling him. "You are children. This does not concern you." "It concerns us enough to be here," Hermione said. Quirrell raised his wand. Ron moved first. Not with magic, with strategy. He'd studied the chess set's behavior, understood its rules, and he shouted commands to the pieces: Knight to e5. Bishop to c4. Rook, block. The chess pieces responded. They were programmed to play against anyone who entered the room, but Ron had found their command protocols during a practice session and learned to direct them. The white pieces lunged at Quirrell, stone knights swinging stone swords, stone rooks surging forward, stone bishops cutting diagonal lines of attack. Quirrell blasted a knight apart with a reductor curse. The debris sprayed across the room. A rook slammed into him from behind and he staggered, turned, destroyed it too. But Ron was already directing more pieces, hurting Quirrell, boxing him in, using the chess set as a weapon. Hermione cast from behind the piece wall, stunning spells, impediment jinxes, synthesis effects she'd practiced all week. The feedback shield bloomed in front of her when Quirrell returned fire, absorbing his curses and growing stronger. Neville stood at the back of the room, wand raised, face calm. He was waiting. Saving his strength. When Quirrell broke through the chess pieces, and he would, Neville would be the last line of defense. Harry felt all of this through the castle. His friends, fighting. Buying him time. He had the stone. He could leave. Walk back through the architecture, bypass Quirrell entirely, deliver the stone to Dumbledore, and let the adults handle the rest. But that would leave his friends in the room with Voldemort. Harry pulled the stone from his pocket and looked at it. Red as blood, warm as life. The most powerful magical artifact in the world, and it fit in a child's palm. He put it back in his pocket. Then he reached into the castle's architecture and sent a message, not in words, not through magic, but through the pattern structure itself. A pulse, a ripple, a command that propagated through Hogwarts' deep architecture at the speed of thought, hold him. The castle responded. Chapter 5, Root Access. The castle woke up. Not gradually, not subtly, Hogwarts woke the way a sleeping giant wakes when someone steps on its hand. Every enchantment in the building surged. Every ward flared. Every structural parameter that Harry had calibrated over the past weeks activated simultaneously, and the ancient magical architecture of Hogwarts Castle focused its thousand-year attention on a single room 6 floors below the Great Hall where a man with 2 souls was trying to kill 3 children. In the chess room, Quirrell felt it first. He'd just shattered Ron's last defensive line of pieces, stone rubble scattered across the black and white squares, dust hanging in the air, his robes torn where a bishop's mace had caught his shoulder. Ron was pressed against the far wall, breathing hard, out of pieces to command. Hermione's feedback shield was flickering, its stored energy nearly depleted. Neville stood between Quirrell and the exit, wand raised, jaw set, magic radiating from him in waves that made the torchlight dance. Quirrell raised his wand at Neville and the floor moved. The stone squares of the chessboard rippled like water. The walls groaned. The ceiling shifted, dropping 6 inches, and the torches flared from orange to white hot. The air itself thickened, allocation density in the room spiking as the castle redirected energy from every surrounding chamber into this single space. Quirrell's spell died on his lips. The form he'd been constructing, a blasting curse, powerful enough to tear through Neville's hastily raised shield, dissolved. Not countered. Consumed. The castle's architecture absorbed the spell's allocation the way dry earth absorbs rain, draining the form before it could fully materialize. What? Quirrell started. The floor bucked. A section of stone surged upward beneath Quirrell's feet, catapulting him sideways into the wall. He hit hard, bounced, landed on his hands and knees. His wand skittered across the floor. From within the turban, a high, cold voice hissed, "The castle. The boy has turned the castle against us." Quirrell scrambled for his wand. The floor tilted, sliding it further away. The walls were closing in, not dramatically, not fast enough to crush, but steadily, reducing the room's dimensions, compressing the space. The torches blazed brighter. The allocation density continued to climb, and with it, the corrective pressure against any hostile magic Quirrell tried to cast. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm. "Move. Now." Back toward the exit. They moved. Neville held his position for 3 more seconds, long enough to fire a stunning spell that hit Quirrell in the shoulder and sent him spinning, then followed. The 3 of them backed through the chess room door and into the corridor beyond. Behind them, the chess room sealed itself. Stone flowed across the doorway like liquid, hardening into a smooth wall. Quirrell was trapped inside, locked in a room that was actively trying to contain him, the castle's architecture working against him with the focused malice of a building that had been given permission to defend itself. Harry felt it all from the mirror chamber. The castle's response was everything he'd hoped, powerful, immediate, precise. But he also felt Quirrell fighting back. The parasitic consciousness inside the professor was old and experienced and it recognized what was happening. It couldn't match the castle's architecture on a systemic level, but it could brute force its way through individual obstacles. Raw magical power, concentrated and vicious, hammering against the sealed doorway. The wall cracked. Harry had minutes. Maybe less. The castle could slow Voldemort, but it couldn't stop him, not permanently, not against a consciousness that had spent decades studying the extremes of magical power. The containment was buying time, not solving the problem. Harry closed his eyes and reached through the castle's architecture, finding his friends in the corridor beyond the chess room. He adjusted the spatial parameters around them, opening a passage, a shortcut through the castle's structure, a direct route from their position to the mirror chamber. In the corridor, a door appeared in the wall. It hadn't been there before. "That's Harry," Hermione said immediately. "Go." They went through. The passage was short, 20 feet of corridor that connected 2 points in the castle separated by 6 rooms and 4 floors of stone. Hogwarts architecture folding space at Harry's command. They emerged in the mirror chamber, stumbling through a doorway that sealed behind them. Harry was standing in front of the empty mirror. He turned as they entered. "Everyone okay?" Ron had a cut above his eye from a chess piece fragment. Hermione's robes were singed. Neville was unmarked but vibrating with adrenaline, his magic crackling around him in visible sparks. "We're fine," Hermione said. "He's not. The castle has him locked in the chess room. Not for long. He's breaking through. You have the stone." Harry touched his pocket. "I have it." "Then let's go. Get out through the architecture, seal the whole section behind us, let Dumbledore deal with, no." The word landed in the room like a dropped stone. Hermione stared at him. Ron and Neville stared at him. "No." Hermione repeated. "If I run, Voldemort escapes. He abandons Quirrell, flees as a consciousness fragment, and spends however long it takes to find another host, another plan, another way to return. The stone is one path to resurrection, it's not the only one. Running solves today's problem and creates tomorrow's. And staying solves everything. Staying gives me a chance to solve everything. The soul fragment, the Horcrux, inside Quirrell. If I can address it here, now, while the castle has him contained and I have system-level access to the architecture around us, you can destroy it," Neville said quietly. Harry looked at Neville. The boy's face was pale but his eyes were steady. He understood what Harry was talking about, maybe better than any of them. Neville knew what Voldemort had taken from him. He knew what it meant to have a chance, a real chance, to strike at the thing that had destroyed his family. "I can try," Harry said. "Rule 30 says consciousness fragments can be dissolved if the anchoring substrate is destabilized. Quirrell is the substrate. The castle is applying enormous pressure to the magical architecture around him right now. If I can focus that pressure specifically on the parasitic consciousness, target the fragment without destroying Quirrell, can you do that? At 80 rules, with editor access, with the castle's full architecture behind me?" Harry paused. "I believe I can." The floor trembled. Somewhere above them, stone cracked. Quirrell was breaking free. "He's through the chess room," Harry said, reading the castle's architecture. "Moving fast. He's abandoned the obstacle route, he's blasting through walls." "How long until he reaches us?" Ron asked. Harry calculated. Quirrell's path, the castle's resistance, the speed of destruction. 4 minutes. Maybe 5. That's not enough time to, it is if I start now. Harry turned to the mirror of Eriste. The mirror was empty, he'd already taken the stone, and its purpose was fulfilled. But the mirror's form was still active, still drawing from the deep allocation layers, still operating its desire-reading architecture. And Harry had an idea. "Hermione, I need you to do something for me." "What?" "The mirror's form. It reads desire, genuine, deep, unalterable desire. Rule 63 says it can't be externally manipulated. But it can be redirected. The form's target designation is currently set to whoever looks into the mirror. If I change the designation to target a specific consciousness, you can turn the mirror on Voldemort, Hermione breathed. Read his desire. Find out what he truly wants. More than that. The mirror doesn't just read, it engages. It creates a feedback loop between the viewer's desire and the mirror's form. The viewer sees their desire, which intensifies the desire, which deepens the mirror's read, which clarifies the image, which intensifies the desire further. It's a self-reinforcing cycle. A trap, Ron said. A desire trap. Exactly. If I redirect the mirror's form at the consciousness inside Quirrell, at the Voldemort fragment, it'll lock him into a feedback loop with his own deepest desire. He'll be paralyzed. Caught in a cycle of wanting that he can't break because the wanting itself sustains the cycle. For how long? Neville asked. Long enough for me to address the fragment. Long enough to do what needs to be done. Another tremor. Closer. Dust sifted from the ceiling. Harry could feel Quirrell 3 rooms away, the parasitic consciousness driving Quirrell's body with brutal efficiency, smashing through wards and walls with a desperation that was almost impressive. Do it, Hermione said. What do you need from us? Keep him occupied when he gets through. Don't try to beat him, you can't. Delay him. Distract him. Give me 30 seconds to set the mirror's redirect. 30 seconds against Voldemort, Ron muttered. Sure. Easy. Fine. Ron, I said fine, mate. Let's go. They positioned themselves. Ron and Neville flanked the chamber entrance, wands drawn, faces grim. Hermione stood behind them, already building synthesis effects, the perception-enhancing sphere from her Lumos Nox combination, floating at her shoulder, sharpening her awareness. A feedback shield shimmered into existence in front of the group, Hermione's Protegoreducto hybrid, hungry and waiting. Harry turned to the mirror. He placed his hands on the golden frame and reached into its form. The mirror's architecture was beautiful. Dumbledore's work, layered on an older enchantment that might have been Flamel's, built on a form structure that was centuries old. The desire-reading mechanism was at its core, a self-referential parameter loop that scanned the viewer's consciousness, identified the dominant desire, and constructed an image to match. Elegant. Precise. And, with a few careful modifications to the target designation, redirectable. Harry worked fast. He isolated the target designation parameter, the component that specified whoever is looking at the mirror, and expanded it. Instead of requiring visual contact, the mirror would now target any consciousness within range. And he narrowed the range to a specific signature, the cold, dense, ancient pattern that he'd been tracking since September. The mirror's form shivered and resettled. Its surface went dark, no reflection, no image. Waiting. A trap, baited with the victim's own desire. 20 seconds. Harry pulled his hands from the frame. Done. The mirror is targeted on, the wall exploded. Stone fragments blasted inward. A section of wall the size of a car disintegrated into gravel and dust, propelled by a force that Harry felt in the allocation field like a thunderclap. Through the breach came Quirrell, no, not Quirrell. Quirrell's body, but the thing driving it had dropped all pretense. The turban was gone. The back of Quirrell's head was visible, and pressed into the skull, like a face pushing through a rubber mask, was a second face. Chalk white. Red-eyed. Lipless. Terrible. Voldemort. The face on the back of Quirrell's head opened its mouth. Potter. The voice was a whisper and a scream at the same time, thin, high, cold, carrying a weight of malice that pressed against Harry's senses like a physical force. Harry could see the parasitic consciousness fully now, with his editor-level perception, a vast, dark pattern wrapped around and through Quirrell's diminished signature, controlling the host body like a puppet master with fraying strings. The fragment was incomplete, a piece of a soul, not a whole one, but it was concentrated, powerful, and absolutely furious. Ron fired first. A stunning spell, clean and fast, aimed at Quirrell's center mass. The spell hit the feedback shield that Hermione had erected and, wait. Ron wasn't aiming at Quirrell. He was feeding the shield. Building its charge. Smart. Clever children, Voldemort whispered through Quirrell's mouth. Quirrell's wand came up and a bolt of sickly green light erupted from it. Not the killing curse. Something adjacent, a dark curse that Harry couldn't identify by name but could read perfectly at the form level. A consciousness-disrupting effect designed to overwhelm the nervous system, causing paralysis and excruciating pain. Not Cruciatus, something older, darker, from the same family. Harry was already moving. He reached for the curse's form, found its target designation, all three of his friends, a wide area effect, and split it. Not reversed this time. Divided. He broke the single target designation into a dozen fragments and scattered them across the room, so the curse hit empty air in 12 different places instead of 3 children in one place. The curse dissipated harmlessly. Green light flickered and died across the stone walls. Voldemort's red eyes widened. The face on Quirrell's skull twisted, surprise, recognition, then cold fury. You. What are you? Complicated question, Harry said. Turn around. Voldemort didn't turn. But Quirrell's body did, involuntarily, jerked by a reflex, because Neville had hit Quirrell from the side with a knockback jinx that would have sent a normal wizard through the wall. Quirrell staggered sideways, stumbled, and his eyes, Quirrell's eyes, not Voldemort's, caught the mirror. The mirror's form activated. Harry watched it happen at the system level. The desire reading mechanism locked onto the targeted consciousness, not Quirrell's weak, submissive mind, but the parasitic intelligence riding it. The mirror scanned Voldemort's deepest desire and found what Harry had expected it to find: power. Immortality. A body of his own. The total, absolute dominance that Voldemort had pursued since Tom Riddle first understood what magic could do. The mirror showed it to him. In its dark surface, an image formed, Voldemort restored, whole, magnificent, standing atop a world that knelt before him. Every desire, every ambition, every hungry dream, rendered in perfect detail. The feedback loop engaged. Voldemort's consciousness locked. The desire intensified the image intensified the desire, round and round in a self-reinforcing cycle that tightened like a noose. Quirrell's body went rigid. His wand arm froze mid-spell. His mouth opened in a soundless gasp as the consciousness controlling him was pulled inward, drawn into the mirror's trap, caught in a loop of its own making. Now, Harry said. He didn't shout. He didn't run. He walked toward Quirrell with the steady pace of someone who had planned this moment for weeks and knew exactly what came next. Quirrell's body stood frozen in the center of the chamber, puppet stiff, the face on the back of his skull contorted in a rictus of desire and horror. The mirror's form held the parasitic consciousness in its loop, but Harry could see the strain. Voldemort was fighting, pushing against the trap with everything he had. The feedback loop was strong but not unbreakable. Harry had minutes at most. He reached Quirrell. He raised his hand, his right hand, bare, no wand, no magic, and placed it on Quirrell's chest. Through the physical contact, Harry's perception plunged into Quirrell's magical architecture. He saw everything. The host body's diminished pattern, suppressed and suffering. The parasitic consciousness, vast and dark and old, threaded through Quirrell like roots through soil. The connection between the two, the allocation channels that the fragment had hijacked, drawing from Quirrell's life force to sustain itself. And deeper, the fragment's anchor. The mechanism by which a piece of Voldemort's soul clung to this host body. A structure of soul magic, dark and complex, operating on rules that Harry now understood at depth. Rule 30. Consciousness fragments anchored to external substrates. The anchor could be dissolved if the substrate was destabilized. But Harry wasn't going to destabilize Quirrell. Quirrell was a victim, not an enemy. The man had been overpowered, possessed, used. Destroying Quirrell to eliminate the fragment was Voldemort's kind of solution, not Harry's. Instead, Harry went deeper. Past Rule 30. Into the territory he'd gained from the direct interface, Rules 60 through 80, the deep architecture of consciousness and soul and the boundaries between them. Rule 73, a consciousness fragment's anchor can be dissolved without damaging the substrate if the anchor's allocation feed is precisely severed at the point of attachment. This requires perception of the anchor at the subform level, the individual parameter connections that bind the fragment to the host. Subform level. Deeper than forms. Deeper than parameters. The individual connections, thousands of them, hair-thin threads of dark magic linking the soul fragment to Quirrell's body and mind. Each thread a tiny allocation channel, drawing a fraction of Quirrell's life force. Together, they formed the anchor. Cut them, and the fragment would have nothing to hold on to. Harry focused. The world narrowed to the space between his palm and Quirrell's chest. His perception telescoped inward, past the surface patterns, past the forms, past the parameters, into the subform architecture where individual connections lived. He saw the threads. Thousands of them. Dark, thin, pulsing with stolen life force. They radiated from the Voldemort fragment into Quirrell's body like the roots of a poisonous plant, each one burrowed into a different aspect of Quirrell's physical and magical self. Harry began to cut. Not with magic. With understanding. Each thread was a connection defined by specific parameters, attachment point, allocation flow rate, binding strength. Harry found each parameter set, comprehended it fully, and then edited the binding strength to 0. The thread, with nothing holding it in place, dissolved. One by one, with surgical precision, he cut Voldemort's soul fragment free from its host. One thread. 10. 50. The fragment began to writhe, even trapped in the mirror's feedback loop, it could feel what was happening. It could feel itself being disconnected, uprooted, severed from the host that sustained it. 100 threads. 200. The fragment was thrashing now, the feedback loop straining. Quirrell's body spasmed. The face on the back of his skull screamed, a thin, inhuman sound that echoed off the chamber walls. Harry! Hermione shouted from across the room. The mirror's failing. She was right. The feedback loop was degrading. Voldemort's desperate thrashing was disrupting the mirror's form, introducing chaotic parameters that the desire-reading mechanism couldn't process. The loop was loosening. In seconds, it would break. Harry cut faster. 300 threads. 400. He was working at a speed that burned, his perception stretched to its limit, processing thousands of subform parameters per second, editing with a precision that left no margin for error. One mistake, one thread cut wrong, one parameter edited improperly, and the cascade would damage Quirrell's own architecture, potentially killing him. 500 threads. 600. The fragment was screaming continuously now, the sound drilling into Harry's skull through the scar connection. He could feel Voldemort's rage, his terror, his absolute disbelief that this was happening, that a child, a squib child, was dismantling his soul anchor with bare hands and a level of magical comprehension that Voldemort couldn't even conceptualize. The mirror shattered. The feedback loop broke and the golden frame cracked and the glass exploded outward in a spray of shards that Hermione's shield caught. Voldemort's consciousness surged free of the trap, flooding back into Quirrell's body with a force that made the man's back arch and his mouth open in a scream that was half Quirrell and half something else. Quirrell's wand arm came up. Voldemort's consciousness, free and furious, poured its power into Quirrell's body. The wand blazed with green light. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse. The actual killing curse. Aimed at Harry from 3 feet away. Harry didn't redirect it. He didn't nullify it. He didn't manipulate its target designation or its scope parameter or any of the techniques he'd used before. The killing curse was different. It was the most heavily corrective pressured spell in existence. The system's architecture resisted it with everything it had. But it was also the simplest. One parameter, death. One effect, the cessation of consciousness. No complexity to exploit. No subparameters to edit. Just a single, brutal, irreducible command, die. He couldn't hack the killing curse because there was nothing to hack. So instead, Harry did something he'd never done before. He reached into the deep allocation layers, not the surface, not the intermediate depths, but the true deep, the 99% that wizards never touched, and pulled. Magical energy roared upward through the chamber. The allocation density in the room didn't double or triple, it increased by orders of magnitude. The air thickened. The torches exploded into pillars of fire. The stone walls glowed. Every enchantment in the room overloaded, blazing with power that their forms couldn't contain. The killing curse hit this wall of raw allocation and stopped. Not because Harry had countered it. Because the environment itself had become so saturated with magical energy that the curse couldn't propagate. The form that carried the death command was designed to operate in normal allocation conditions. In the superdense environment Harry had created, the form was drowning, overwhelmed by ambient energy, its parameters flooded, its structure collapsing under the weight of more magic than it was designed to handle. The green light sputtered. Flickered. Died. The killing curse, the most feared spell in the wizarding world, dissolved 3 inches from Harry's face. Quirrell, Voldemort, stared. Harry placed his hand back on Quirrell's chest. 700 threads cut. 800. He could feel the fragment loosening, its hold on Quirrell weakening with every severed connection. The fragment was howling through the scar link, a psychic scream of rage and desperation. You cannot, Voldemort gasped through Quirrell's mouth. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You cannot, you're a bug in the system, Harry said. His voice was steady. His hand was steady. His perception was a scalpel. And I'm the patch. 900 threads. Quirrell's body began to fail. Not from Harry's work, from Voldemort's. The parasitic consciousness, feeling itself being torn free, was burning through Quirrell's body in a last desperate attempt to maintain its hold. Quirrell's skin was graying, cracking, flaking away like old paint. His eyes were sinking. His body was consuming itself, the fragment cannibalizing its host in a final act of parasitic survival. Harry cut the last threads. All of them. Every connection. Every anchor point. Every thread of dark magic that bound the Voldemort fragment to Quirrell's dying body. The fragment came free. It erupted from Quirrell like smoke from a chimney, a dark, formless mass of consciousness, naked and unanchored, screaming in a frequency that only Harry could hear through the scar connection. It hung in the air above Quirrell's crumbling body, a soul fragment with no host, no anchor, no way to sustain itself. Rule 30. Consciousness fragments anchored to external substrates maintain coherence through the anchor's allocation feed. Unanchored fragments decohere at a rate proportional to their incompleteness. The fragment was incomplete. A piece of a soul, not a whole one. Without an anchor, it would decohere, lose coherence, dissolve, dissipate into the magical field. But slowly. The rate was proportional to incompleteness, and even a fragment this small had enough coherence to last hours, maybe days. Long enough to find another host. Harry couldn't let it find another host. He reached for the fragment with his perception. Not to anchor it, to accelerate the decoherence. Rule 74. Decoherence rate can be increased by disrupting the fragment's internal self-referential loop, the mechanism by which a consciousness maintains its own identity. Every consciousness, whole or fragmented, maintained itself through a self-referential loop. I am me, I know I am me, the knowledge that I am me confirms that I am me. The loop was the foundation of identity. Disrupted, and the consciousness lost the ability to sustain its own coherence. Harry found the loop. The fragment self-referential mechanism, still operating despite the lack of an anchor, desperately cycling through its own identity. I am Voldemort, I am immortal, I am Lord Voldemort. Harry reached into the loop and edited a single parameter. The identity reference. He changed it from self-referential to null, the magical equivalent of erasing someone's name from their own mind. The fragment stuttered. I am. I am. I. The self-referential loop collapsed. Without the loop, the fragment had no mechanism to maintain its own coherence. Without coherence, the consciousness dissolved. The dark mass in the air shredded. Threads of consciousness peeled away like smoke in wind, dissipating into the ambient magical field, their allocation returning to the pool. In seconds, there was nothing left. The fragment was gone. Not killed, dissolved. Returned to the system it had exploited, its stolen allocation redistributed, its dark architecture unmade. The chamber was silent. Harry stood over Quirrell's body. The man was unconscious, barely breathing, his skin gray and his pulse thready. Voldemort's parasitic tenure had done terrible damage, years of life force drained, magical architecture ravaged, body pushed past every sustainable limit. Hermione, Harry said. The gold potion. Snape's synthesis. Is it? Hermione was already running. She pulled a small vial from her pocket. She'd been carrying one since Snape had distributed them to the team a week ago, just in case. The gold potion, Wiggenweld pepper-up synthesis, healing and stimulation combined at triple potency. She knelt beside Quirrell, tipped the vial against his lips, and administered it drop by drop. The effect was immediate. Color returned to Quirrell's skin. His breathing deepened. His pulse strengthened. The potion couldn't undo years of parasitic damage, but it could stabilize him, pull him back from the edge, by time for proper treatment. Quirrell's eyes fluttered open. His own eyes, not red, not cold, but brown and bewildered and full of a confusion so deep it was almost childlike. Where? He whispered. What happened to? I was in Albania, and then. You're safe, Hermione said. You're at Hogwarts. You're safe. Quirrell's eyes found Harry. Something flickered in them, recognition, fear, then a slow, dawning relief. It's gone, he breathed. I can feel it. It's gone. It's gone, Harry confirmed. Quirrell closed his eyes and wept. Quietly, weakly, the tears of a man who had been a prisoner in his own body for a year and had just been set free. Harry stepped back. He looked at Ron, who was white-faced and gripping his wand with both hands. At Neville, who was trembling with spent adrenaline but still standing, still ready. At Hermione, kneeling beside Quirrell, administering care with the focused competence that defined her. His team. His friends. They'd done it. Snape arrived 90 seconds later, bursting through the ruins of the chamber entrance with his wand drawn and his face a mask of controlled fury that shattered into something raw when he saw Quirrell on the floor and the absence where the parasitic consciousness had been. He didn't ask what had happened. He knelt beside Quirrell, ran diagnostic spells with the efficiency of long practice, and administered additional potions from a case he'd brought. His hands were steady. His face was not. The fragment, he said without looking up. Is it, dissolved? Permanently? Snape's hands paused on a vial. Just for a second. Then he resumed working. And the other one? He asked quietly. The one in your scar. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was there, the lightning bolt, the famous mark. But behind it, in the void where his magic should have been, the cold knot of the Horcrux was churning. It had felt its sibling die. It was agitated, frightened, thrashing in its anchor like a trapped animal. "Still here," Harry said. "But I know how to deal with it now. The technique I used on Quirrell's fragment, thread cutting at the sub-form level, it'll work on this one too. You'd be cutting threads attached to yourself. I know. The precision required would be extreme. Cutting into your own architecture while maintaining the awareness to do the cutting. Like performing brain surgery on yourself while conscious." Snape looked at him. His black eyes held something that Harry had never seen in them before, fear. Not for himself. For Harry. "Not tonight," Snape said. "Tonight you rest. You've done enough." Harry wanted to argue. The fragment in his scar was dangerous, a connection to Voldemort, a vulnerability, a piece of a monster lodged in his skull. Every hour it remained was an hour of risk. But his body was screaming with exhaustion. The deep allocation pull, the subform editing, the sustained perceptual focus, it had cost him more than he'd realized. His hands were shaking. His vision was blurring at the edges. "Okay," he said. "Tomorrow." "After tomorrow," Snape corrected. "After you've slept, eaten, been examined by Madame Pomfrey, and convinced me that you're in a fit state to perform the most dangerous magical procedure ever attempted by a first year." That's a low bar. How many first years have attempted magical procedures? You are exhausting. I've been told. Hermione appeared at Harry's side. She didn't say anything. She just stood there, close enough that her shoulder touched his, and her presence was warm and solid and real in a way that the vast, abstract architecture of the rules could never be. Ron was on his other side. And Neville behind him. The four of them standing in a ruined chamber, surrounded by rubble and dust and the residue of a battle that the magical world would talk about for generations, and the thing that Harry felt most acutely was not triumph or relief or exhaustion. It was gratitude. Dumbledore arrived 20 minutes later. Fashionably late, as always. The headmaster swept into the chamber through the ruined wall, his blue robes pristine despite the dust, his expression projecting calm authority while his eyes catalogued every detail of the destruction with the speed and precision of a professional catastrophe assessor. He took in the shattered mirror, the crumbled walls, the unconscious Quirrell, the 4 children and 1 potions master standing amid the wreckage. "I see," he said, "that I have missed the excitement." "Where were you?" Harry asked. His voice was flat. "Too tired for diplomacy. I received an urgent owl from the ministry requiring my immediate presence in London. The owl was, I now strongly suspect, a diversion." Dumbledore's gaze settled on Quirrell's unconscious form. "The fragment?" "Gone." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Gone how, precisely?" "Dissolved. I severed its anchor connections at the sub-form level and disrupted its self-referential identity loop. It decohered and dissipated into the ambient field." Dumbledore blinked. It was the first time Harry had ever seen the old wizard genuinely lost for words. The silence stretched for 5 seconds, 10, while Dumbledore's formidable mind processed what Harry had just said. "You dissolved the Horcrux," Dumbledore said finally. "Through direct manipulation of soul magic architecture." "A Horcrux. Is that the technical term?" "It is. A soul fragment, deliberately created, anchored to a physical object or host. The darkest magic known to wizardry. There is no known method of destroying a Horcrux except by damaging the anchor beyond magical repair, fiend fire, basilisk venom, the killing curse." Dumbledore paused. "You found a 4th method." "I found a more precise method. The conventional approaches are sledgehammers. They destroy the anchor to get at the fragment. I extracted the fragment and dissolved it independently. The anchor, Quirrell, survived." Dumbledore looked at Quirrell. The man was sleeping now, stabilized by Snape's potions, his breathing even and his color improving. Alive. Free of the parasite that had ridden him for a year. "You saved him," Dumbledore said. There was wonder in his voice, and something adjacent to shame. I had assumed that confronting the fragment would require sacrifice. That Quirrell was lost. You assumed the old rules applied. They don't. The words hung in the dusty air. Dumbledore held Harry's gaze, and for once, the twinkle was gone. What remained was something honest and unguarded, an old man looking at a young boy and realizing, perhaps for the first time, that the boy had surpassed him in ways he couldn't follow. The stone, Dumbledore said. Harry produced it from his pocket. The red stone sat in his palm, small and warm and incongruously ordinary. It should be returned to Nicholas, Dumbledore said. He and Perenelle will need to make decisions about its future. Harry looked at the stone. He understood its architecture now, the self-sustaining form, the perfect feedback loop, the deep allocation connection. He understood how to replicate it. He understood how to improve it. The stone in his hand was a marvel of magical engineering, but it was also, in light of what Harry now knew, outdated. A masterwork from a previous era, surpassed by the deeper knowledge that the Codex had unlocked. He handed it to Dumbledore. Tell Flamel that if he wants, I can show him how to build a better one. Dumbledore pocketed the stone with the casual ease of a man handling an object worth more than most countries. I will pass along the message. I suspect Nicholas will want to meet you. I suspect a lot of people will want to meet me, after tonight. Indeed. Dumbledore surveyed the destruction one more time. I will handle the explanations. The Ministry, the Board of Governors, the press, there will be questions. Many questions. I will ensure that the answers protect you and your friends. I don't need protection. Perhaps not. But you deserve privacy. What you've accomplished tonight will change the wizarding world, Harry. It should change on your terms, at your pace. Not because a reporter broke the story. Harry considered this. Dumbledore was right, the last thing he needed was the Daily Prophet turning him into a circus attraction. There would be time for revelation. Time for the rules, the architecture, the deep truth about magic to come to light. But that time needed to be chosen carefully, and the information managed with precision. Agreed, Harry said. But I have conditions. Name them. Quirrell is treated as a victim, not a criminal. He was possessed against his will. He gets care, not Azkaban. Of course. My friends are credited. Ron, Hermione, Neville, they fought Voldemort tonight. They held him so I could work. Whatever story you tell, they're in it. As they should be. And Snape. Harry glanced at the potions master, who was pretending to check Quirrell's vitals while listening to every word. Snape's work on potion synthesis, his contributions to the research, when the time comes to publish, he's credited as a primary collaborator. Not a footnote. Snape's hand stilled on the vial he was holding. He didn't look up. But the set of his shoulders changed, a loosening, a release of tension so subtle that only someone who'd been studying him for months would notice. Agreed, Dumbledore said. All of it. Agreed. Harry nodded. The exhaustion was crashing over him now, a wave he'd been holding back through sheer will, and his legs were starting to feel unreliable. I need to sleep, he said. You need the hospital wing, Snape corrected, standing. You've been performing subform manipulation for the first time in human history. There may be cognitive side effects. There aren't. You don't know that. I literally can perceive my own cognitive architecture, and I'm telling you, hospital wing, Potter. Harry looked at Snape. Snape looked at Harry. It was, objectively, a ridiculous standoff, a blood-stained 11-year-old versus a 6-foot potions master, arguing about medical care in a destroyed chamber over the unconscious body of a recently depossessed teacher. Fine, Harry said. Hospital wing. Snape almost smiled. Your mother was equally terrible at accepting help. Stop comparing me to my mother. When you stop reminding me of her. Hermione took Harry's arm. Not because he needed support, not entirely, but because she wanted to. Because the night had been long and terrifying and she had been brave beyond measure, and now she wanted to touch something real and alive and safe. Harry let her. They walked out of the chamber, all of them, the whole battered group, leaving the wreckage behind. Quirrell floated on a stretcher conjured by Snape. Dumbledore walked ahead, his tall figure silhouetted against the torchlight, already composing the story he would tell. The castle's corridors were quiet. 2 in the morning, the halls empty, the portraits sleeping. But as Harry walked, the castle acknowledged him. Doors opened ahead. Torches brightened. The deep architecture hummed, a vibration he felt in his bones, a frequency that said well done in the only language the castle knew. Harry touched the wall as he passed. The stone was warm under his fingers. "Thank you," he murmured. The castle hummed louder. Just for a moment. Then settled into its deep, patient rhythm, and carried them home. The hospital wing was white and quiet and smelled of healing potions. Madame Pomfrey, summoned from sleep, examined Harry with brisk efficiency and mounting alarm. Magical exhaustion, no, wait, you can't have magical exhaustion, you haven't got magic. Neural fatigue, yes, significant. Elevated cortisol. Microhemorrhaging in the nasal passages, consistent with extreme cognitive strain. And, she paused, her wand hovering over Harry's forehead. The scar tissue is inflamed. There's something in there. I know, Harry said. I'm dealing with it. You're dealing with, Mr. Potter, there is a dark magical artifact embedded in your skull. I'm aware. It needs to be removed immediately. It will be. By me. When I'm ready. Pomfrey looked at Dumbledore, who had followed them in. Dumbledore nodded, just barely. I will defer to the headmaster's judgment, Pomfrey said, in a tone that communicated exactly how much she disapproved of the headmaster's judgment. But you are staying overnight. All of you. Ron was already asleep in the nearest bed, fully clothed, shoes still on. Neville was sitting on the edge of the next bed, staring at his hands with the distant look of someone replaying the evening's events in exhaustive detail. Hermione was in the bed beside Harry's, not sleeping but not fully awake, caught in the twilight state of someone who was too tired to think and too wired to stop. Snape stood by the door, arms crossed, watching. Go to bed, Professor, Harry said. When you're asleep. That's not, when you're asleep, Potter. Harry closed his eyes. He could feel the scar fragment churning behind his forehead, agitated, afraid. It knew what had happened to its sibling. It knew what was coming for it. Tomorrow, Harry thought. Tomorrow I'll deal with you. But tonight, for the first time in months, the world felt manageable. The stone was safe. Voldemort's fragment was destroyed. Quirrell was free. His friends were alive and whole and sleeping in beds around him. And Harry, the boy who couldn't do magic, the squib, the punchline, the storage room orphan, was 80 rules deep into the architecture of reality and climbing. He slept. He dreamed. Not the formless, churning dreams of an anxious mind, something structured, precise, with the clarity of perception rather than imagination. He was in the chamber beneath Hogwarts, standing in the center of the vast space, surrounded by the blazing patterns of the castle's deep architecture. But the patterns were different. More complex. More detailed. Showing him things he couldn't see while awake. The codex was in his hands, open, and the sheets were multiplying. 81. 82. 83. New rules, revealed not by conscious study but by the deeper processing of sleep, his subconscious working through implications and connections that his waking mind hadn't yet reached. Rule 81, the system contains a self-documentation protocol. When a user achieves sufficient comprehension, the system generates explanatory structures tailored to the user's cognitive framework. The codex is an instance of this protocol. The codex wasn't a book. It wasn't an artifact. It was a feature of the system itself, an automatic documentation generator, triggered by a user who needed it, customized to their level of understanding. The unknown woman who had created the codex hadn't written it. She had activated the documentation protocol, and the system had generated the codex for her. When she was done, the codex had persisted, waiting in the system, encoded in metal sheets, ready for the next user who met the activation criteria. A user without magic. A user who needed to see the architecture because they couldn't use the interface. The codex had been waiting for Harry. Not metaphorically. Literally. The system had generated it, stored it, and placed it where a future user would find it. The system had anticipated Harry, or someone like him, and prepared accordingly. The dream deepened. The patterns on the chamber walls shifted, showing Harry something new. A view of the magical world from the system's perspective, not individual wizards and witches, not schools and governments and wars, but the allocation field itself. A vast, shimmering network of energy, flowing through the earth, the air, the water, connecting every magical being and every magical place in a web of shared resource. And in the web, anomalies. Dark spots. Places where the allocation flow was disrupted, diverted, corrupted. Harry focused on one and recognized it instantly, a Horcrux. Not the destroyed fragment from Quirrell, not the one in his scar, but another. Somewhere distant. A point of dark magic embedded in the allocation web, draining energy, corrupting the flow around it. He looked further. Found another. And another. And another. 5 anomalies. 5 Horcruxes. 5 soul fragments, scattered across the magical world, each one a parasite in the system, each one draining and corrupting the allocation flow. Voldemort hadn't made one Horcrux. He'd made many. The fragment in Quirrell and the fragment in Harry were just 2 of them. There were more. Hidden, anchored, waiting. And as long as they existed, Voldemort could not truly be destroyed. Each fragment preserved a piece of his consciousness, each one capable of regenerating the others, each one a backup copy of a monster. The dream was pulling Harry deeper. The chamber around him was fading, replaced by a view of the entire system, not just Hogwarts, not just Britain, but the whole magical world, laid out in allocation flows and form structures and the deep, pulsing heartbeat of reality itself. Harry could see it all. For one dream-suspended moment, he had architect vision, the 108 rule perspective, the complete picture, the view from the very bottom of the stack. And he understood. The system was not just architecture. It was not just rules and parameters and allocation flows. It was alive. Not conscious, not in the way humans were conscious, but alive in the way a forest is alive, the way an ecosystem is alive. Self-organizing. Self-correcting. Self-documenting. Generating the tools it needed to maintain itself, including the codex, including the chamber, including the conditions that produced users like Harry. The system had created him. Not literally, it hadn't engineered his birth or arranged his parents' deaths. But it had created the conditions, the architecture, the documentation, the path. It had known, at some deep systemic level, that it needed a user who could see it fully. Who could understand it completely. Who could do what wizards couldn't, perceive the system without being part of it. A null signature entity. A squib. Someone outside the system, looking in. Harry woke up. He was alone in the hospital wing. Morning light streamed through the tall windows. The beds around him were empty. Ron, Hermione, and Neville had been discharged. Quirrell's bed, at the far end of the ward, was curtained off. Harry sat up. His head was clear. The dream was vivid in his memory, not fading the way dreams usually did, but crystallizing, becoming sharper with each passing second. He could still see the 5 anomalies in the allocation web. 5 Horcruxes. 5 pieces of Voldemort, hidden in the world. And he could still feel the dream's deepest revelation thrumming through him like a plucked string. The system was alive, and it had been waiting for him. He reached for the codex on his bedside table. Opened it. 83 sheets. The dream rules had held. His subconscious processing during sleep had been real, genuine comprehension, recognized by the codex, rewarded with new knowledge. Rule 81, the Self-Documentation Protocol. Rule 82, the system tracks all active Horcruxes as anomalies in the allocation web and can provide location data to users with sufficient access level. Rule 83, the system's corrective pressure against soul fragmentation can be globally increased, raising the difficulty of creating Horcruxes or accelerating the decoherence of existing ones. Harry read Rule 83 3 times. Globally increased. He could raise the system's resistance to Horcruxes everywhere, not just locally. Make it harder to create new ones. Make existing ones less stable. If he pushed the parameter high enough, if the corrective pressure exceeded the anchoring strength, existing Horcruxes would begin to decohere on their own. He could make Horcruxes impossible. Not one at a time. Not by hunting them down and destroying them individually with basilisk venom or fiendfire or whatever crude methods wizards had used before. He could change the rules. Edit the system's parameters so that the very concept of soul fragmentation became non-viable. A systemic fix. A patch. The implications were staggering. But they were also premature. Harry was at 83 rules, not 108. He had editor access to Hogwarts, not architect access to the global system. To implement a worldwide parameter change, he'd need to reach the top. 25 more rules. Harry swung his legs out of bed. His body ached but his mind was crystalline, sharper than it had ever been, running on the combined fuel of 83 rules and a dream that had shown him the shape of everything. He had work to do. But first, the fragment in his scar. He found Snape in the potions classroom at 9 a.m. The man was already brewing, bent over a cauldron, sleeves rolled up, hair hanging in curtains around his face. The dungeon smelled of something herbal and slightly acrid. "I need your help," Harry said from the doorway. Snape didn't look up. "The scar. The scar. I assumed you wouldn't wait." Snape set down his stirring rod and turned. His face was drawn, he'd slept less than Harry, if at all. But his eyes were sharp. "When?" "Now. Today. The fragment is destabilized from last night," it felt its sibling die. "It's weaker than it's been since Voldemort put it in me. If I wait, it'll restabilize. Dig in deeper. You need a controlled environment. The room of requirement. You need a medical professional standing by. Pomfrey won't understand what's happening. She'll try to intervene with healing spells and disrupt the process. Then you need someone who understands the process. I need you." Snape held his gaze. The potions master's expression was unreadable, his default state, the mask he'd worn for so long it had become indistinguishable from his face. But behind the mask, Harry could see the man's magical signature churning with something that looked a lot like fear. "I watched your mother die because I couldn't protect her," Snape said. The words came out quiet, controlled, sharp-edged. "I will not watch her son die because I was too cautious to help him. I'm not going to die." "No. You're not." Snape rolled down his sleeves. "Because I'm going to be there to make sure of it." They gathered at noon. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Snape. The room of requirement, configured as a medical suite, a comfortable reclining chair in the center, monitoring equipment that the room had conjured based on Hermione's detailed specification, and an allocation density boosted from the deep layers to provide maximum magical energy for the procedure. Harry sat in the chair. The fragment in his scar was active, pulsing, writhing, aware of what was about to happen. Through the scar connection, Harry could feel its fear. Raw, primal, animal fear. The fear of something about to be erased. "Walk me through it," Hermione said. She was standing beside the chair, quill in hand, parchment ready. Documenting. Even now, even in this moment, she was documenting. The procedure is the same as what I did to Quirrell's fragment. Subform thread cutting. I sever the connections between the soul fragment and its anchor, in this case, me. Once all connections are cut, the fragment loses its hold and I can dissolve it. The difference being that the anchor is your own body and mind. Yes. And you'll be cutting into your own magical architecture while maintaining the perceptual focus to see what you're cutting. Yes. And if you cut wrong, if you sever a thread that's actually part of your own cognitive architecture, not the fragments, then I sustain brain damage proportional to the significance of the severed connection. The room was very quiet. I won't cut wrong, Harry said. I can distinguish between my own architecture and the fragment. My pattern is null, empty, void. The fragment's pattern is cold and dense and dark. They're as different as fire and water. I'd have to be blind to confuse them. You could go blind, Hermione said. If the fragment fights back. If it disrupts your perception, it can try. But I'm operating at a level it can't reach. The fragment is a piece of a consciousness that never understood the system architecture. Voldemort was the most powerful conventional wizard in history. He pushed the interface further than anyone. But he never looked beneath it. The fragment can't fight me at the subform level because it can't see at the subform level. Snape was running diagnostic spells on Harry, his wand tracing patterns in the air around Harry's head. The fragment is located primarily in the scar tissue, he reported. It has tendrils extending into the frontal and temporal lobes, more extensive than I'd like, but consistent with what you'd expect from 15 years of parasitic integration. 15 years? Ron said. Since Harry was an infant, Snape said. The fragment has been embedding itself since the night it was created. Which means the connections are deep, Harry said. Deeply integrated. More threads to cut than Quirrell's fragment, and more finely woven into my own architecture. But the principle is the same. Neville, who had been standing by the door with his wand in hand, guard duty, self-assigned, non-negotiable, spoke up. What do we do if something goes wrong? If I lose consciousness, don't try to wake me. The procedure operates below the level of consciousness, waking me would disrupt it. If I start seizing, Snape stabilizes my body but does not interfere with the magical process. If I stop breathing, we resuscitate, Snape said firmly. We resuscitate, Harry agreed. But I won't stop breathing. The fragment is in my mind, not my body. The physical risk is minimal. The cognitive risk is the concern. And if the cognitive risk manifests? Hermione asked. Her voice was steady but her knuckles around the quill were white. Then you have a lot of research notes and I have full confidence that you, Snape, and whoever else you recruit will carry the work forward. Nobody spoke for a moment. The room of requirement hummed with allocation energy, the boosted magical density making the air feel thick and warm. Right, Ron said. He crossed his arms. None of that's happening. Do the thing. We'll be here. Harry looked at his friends. At Ron's stubborn jaw. At Hermione's white-knuckled grip. At Neville's guard duty stance. At Snape's clinical focus masking deep concern. Okay, Harry said. Starting now. He closed his eyes and went inside. His own architecture unfolded before him like a landscape. The null signature, the void where magic should have been, was vast and quiet, a still pool of nothing surrounded by the structures of his body and mind. Neural pathways mapped in allocation flows. Cognitive processes rendered as form-like structures, not magical but biological, operating on the same physical substrate that magic used. And nested in the void, like a tumor in healthy tissue, the Horcrux. It was larger than he'd expected. 15 years of growth, 15 years of extending tendrils, 15 years of weaving itself into Harry's architecture. The fragment's dark pattern was threaded through his frontal lobe, his temporal lobe, his memory centers, his emotional processing, an invasive root system that had colonized vast sections of his cognitive infrastructure. The threads numbered not in hundreds but in thousands. Tens of thousands. A web of parasitic connections so fine and so extensive that Harry's first reaction was a cold spike of fear. He breathed through it. Fear was information, not an obstacle. The fear told him the procedure would be longer and more delicate than he'd estimated. It told him he'd need to maintain subform perception for an extended period. It told him the margin for error was thinner than thin. But the threads were still distinguishable from his own architecture. His pattern was null, empty, biological, warm. The fragment's pattern was cold and dark and magical. Two different materials, woven together. A careful hand could separate them. Harry began. He started at the periphery, where the threads were thinnest and most recently grown. These outer connections were the fragment's newest extensions, less deeply integrated, easier to sever. He found the first thread, comprehended its parameters, and edited the binding strength to 0. The thread dissolved. The fragment flinched. He moved to the next. And the next. Working inward from the edges, clearing the outermost layer of parasitic connections the way you peel away the outer layers of an onion. The fragment fought. Not with magic, it had no independent magic, no allocation of its own. It fought with the only weapon it had, Harry's own mind. The fragment was embedded in his cognitive infrastructure. It had access, limited, parasitic, but real, to his thoughts, his memories, his emotions. And it used that access now, desperately, throwing up walls of sensation and feeling to distract him from the cutting. Grief hit first. A wave of it, enormous, crushing, grief for parents he'd never known, grief for the childhood stolen by a cupboard under the stairs, grief for the boy he might have been if the world had been kind. The grief was real. It was his. The fragment hadn't created it, it had found it, stored in Harry's memory, and amplified it, turned the volume up until it drowned out everything else. Harry breathed through it. The grief was real but the amplification was artificial. He could see the fragment's interference, a parameter tweak on his emotional processing, a nudge that turned natural sadness into incapacitating despair. He found the parameter and corrected it. The grief subsided to its normal level, present, acknowledged, filed away. Anger next. The old, familiar anger, at the Dursleys, at Dumbledore, at the world that had failed him. The fragment dug deep for this one, pulling from years of stored resentment, painting the walls of Harry's mind red with fury. Harry corrected it. The anger faded. Loneliness. Isolation. The bone-deep conviction that he was fundamentally different, fundamentally alone, that no one could truly understand what he was or what he saw. Harry corrected it. And as he did, he thought of Ron's chocolate frog on the train. Of Hermione sitting down across from him in the library. Of Neville saying, "Can I come too?" Of Snape saying, "Your mother would have said the same thing." The loneliness wasn't true. The fragment had found a real fear and tried to make it a fact, but the fact was that Harry was not alone. Had not been alone since September. Had chosen not to be alone, and had been chosen in return. The emotional attack subsided. The fragment, depleted of ammunition, contracted, pulling its remaining threads inward, tightening around its core in Harry's scar, trying to make itself small and hard and unassailable. Harry followed it in. The core was dense. The oldest connections, threads that had been in place since Harry was 15 months old, were woven so tightly into his architecture that separating them required magnification beyond anything he'd attempted. He pushed his perception deeper, past the form level, past the sub-form level, into a resolution so fine that individual parameter values were visible as discrete data points. At this depth, the distinction between his architecture and the fragments was absolute. His was warm, null, biological. The fragments was cold, dark, magical. Two different species of structure, interwoven but never merged. The fragment had lived in Harry's mind for 15 years, but it had never become part of him. It was a guest that had overstayed its welcome. An invader that had learned to mimic belonging. Harry cut. Thread by thread, connection by connection, with the patient precision of someone defusing a bomb made of spider silk. The core contracted with each cut, the fragment shrinking, losing its grip, its influence diminishing. Harry's mind grew clearer with each severed connection. Thoughts he hadn't realized were muddied became sharp. Emotions he hadn't known were dampened became vivid. It was like cleaning a window he'd never realized was dirty. The last 50 threads were the hardest. They were the oldest, the deepest, anchored to fundamental cognitive structures, memory formation, pattern recognition, language processing. Cutting them required absolute precision. One wrong cut and Harry would lose the ability to form new memories, or recognize faces, or speak. He cut them one at a time. Slowly. Carefully. Breathing between each one. 49. 48. 47. The fragment was screaming. Not audibly, through the scar connection, a psychic shriek of a dying thing, knowing it was dying, fighting with the last pathetic dregs of its stolen existence. Harry could feel it. He didn't enjoy it. He didn't hate it. He acknowledged it as the death throes of something that should never have existed, and he kept cutting. 20. 15. 10. His perception was blurring. Fatigue, not physical but cognitive, the exhaustion of sustaining subform vision for too long. His resolution was degrading. The threads were getting harder to see, harder to distinguish from his own architecture. 5 threads. 4. 3. He could feel Snape's diagnostic spells playing over his body in the outside world, gentle and persistent, monitoring his vitals. He could feel Hermione's presence beside the chair, a warmth, a solidity, an anchor in the real world while he navigated the depths of his own mind. 2 threads. 1 thread. The last thread was anchored to his scar itself, to the physical tissue, the nerve endings, the skin cells that had formed the lightning bolt 15 years ago. The deepest, oldest, most fundamental connection. The first thread Voldemort had ever placed in him. Harry looked at it. A thin line of cold darkness, running from the fragment to his forehead, the original anchor, the root of everything. He cut it. The fragment came free. A small, cold, dark mass of consciousness, floating in the null space of Harry's mind, untethered, unanchored, alone. It pulsed once, a final, desperate attempt to reconnect, to find a thread, to grab hold of something. There was nothing to grab. Harry engaged the decoherence protocol. Rule 74. He disrupted the fragment's self-referential loop, the I am me mechanism that held it together. I am Voldemort, the fragment dissolved. Cold darkness became warm nothing. The allocation that had sustained it, stolen from Harry's own life force for 15 years, returned to the ambient field in a gentle rush that Harry felt as a wave of warmth spreading through his body. The void in Harry's mind was empty. Truly empty. For the first time since he was an infant, there was nothing in him that didn't belong to him. Harry opened his eyes. The room of requirement was bright. The allocation-enriched air shimmered. Snape was leaning over him, wand in hand, diagnostic spells playing across Harry's face. Hermione was on his other side, her hands gripping the arm of the chair. Ron was standing at the foot, white-faced. Neville was at the door, wand out, tears streaming silently down his face. "It's done," Harry said. His voice sounded different. Clearer. As if someone had removed a filter he'd never known was there. Snape ran 3 more diagnostic spells. His hands were not steady. "The dark signature in your scar is gone. The neural architecture shows no damage. Cognitive function appears." He trailed off. Reran the diagnostic. Cognitive function appears enhanced. Whatever the fragment was doing to your mind, its removal has improved baseline processing. It was dampening me, Harry said. For 15 years. I couldn't feel it because I'd never known anything different. But now that it's gone. He flexed his perception. The world blazed, allocation flows, form structures, the deep architecture of the room, visible in a resolution and clarity that surpassed anything he'd experienced before. I can see more. Clearer. Deeper. Hermione let go of the chair arm. Her hands were trembling. Don't you ever do that again. Can't. No more Horcruxes in my head. That's not what she stopped. Took a breath. How do you feel? Harry thought about it. Really thought, taking stock, cataloging sensations and states with the thoroughness that had become second nature. Free, he said. I feel free. Ron made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. Neville lowered his wand and wiped his face with his sleeve. Snape straightened up, pocketed his wand, and turned away to the monitoring equipment so that nobody would see his expression. Harry sat in the chair in the room of requirement and felt the weight of a dead man's soul lift from his mind, and the world was clearer and brighter and more full of possibility than it had ever been. 2 Horcruxes down. 5 to go. But those were problems for another day. Today, Harry was free. And that was enough. Chapter 6, Buffer Overflow. Spring came to Hogwarts like a held breath finally released. The ice on the lake cracked and dissolved over 3 days in late February, the Black Lake returning to its dark, still mirror. The ground softened from frozen stone to squelching mud. Buds appeared on the Whomping Willow, which celebrated the season by trying to swat a low-flying owl out of the air. And Harry Potter, free of a dead man's soul fragment for the first time in his life, discovered what it felt like to think without static. The difference was profound and constant. Every thought arrived cleaner. Every perception registered sharper. It was as though he'd spent 15 years listening to music through a wall and was now hearing it directly, the same notes, the same melody, but with a richness and clarity that transformed the experience entirely. His comprehension of the rules deepened overnight. Connections he'd been struggling to see snapped into focus. Implications he'd missed leaped out of the codex like words in bold print. 3 days after removing the Horcrux, he unlocked rules 84 through 89. A week later, 90 through 93. The codex was growing faster than ever, each new sheet arriving with a sense of inevitability, as if the knowledge had been queued up behind the Horcrux and was now flowing freely through the cleared channel. 93 rules. 15 away from architect access. Harry sat in the chamber beneath Hogwarts on a Saturday morning in early March and felt the castle's heartbeat around him and the vast, patient architecture of reality humming at the edges of his awareness, and he let himself, for the first time in months, relax. The crisis was past. Voldemort's fragment was gone from Quirrell, gone from Harry. Quirrell himself was recovering in a private room in St. Mungo's, slowly relearning what it meant to be the only person inside his own head. The Philosopher's Stone had been returned to Flamel. Dumbledore had spun the official story with his usual deftness, a break-in attempt by an unknown dark wizard, foiled by the school's protections, no students harmed. The truth was known only to Harry's inner circle, plus Dumbledore and whatever Dumbledore had told the Order of the Phoenix. The Daily Prophet ran a small article on page 6. Nobody noticed. Harry had breathing room. And he intended to use it. The room of requirement had become their permanent base of operations. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Snape met there every evening after dinner, and most weekends besides. The room, responding to their evolving needs, had grown from a simple laboratory into something resembling a cross between a research institute and a war room, workstations, a massive slate board that now covered an entire wall, shelves of notes and references, a comfortable seating area that Ron had slowly colonized with cushions and snack supplies. They fell into roles naturally. Harry was the architect, the one who could see the system, interact with its structures, and push the boundaries of what was possible. Hermione was the theorist and experimentalist, designing tests, analyzing results, building the intellectual framework that translated Harry's perceptions into communicable knowledge. Snape was the applied researcher, taking the theoretical breakthroughs and turning them into practical applications, potions, enchantments, techniques that demonstrated the rules' real-world utility. Ron was the strategist, the one who saw the big picture while others focused on details, who asked the simple questions that turned out to be the important ones. And Neville was the powerhouse, his unblocked magic growing stronger by the week, providing the raw magical energy for experiments that would have exhausted anyone else. They had been working together for months now, and the team had developed a rhythm, an unspoken choreography of question and answer, hypothesis and test, insight and application that produced results faster than any of them could have achieved alone. Rule 91, Harry said on a Tuesday evening, standing at the board. The allocation system is hierarchical. Local pools feed into regional pools, which feed into continental pools, which feed into the global pool. It's like a watershed, streams into rivers into oceans. Hermione was scribbling. That explains why some locations are more magically potent than others. Hogwarts isn't powerful because of the founder's enchantments, it's powerful because it sits at a confluence of allocation flows. The founders built here because the location was already a nexus. Exactly. The castle taps into a regional pool that draws from multiple tributary flows. It's like building a dam at the junction of 3 rivers, you get more water than any single river could provide. Snape, who had been examining a potion brewing in the corner, looked up. Diagon Alley. Hogsmeade. The Ministry of Magic. All major magical installations are built on allocation nexuses. All of them, Harry confirmed. The magical world's geography is determined by allocation topology, not surface features. Wizards gravitated to high allocation locations without understanding why, they just felt more powerful there, their spells worked better, their enchantments lasted longer. Stonehenge. Ron suggested from his nest of cushions. Massive nexus. One of the largest in Europe. The Muggles built on it thousands of years ago because they could feel the energy even without magic. The stone circle was probably an early attempt to interact with the allocation field. Muggles interacting with the allocation field, Hermione said slowly. That has implications. It has enormous implications. Muggles aren't cut off from the allocation system, they're just not connected to the interface. They can't cast spells because they lack the channeling capacity that wizards have. But they can still sense the field, especially in high-density areas. Ley lines, sacred sites, places of power, Muggle folklore is full of references to locations with unusual energy. They were feeling the allocation topology. Neville, who had been practicing a complex wand movement for a synthesis spell they'd been developing, lowered his wand. Does that mean Muggles could learn to interact with the system? Like Harry does? The room went quiet. Everyone looked at Harry. Theoretically, Harry said carefully, anyone who understands the rules can interact with the system. The Codex was designed for non-magical users. I'm proof that magic isn't required for system-level access. But there's a prerequisite, you need to be able to perceive the pattern structure. I can perceive it because my null signature makes me transparent to the system. The system's information flows through me instead of around me. A Muggle would face the same barrier that wizards face, the interface gets in the way. But if the interface could be bypassed, Hermione pressed. If someone, wizard or Muggle, could be taught to perceive below the interface level, then the distinction between magical and non-magical becomes meaningless. Another long silence. The implications of that statement filled the room like a rising tide. Ron broke it. That's going to upset some people. That's going to upset almost everyone, Snape corrected. His voice was dry but his eyes were sharp. The entire structure of magical society rests on the distinction between magical and non-magical. The statute of secrecy. The ministry's jurisdiction. Pure blood ideology. Muggleborn integration politics. Remove the fundamental distinction and every institutional framework in the magical world collapses. Not collapses, Harry said. Transforms. The institutions don't go away, they evolve. The Statute of Secrecy was designed to protect wizards from Muggle persecution. If Muggles can access the system, the persecution motive disappears. The Ministry's jurisdiction was based on controlling magical ability. If magical ability isn't the relevant category, if system access is, then jurisdiction needs to be redefined. You're talking about a new world order, Hermione said. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried the weight of someone who understood exactly what she was saying. I'm talking about the truth. The system doesn't distinguish between magical and non-magical. The distinction is a consequence of the interface, not a feature of reality. When the truth comes out, and it will, the world will have to adjust. When, Snape said. Not if. When, Harry confirmed. I'm not going to hide this. I told you from the beginning, I'm done with hiding. The Codex was created to be found. The system generated it for a reason. The knowledge wants to be known. Snape studied him for a long moment. You are extraordinarily naive for someone so intelligent. Possibly. The magical world will not thank you for this. The purebloods will call it an attack on their heritage. The Ministry will call it a security threat. The international magical community will panic. Voldemort's followers, of whom many remain at large, will see it as confirmation of their worst fears. And the Muggleborns? Harry said. The half-bloods? The squibs? The people who've been told their whole lives that they're less than, or different, or dangerous. What will they see? Snape was quiet. They'll see the truth, Hermione said. And the truth is worth the disruption. Snape looked at her. Then at Harry. Something passed between the three of them, a recognition that they had crossed a line. They were no longer just studying the rules. They were planning a revolution. We'll need allies, Snape said. Dumbledore, obviously. The Flammels. Sympathetic members of the Wizengamot. International contacts, I have some, from my years in, various circles. He didn't specify which circles. He didn't need to. We'll need a publication strategy. Academic first, peer-reviewed research establishing the allocation model, the form architecture, the synthesis methodology. Then broader dissemination. And we need to deal with the remaining Horcruxes first, Harry said. 5 fragments of Voldemort are still out there. As long as they exist, Voldemort can return. And a returning Voldemort in a world that's just learned that blood purity is meaningless, would be catastrophic, Snape finished. He'd see it as the ultimate provocation. The destruction of everything he stands for. So we eliminate the Horcruxes before we publish. Remove the threat, then change the world. Ron raised his hand from the cushion nest. Quick question. How are we going to find 5 hidden Horcruxes scattered across God knows where? Harry smiled. It was not a reassuring smile. I had a dream. He told them about the dream, the system-level vision, the allocation web, the 5 dark anomalies. He described their positions in the web, their signatures, the general sense of their locations. One is here in Britain. Close, relatively. The signature suggests it's in a high allocation area, a nexus or near one. London? Hermione guessed. Maybe. The resolution from the dream wasn't precise enough for exact locations. But at my current access level, I can query the castle's system for more detailed allocation mapping. The system tracks Horcruxes as anomalies, Rule 82. If I can get a detailed enough map of the British allocation web, I should be able to pinpoint the one that's nearby. And the others? Further away. Different countries, possibly. The system can provide location data, but accessing it requires higher comprehension. I need more rules. How many more? Architect access. 108. That gives me full system access, not just Hogwarts, but the global architecture. I can query the entire allocation web, find every Horcrux, and, he paused. And do what I mentioned before. Patch the exploit. Change the system's parameters so that soul fragmentation is no longer viable. A global fix, Hermione breathed. One change. One parameter adjustment. Every Horcrux in the world starts to decohere. Voldemort's, and anyone else's. The concept of soul fragmentation becomes impossible. The darkest magic in existence, permanently eliminated. The room was very quiet. The weight of what Harry was proposing settled over them like a blanket. You'd be changing the rules of magic, Neville said. For everyone. Forever. Yes. Without anyone's permission. The system doesn't require permission. It requires comprehension. That's not what I mean. Neville's voice was careful, thoughtful. I mean, who decides? Who decides that soul fragmentation should be impossible? Who decides what the rules of magic should be? Harry looked at Neville. The question was good. It was the right question, the question that Hermione, for all her brilliance, had skipped over in her excitement, and that Ron, for all his strategic thinking, hadn't thought to ask. The system has been running for as long as magic has existed, Harry said. In all that time, soul fragmentation has been possible. It's been used, rarely, by the darkest wizards, at terrible cost, but it's been available. I'm proposing to remove that availability. To close a door that's been open forever. He paused. You're right to question whether I should. I'm not saying you shouldn't, Neville said. I'm saying the decision shouldn't be easy. It isn't. The two of them looked at each other. Neville, who knew what Horcrux-enabled immortality cost, who visited his parents in St. Mungo's every Christmas and held their hands while they didn't recognize him, casualties of a war that Voldemort's soul fragments had made possible. And Harry, who had carried a piece of that immortality in his skull for 15 years. Do it, Neville said. Close the door. Some doors should be closed. Harry nodded. The decision solidified. Not easy, as Neville had said. But right. First things first, Harry said. The nearby Horcrux. Let me see what the system can tell us. He closed his eyes and reached into the castle's deep architecture. The allocation web of Britain spread out in his perception, a vast, shimmering network of flows and pools and nexuses, covering the island like a glowing circulatory system. He searched for anomalies. Dark spots. The cold, dense signature of a soul fragment parasitizing the flow. There. One anomaly. Clear and close, its location resolving with each second of focused attention. Not London. Closer than London. North. Harry's eyes snapped open. It's in Hogwarts. Everyone stiffened. Where? Snape demanded. The 7th floor. No, inside the castle's architecture. Hidden in a pocket space. Harry was tracking the anomaly, following its allocation signature through the castle's structure. It's in a room that doesn't normally exist. A room that only appears when you need it. The room of requirement, Hermione whispered. They all looked at each other. They were sitting in the room of requirement. Not this configuration, Harry said quickly. A different one. The room has multiple states, it can be anything the user asks for. One of those states is a storage space. A place where things can be hidden. Someone asked the room to hide something, years ago, and the room created a pocket dimension to store it. Can you access it? Harry was already standing. He walked to the center of the room, closed his eyes, and reached into the room's form, the dynamic configuration engine that responded to user intent. He could see its architecture clearly now, at 93 rules. The room was a masterpiece of magical engineering, a space that existed in a state of constant potential, capable of manifesting any configuration that a user's intent could define. Including a configuration it was currently not showing them. A hidden state. A storage dimension. Harry adjusted the room's configuration parameters directly, bypassing the normal intent-based interface. The walls shimmered. The research equipment flickered. And then the room changed. Not smoothly, jaggedly, like a television switching channels. The laboratory vanished. In its place appeared a space the size of a cathedral, filled floor to ceiling with objects. Mountains of objects. Furniture stacked to the rafters. Broken wands. Old textbooks. Bottles of congealed potion. Rusted cauldrons. Moth-eaten robes. Centuries of accumulated junk, piled and shoved and crammed into a space that seemed to stretch forever in every direction. The room of hidden things, Snape murmured. He was staring at the chaos with an expression of disgusted recognition. I'd heard rumors. Students using the room to hide contraband. More than contraband, Harry said. He was scanning the space, filtering through the noise of 1,000 mundane objects, searching for the cold, dark signature of the Horcrux. Centuries of hidden things. Everything anyone ever wanted to make disappear. The signature was there. Buried deep in the mountain of junk, pulsing with the sick, cold rhythm that Harry now recognized instantly. He moved toward it, picking his way through narrow aisles between towering piles of forgotten objects. Past a stack of broken broomsticks. Past a cage containing the skeleton of some small creature. Past a cabinet that hummed with dark magic, not the Horcrux, something else, dangerous in its own right. Past a shelf of books that whispered as Harry passed. There. On top of a chipped bust of an old wizard, sitting like a crown, was a tarnished silver diadem. It was beautiful despite the tarnish, a delicate circlet with a blue sapphire set in the center, inscribed with words that Harry could just make out, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Hermione breathed from behind him. She'd followed, unable to resist. It's been lost for centuries. There are entire books written about its disappearance. Harry looked at the diadem with his system-level perception. The Horcrux was unmistakable, a cold, dense fragment of Voldemort's soul, anchored to the ancient silver, corrupting the original enchantments that had once made the diadem a tool of wisdom and clarity. The fragment was smaller than the one that had been in Harry's scar, younger, less integrated, but it was vicious. The diadem radiated malice like a stove radiates heat. "Don't touch it," Harry said. "The fragment is active. It'll try to influence anyone who handles it, feed on their emotions, amplify their worst impulses. Can you dissolve it? Like you did the others?" "I can." Harry reached out with his perception, into the diadem's architecture, scanning for the familiar thread structure that anchored a soul fragment to its host. The threads were there, fewer than in a living host, because the diadem was an object, not a person. No cognitive architecture to infiltrate. Just a cold web of dark magic binding the fragment to silver and sapphire. Harry began cutting. Thread by thread, with the precision he'd refined through 2 previous procedures. The fragment felt him coming and reacted, a pulse of cold fury, a wave of malicious intent that washed over Harry and broke against his perception like water against stone. The fragment couldn't reach him. It had no leverage, no access to his emotions, no connection to exploit. Harry was null. Empty. Invisible to the fragment's influence. The cutting took 4 minutes. Faster than Quirrell, far faster than the scar. The threads were simpler, the anchor less integrated, the fragment less deeply embedded. When the last thread fell, the soul fragment rose from the diadem like dark smoke and hung in the air, unanchored, decohering already. Harry disrupted its self-referential loop. The fragment dissolved. The dark smoke dispersed, its allocation returning to the ambient field in a soft wave of warmth. The diadem sat on the bust, tarnished but clean. Voldemort's presence was gone. What remained was Rowena Ravenclaw's original enchantment, faint, degraded by centuries of parasitic corruption, but present. A wisdom-enhancing charm of remarkable elegance, damaged but not destroyed. 3 down, Harry said. 4 to go. Hermione reached for the diadem, then stopped herself. Is it safe now? The Horcrux is gone. The original enchantment is still active but harmless, it enhances cognitive function. That's what it was designed to do. Hermione picked it up. She held it in both hands, turning it, examining it with eyes that were bright with scholarly wonder. Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Do you know what this is worth to magical history? I know what it's worth to Ravenclaw House, Harry said. It should be returned to them. After proper analysis, Hermione said firmly. And documentation. And publication. She paused. And maybe after I try it on. Just once. Hermione. For science. Ron's voice echoed from somewhere back in the junk piles. Oi. Can we go back to the normal room? I found something that might be alive and I don't want to know what it is. Harry reconfigured the room. The cathedral of hidden things dissolved, replaced by their familiar laboratory. The diadem remained in Hermione's hands, a real object, transferred between configurations. She set it carefully on a workbench, already planning the analysis protocol. Snape was staring at the diadem with an expression that mixed scholarly interest with something darker. You said 4 remain. Do you know what the others are? Not yet. The dream showed me 5 anomalies in the allocation web. I've destroyed 3 fragments total, Quirrell's, mine, and the diadem. The Quirrell fragment and my Scar fragment might or might not have been among the 5 dream anomalies. I need to rescan the web to see how many remain. Harry closed his eyes and reached into the allocation web. The British section was clearest, he could map it in detail from Hogwarts system. He searched for anomalies. 1 had vanished. The Hogwarts anomaly, the diadem. Gone. The allocation flow in that sector was already healing, the disruption closing like a wound. But the other British anomaly was still there. And it was in London. Specifically, in a high-security area of central London that Harry's perception placed somewhere near, he pushed for resolution, Whitehall. The Ministry of Magic. One of them is in the Ministry, Harry said. Snape went very still. Inside the Ministry of Magic. Somewhere in the building. The signature is strong but I can't get a precise location from here, the Ministry has its own ward structure that interferes with external scanning. A Horcrux hidden inside the most heavily warded magical building in Britain, Snape said. If Voldemort placed it there deliberately, if he had the resources and access to hide a piece of his soul inside the Ministry, then he had an insider, Harry finished. Someone with high-level access. A Death Eater in the Ministry. That narrows the list to approximately 40% of the senior staff, Snape said dryly. The Dark Lord's recruitment strategy focused heavily on institutional power. Many of his followers claimed to have been under the Imperius Curse after his fall. Some of them were lying. The room was quiet while everyone processed the implications. A Horcrux inside the Ministry of Magic. Protected not just by Voldemort's magic but by the entire institutional security apparatus of magical Britain. Getting to it would require either Ministry cooperation or a covert operation that made sneaking into the restricted section look like a walk in the park. We'll need Dumbledore for this one, Harry said. We'll need more than Dumbledore, Snape replied. We'll need a plan. They brought Dumbledore in the following day. The headmaster arrived at the room of requirement at Harry's invitation, ducking slightly through the doorway despite being tall enough to pass easily, a habit, perhaps, from centuries of ancient castle architecture. He surveyed the room with open curiosity, the workstations, the massive slate board covered in equations and diagrams, the shelves of notes, Ron's cushion nest, Hermione's research station with the diadem sitting under a glass dome like a museum exhibit. Remarkable, Dumbledore said. He walked to the slate board and examined it, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the chalked equations. I recognize perhaps a quarter of the notation. The rest is entirely novel. We had to develop a new notation system, Hermione said. Standard magical notation doesn't have symbols for allocation density, form architecture, or subform parameters. Harry and I created one. You created a new mathematical language for magic. It was necessary. Dumbledore turned from the board to Harry. His expression was a complex blend of pride, concern, and something that looked almost like envy, the expression of a man who had spent 150 years at the frontier of magical knowledge and was now watching an 11-year-old sprint past him. You said you needed my help, Dumbledore said. I confess I am both flattered and alarmed. What could you possibly need from me that you cannot accomplish on your own? Access to the Ministry of Magic. Harry laid it out. The Horcruxes, what they were, how many remained, where they were located. The diadem, already destroyed. The fragment in the Ministry. The others, still unlocated, requiring architect access to find. Dumbledore listened with the focused attention that was his greatest asset as a leader. He didn't interrupt. He didn't exclaim or gasp or show the dramatic reactions that lesser men might have offered. He absorbed information like a sponge absorbs water, silently, completely, and with no visible effort. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Horcruxes, he said finally. I suspected. Since the diary. What diary? Harry asked. Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a small, battered black book, a diary, leather-bound, with the name T.M. Riddle stamped in faded gold on the cover. This was recovered 2 years ago from a dark artifacts raid on Malfoy Manor. I recognized it for what it was, a Horcrux, containing a piece of Tom Riddle's soul. I have been unable to destroy it. I have tried fiend fire, basilisk venom, none of the conventional methods were available to me in sufficient quantity. Harry took the diary. Through his perception, the Horcrux was obvious, the same cold, dark signature, the same parasitic anchor structure, the same web of threads binding a soul fragment to a physical object. May I? Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded. Harry dissolved the Horcrux in the diary in 90 seconds. The dark presence evaporated. The diary became what it had always been beneath the corruption, a school notebook belonging to a brilliant, twisted 16-year-old boy, empty pages waiting for words that would now never be written. "4 down," Harry said, setting the clean diary on the table. 3 to go, assuming the 5 from my dream plus the 2 I already destroyed account for the full set. I believe there are 7 in total, Dumbledore said. His voice was careful. 7 is a magically significant number, and Tom Riddle was nothing if not deliberate in his symbolism. If we count the fragments you've already destroyed, Quirrell's, yours, the diadem, and now the diary, that leaves 3. 1 in the Ministry, and 2 others. Which I can locate once I reach architect access. 108 rules. I'm at 93. How long? Weeks. Maybe less, at my current pace. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then we prepare. The Ministry Horcrux first, it's the most logistically complex. I will arrange access. I have channels. He paused. Harry, I must be direct with you. What you are planning, the systematic destruction of Voldemort's Horcruxes, followed by a global modification to the soul magic parameters, is the single most consequential magical undertaking in recorded history. It will end the threat of Voldemort permanently. It will also end the possibility of soul fragmentation for anyone, forever. I know. Some would argue that you are playing God. Some would argue that the system chose me for exactly this purpose. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The system chose you? Harry told him about Rule 81. The Self-Documentation Protocol. The Codex as a system-generated teaching tool, created automatically for a user who needed it. The implication that the system itself had anticipated and prepared for Harry, or someone like him. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time after that. I have always believed, he said slowly, that there are forces at work in the magical world that transcend individual understanding. Forces that shape events toward outcomes that serve the greater good. I called it providence. You call it system architecture. I suspect we are talking about the same thing. Maybe. The difference is that I can see the architecture. I can understand it. And I can work with it, deliberately and precisely, instead of hoping that providence works out. Yes. That is the difference. And it is a profound one. Dumbledore looked at Harry with those piercing blue eyes, and what Harry saw in them was not the calculated benevolence that the headmaster usually projected. It was something raw. Something honest. I have made many mistakes in my long life, Dumbledore said. I have hoarded knowledge, kept secrets, played games with people's lives in the belief that I knew best. I placed you with the Dursleys because I believed it was necessary. I kept you ignorant of your heritage because I believed it was safer. I have been, in my way, as much a part of the problem as any pure-blood supremacist, not through malice, but through the arrogance of believing that my understanding of magic and the world was sufficient to guide others. He paused. It was not sufficient. Your discovery has shown me that. Professor, I am not seeking absolution. I am stating a fact. And I am telling you that when the time comes to share this knowledge, the rules, the architecture, the truth about magic, I will support you. With whatever influence, whatever resources, whatever political capital I possess. The old world I helped maintain was built on incomplete understanding. The new world you are building deserves better. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The greatest wizard alive, 150 years old, standing in a student's research laboratory and admitting that an 11-year-old had surpassed not just his ability but his understanding of what ability meant. It wasn't a small moment. Thank you, Harry said. Dumbledore inclined his head. Now. Shall we discuss the logistics of breaking into the Ministry of Magic? The Ministry operation took 3 weeks to plan and 1 hour to execute. Dumbledore's channels turned out to be a network of trusted allies embedded throughout the Ministry, members of the Order of the Phoenix, the secret organization he'd formed during the First Wizarding War. Through them, he arranged for Harry to visit the Ministry under the guise of a routine administrative appointment, a review of Harry's guardianship status, given the Dursleys' documented neglect. The cover story was thin but functional. What mattered was getting Harry inside the building, past the wards, close enough to locate and destroy the Horcrux. Harry arrived at the Ministry on a Saturday morning in late March, accompanied by Dumbledore and Snape. The building was largely empty, weekend staffing was minimal, the corridors echoing and dim. The anomaly is below us, Harry said as they passed through the atrium. His perception was working overtime, scanning the Ministry's allocation web with the precision that 96 rules, 3 more had unlocked during the planning phase, afforded. Deep below. Sublevel 10. The Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore said quietly. I feared as much. What's the Department of Mysteries? The Ministry's research division. The most heavily restricted area of the building. Even I cannot enter without special authorization. Dumbledore paused. Fortunately, I have special authorization. They descended. The Ministry's architecture was different from Hogwarts, newer, more utilitarian, built with function rather than artistry. The allocation flows were organized but not elegant. The wards were powerful but rigid, designed to repel specific threats, not to adapt. Harry could see a dozen potential bypasses without trying. They didn't need bypasses. Dumbledore's authorization opened every door, sealed elevators, restricted corridors, vault-like entrances that required specific magical signatures to unlock. They passed through the Department of Mysteries' outer perimeter and entered a space that made even Harry's perception stutter. The Department of Mysteries was not a normal place. It was a research facility, yes, but the research being conducted was so fundamental, so close to the rules themselves, that the space had been distorted by it. The allocation density was off the charts, magnitudes higher than Hogwarts, higher than anything Harry had encountered. The air shimmered with pattern structures so dense they were almost visible to the naked eye. Rooms opened off a circular corridor, each one containing something that touched the deepest layers of magical reality. A room full of time. Actual time, not clocks, not timepieces, but the raw temporal parameter, exposed and manipulable, hourglass-shaped artifacts sitting on shelves like bottles on a wine rack. Harry's perception read them as form structures anchored to the allocation system's temporal axis. The Ministry had figured out how to isolate and bottle time. It was crude, surface-level work, accomplished without understanding the deep architecture, but it was impressive. A room full of prophecies. Glass spheres on endless shelves, each one containing a captured prediction, a form that encoded a probability state, a snapshot of potential future events. Harry recognized the mechanism from Rule 47, the allocation system's predictive processing, externalized and stored. And a room that made Harry stop walking. It was bare. Empty. A stone archway in the center, draped with a tattered black veil that fluttered in a wind that didn't exist. Through the veil, Harry could hear whispers, faint, distant, incomprehensible. But through his perception, the archway blazed. It was a boundary. A literal, physical manifestation of the boundary between existence and non-existence, the threshold defined in Rule 68, where consciousness transitioned from anchored to unanchored, from living to dead. The archway was a window into the allocation system's recycling process, the mechanism by which consciousness was dissolved and its allocation returned to the pool. Death. The Ministry had built a room around death. The veil, Dumbledore said softly, standing beside Harry. We do not fully understand it. It's the recycling boundary. Where consciousness decoherences and its allocation returns to the system. The whispers are residual pattern echoes, fragments of dissolved consciousness that haven't fully dispersed. Dumbledore looked at the veil, then at Harry, and his face was ancient and sad. You understand death better at 11 than I do at 150. I understand the mechanism. That's not the same as understanding death. They moved on. The Horcrux was deeper, past the time room, past the prophecy room, past the death room. Harry tracked its signature down a spiral staircase into a sub-basement that wasn't on any Ministry map. The room at the bottom was small, dark, and cold. A single pedestal stood in the center. On it sat a gold locket, heavy and ornate, stamped with a serpentine S, Slytherin's locket. The Horcrux signature was strong, the fragment inside the locket was potent, well-anchored, and murderously hostile. Harry could feel it reaching for him as he entered the room, tendrils of dark influence probing for emotional leverage. It found nothing. Harry was null. The tendrils slid off him like oil off glass. How did it get here? Harry asked. I suspect Voldemort placed it here himself, Dumbledore said. During his rise to power, he had allies within the Department of Mysteries. This sub-basement is not officially part of the department. It may be a space Voldemort created, a pocket extension of the Ministry's architecture, hidden from detection. Harry could see that Dumbledore was right. The sub-basement was a parasitic addition to the Ministry's structure, grafted on like a tumor, drawing allocation from the Ministry's pool to sustain itself. Voldemort's work, crude but effective, the kind of architectural manipulation that a powerful wizard could accomplish through brute force without understanding the underlying system. Harry dissolved the Horcrux. It took 6 minutes. The locket's fragment was stronger than the diadem's, more deeply anchored, more fiercely resistant. It threw everything it had at Harry during the cutting, waves of despair, flashes of terrible memory, a boy in an orphanage, a snake in a dark room, a high cold laugh, raw psychic violence that would have shattered a lesser mind. Harry cut through it all. Thread by thread, connection by connection, with the mechanical precision of someone who had done this 4 times before and knew exactly how it worked. The fragment dissolved. The locket's dark aura vanished. What remained was a beautiful piece of jewelry, Slytherin's locket, one of the Founder's original artifacts, as historically significant as Ravenclaw's diadem. 5 down, Harry said. 2 to go. He cleaned the sub-basement's parasitic architecture while he was there, dissolved the pocket dimension, returned the stolen allocation to the Ministry's pool, sealed the structural damage. When they left, the sub-basement was gone. As if it had never existed. They ascended through the Ministry in silence. Dumbledore was deep in thought. Snape was cataloguing, filing away details for later analysis. Harry was running calculations, mapping the remaining anomalies in the allocation web, trying to resolve their locations with the 96 rules he currently possessed. 2 Horcruxes remained. Both were distant, outside Britain, based on the allocation signatures. One was south, probably continental Europe. The other was further east. Harry needed architect access to find them precisely. 108 rules. 12 more. When we returned to Hogwarts, Harry told Dumbledore in the atrium, "I'm going to push for the remaining rules. It might take days or it might take weeks, but I need to reach architect level before we can locate and destroy the last 2 Horcruxes. And then I patched the exploit. Closed the door on soul fragmentation, permanently. And then." Harry looked at the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, the grand, polished space with its golden statues and its gleaming floor and its fountain featuring a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf arranged in a hierarchy that the allocation system did not recognize or support. "Then we changed the world," Harry said. Back at Hogwarts, Harry threw himself into the remaining rules with a focus that bordered on obsession. 97 came 3 days after the Ministry operation. 98 and 99 followed 2 days later. Harry was spending entire nights in the chamber beneath the castle, communing with the deep architecture, letting the system's information flow through his mind with increasing speed and clarity. The codex grew sheet by sheet, each new rule unlocking vistas of understanding that connected to everything that came before. The rules were converging. The early rules, allocation, forms, targeting, corrective pressure, had seemed like separate mechanisms when Harry first learned them. Now, at the 99 rule level, he could see them as facets of a single, unified system. Each rule was a different angle on the same underlying truth. The system wasn't a collection of independent mechanisms. It was one thing, perceived from 108 different perspectives. 100. 101. Rule 101, the system is self-aware. Not conscious in the manner of biological entities, but possessed of a reflexive awareness, an ability to perceive its own state, monitor its own function, and generate corrective responses to deviations from optimal performance. The codex, the chamber, the documentation protocol, these are expressions of the system's self-awareness, generated to maintain its own coherence and function. The system knew itself. It monitored itself. It maintained itself. And when it detected a problem, a corrupting influence like Horcruxes, a destabilizing factor like institutional ignorance, a deteriorating condition like the magical-non-magical divide, it generated tools to address the problem. Tools like the Codex. Tools like Harry. 102. 103. Harry stopped sleeping. Not by choice, his mind was running too fast, processing too deeply, integrating too many connections to shut down. The dream learning he'd experienced after removing the Scar Horcrux had become a constant state. Waking and sleeping blurred. The chamber beneath Hogwarts became his home, his bed, his world. His friends noticed. Hermione cornered him in the library on a Thursday morning, after he'd missed 3 meals and 2 classes. "You need to eat." "I'll eat later." "You said that yesterday. And the day before." "I'm close, Hermione." 103. 5 more rules. "And you'll be no good to anyone if you collapse from starvation and exhaustion before you reach them." She set a plate of toast and a glass of pumpkin juice on the table in front of him. "Eat. Now. Then sleep for 4 hours. Then you can go back to ascending to godhood or whatever it is you're doing in that basement. I'm not ascending to, Harry. Eat the toast. He ate the toast. It was good. He hadn't realized how hungry he was until the first bite, and then he was ravenous, eating everything on the plate and looking around for more. Hermione produced a second plate. I brought extra. I know you. Thank you. Don't thank me. Sleep. After I sleep, Harry. 4 hours. I'm timing you. He slept. 4 hours, dreamless, in his room near the kitchens. When he woke, the codex had grown to 105 sheets. 3 more rules, absorbed during sleep, his subconscious processing running faster than his waking mind. 105. 3 to go. The last 3 rules came on a Sunday morning in mid-April. Harry was in the chamber. The patterns on the walls were blazing with an intensity that matched his own mental state, a feedback loop between his comprehension and the system's display, each one amplifying the other. He'd been studying for 6 hours straight, pushing at the boundary of his understanding, reaching for the final connections that would complete the picture. Rule 106, the system exists in a state of dynamic equilibrium between creation and dissolution. Magic creates, entropy dissolves. The interplay between these forces generates the complexity of the magical world. The system's self-awareness emerges from this complexity, the way consciousness emerges from neural complexity. Rule 107, the system can be modified at any level by an entity with architect access. Modifications at the deepest levels propagate upward through all layers of the architecture, affecting every magical phenomenon in existence. The system's corrective pressure applies to architect-level modifications, but an architect can adjust the corrective pressure itself, modifying the system's resistance to modification. This creates a theoretical possibility of unlimited recursive self-modification. Rule 108, the system's purpose is not prescribed. It has no inherent goal, no destined outcome, no predetermined endpoint. It is a tool, the most powerful tool in existence, and its purpose is determined by those who use it. The architect's responsibility is not to the system but to the world the system serves. Use it well. Harry read Rule 108 3 times. Then he set the codex down and placed his hands flat on the chamber floor. The system opened. It wasn't like gaining editor access, the gradual unfolding, the progressive revelation. It was total. Instant. Complete. One moment Harry was looking at the system from the outside, through the window of 93 or 96 or 107 rules. The next moment he was inside. Part of it. Seeing not just the architecture of Hogwarts or Britain or Europe but the entire global magical system, every allocation flow, every form, every enchantment, every magical being and creature and place on earth, all of it visible, all of it comprehensible, all of it within his reach. Architect access. Harry sat in the chamber beneath Hogwarts and perceived the world. He could see the 2 remaining Horcruxes. One in Albania, hidden in the forests where Voldemort had fled after his first defeat, anchored to a gold cup with badger engravings. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. The other in an ancient manor house in England, actually, not continental Europe, as he'd guessed. Little Hangleton. Anchored to a gold ring with a cracked black stone. The Gaunt family ring. He could see the allocation web in its totality, the global network of magical energy, flowing through the earth, the seas, the atmosphere. He could see the nexuses, Hogwarts, the Ministry, Bose-Batons, Durmstrang, Ilvermorny, Wagadu, Mahudakoro, dozens of others. He could see the natural flows that connected them, the seasonal fluctuations, the deep reserves beneath the surface. He could see every wizard, every witch, every magical creature in the world as a node in the network, a point of allocation flow, a consciousness interacting with the system, unique and identifiable and part of the greater whole. And he could see the parameters. All of them. Every variable, every constant, every adjustment that governed how magic worked. The corrective pressure settings. The allocation rates. The form stability thresholds. The consciousness preservation protocols. The soul magic parameters. He could change any of them. All of them. With a thought. The power was absolute. And it was terrifying. Not because Harry feared what he might do, he knew what he wanted to do, and it was specific and measured and carefully planned. But because he understood, viscerally, what Rule 108 meant. The system had no inherent purpose. No built-in safeguards against misuse. No automatic correction for an architect who chose wrong. The responsibility was entirely his. He breathed. He centered himself. He thought about his friends, Ron's loyalty, Hermione's brilliance, Neville's courage, Snape's redemption. He thought about the world he wanted to build. The truth he wanted to share. The doors he wanted to open. Then he reached for the 2 remaining Horcruxes. Albania first. The cup. He found it in the allocation web, a cold, dark anomaly nestled in the Hodge-era ruins of a forest shrine, protected by curses that would have killed any wizard who approached. Harry dissolved the curses from 4,000 miles away. They were form structures in the allocation field, and at architect level, distance was irrelevant. He reached into the cup's architecture, found the fragment's thread structure, and cut every thread simultaneously. The fragment decoherenced in 8 seconds. Little Hangleton next. The ring. Hidden in the ruins of the Gaunt Shack, surrounded by a curse of withering death that Dumbledore would have triggered if he'd found it first, a curse that would have cost the old wizard his hand and eventually his life. Harry dissolved the curse with a thought. Found the fragment. Cut the threads. 6 seconds. 7 Horcruxes, destroyed. Every piece of Voldemort's fragmented soul, dissolved and returned to the system. The Dark Wizard's Immortality Project, decades in the making, undone by a squib sitting cross-legged on a basement floor. Now for the patch. Harry reached into the system's parameters. The deep parameters, the ones that govern soul magic, consciousness preservation, the mechanisms by which a soul could be fragmented and anchored. He found the relevant settings. Stability thresholds. Anchoring protocols. The corrective pressure against soul fragmentation. He raised it. Not arbitrarily, precisely, carefully, with the mathematical rigor that Hermione had drilled into him over months of collaborative work. He calculated the optimal setting, high enough that soul fragmentation would fail, that the system's corrective pressure would dissolve any attempt before it could complete. High enough that existing fragments, if any existed beyond Voldemort's, hidden somewhere in the world, would begin to decohere on their own. He set the parameter. The change propagated through the system, outward from Harry's position in the chamber, through Hogwarts architecture, into the British allocation web, across the channel to continental Europe, spreading around the globe at the speed of magic, which was the speed of the system itself, instantaneous. Everywhere in the world, simultaneously, the rules of soul magic changed. Horcruxes were no longer possible. The door was closed. The exploit was patched. The darkest magic in existence was, as of this moment, a historical footnote, something that had once been possible and no longer was. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was still around him, the patterns on the walls pulsing with the slow heartbeat of the castle. But the world beyond the walls was different. He could feel it, a subtle shift in the system's equilibrium, a settling, a release of tension that had built up over centuries of accumulated soul magic corruption. The system was cleaner now. Healthier. More itself. Harry stood up. His legs were stiff and his back ached and he was desperately hungry and bone-deep tired and he needed to tell his friends what had happened. He climbed out of the chamber. The castle welcomed him with warmth, doors opening, torches brightening, the deep architecture humming with a frequency that felt like gratitude. Harry walked through the corridors of Hogwarts and felt the building around him like a second skin, and he knew that whatever came next, the publication, the revolution, the transformation of the magical world, this moment, this quiet walk through an ancient castle on a Sunday morning, was the hinge. Everything before was the old world. Everything after would be new. He found them in the room of requirement. All of them, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Snape. It was breakfast time, and they'd gathered in the room's comfortable configuration, eating toast and eggs that the room had conjured from the castle's kitchens. They looked up when Harry entered. He must have looked different, because all four of them stopped eating at the same time. "It's done," Harry said. Nobody spoke. All 7 Horcruxes are destroyed. The soul fragmentation exploit is patched. Voldemort cannot return. And I have full architect access to the magical system. Ron put down his fork very carefully. All of it. Everything. It's over. The Voldemort part is over. The bigger part is just beginning. Hermione's eyes were bright. The publication. The revelation. The truth about magic. All of it. Starting now. Harry looked at Snape. "Are your papers ready?" Snape reached into his robes and produced a thick sheaf of parchment, his months of research, documented with the meticulous rigor that defined everything he did. 6 papers. Allocation theory. Form architecture. Spell synthesis methodology. Practical applications. The deep architecture of Hogwarts. And a theoretical framework for non-magical system access. He paused. "I believe the term is publication ready." Hermione. Hermione produced her own stack, thicker than Snape's, because Hermione. 8 papers. Plus a monograph on the mathematical notation system. Plus a teaching curriculum for the allocation model. Plus, that's enough to start, Harry said, smiling. "It's never enough," Hermione said, but she was smiling too. Harry looked at his team. His friends. The people who had walked into the dark with him and come out the other side carrying light. "We're going to change the world," he said. "Not tomorrow. Not someday. Now." Ron picked up his fork. "Right," he said. "But can we finish breakfast first?" Harry laughed. And for the first time in his life, the laugh had nothing behind it, no bitterness, no irony, no edge. Just joy. Pure, clean, uncomplicated joy. "Yeah, Ron," he said, sitting down at the table. "We can finish breakfast first." The room of requirement conjured him a plate. He ate with his friends in the warm, bright, magical room, and outside the windows, the sun climbed over Hogwarts, and the world, the whole vast, complicated, imperfect, beautiful world, waited. Chapter 7. Hard Reset. The owl arrived during breakfast on a Tuesday, 3 days after Harry closed the door on soul fragmentation forever. It was a large eagle owl, imperious and gray-feathered, and it dropped a cream-colored envelope directly into Harry's porridge. The envelope bore the seal of the International Confederation of Wizards, a globe wrapped in wandlight, and it was addressed in emerald ink to Mr. H. Potter, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the room near the kitchens. Harry fished the envelope out of his porridge, wiped it on his napkin, and opened it. Ron leaned over. "What is it?" "Nicholas Flamel wants to meet me." The letter was brief, handwritten in a spidery script that managed to convey both enormous age and undiminished sharpness. Flamel had received the Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore, along with Harry's message about building a better one. He had spent 3 days examining the stone with fresh eyes, guided, apparently, by a summary of allocation theory that Dumbledore had provided, and had experienced what the letter described, with magnificent understatement, as a fundamental reassessment of 6 centuries of assumptions. He wanted Harry in Paris. As soon as possible. "Paris," Hermione said, reading over Harry's shoulder. "Nicholas Flamel. The greatest alchemist in history." "Harry, this is, I know what it is." "When are you going?" Harry looked at the letter. Then at the great hall around him, the floating candles, the enchanted ceiling showing a blue April sky, the 4 long tables full of students eating and laughing and living their ordinary magical lives. In 3 days, he'd destroyed all 7 Horcruxes and patched the darkest exploit in magic. In 3 days more, Snape and Hermione's papers would be old to every major magical journal in the world. The old world was ending and the new one was beginning, and the person responsible for all of it was an 11-year-old with porridge on his envelope. "This weekend," Harry said. "But not alone. I want all of us there." "All of us?" Ron said. "In Paris? My mum'll have kittens." "Tell her it's educational." "It is educational," Hermione said firmly. "Nicholas Flamel is a primary source for 600 years of magical history. Meeting him is worth more than an entire year of history of magic." "That's not hard," Ron muttered. "A particularly informative sneeze is worth more than a year of bins." Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. The meeting with Flamel was important. The old alchemist's endorsement would lend enormous credibility to the publication of the rules, but it wasn't the most important thing happening this week. The most important thing was happening in 48 hours, when a dozen owls would carry a dozen packages to a dozen journal editors, and the magical world would receive the first tremor of an earthquake that would reshape everything it knew about itself. Harry ate his porridge and let the anticipation build. The packages went out on Thursday morning. Snape's 6 papers. Hermione's 8 papers and monograph. A cover letter from Dumbledore, lending the weight of the Supreme Mugwump's name to the submission. And a sealed addendum from Harry, a document he'd written himself over 2 sleepless nights, describing the codex, the rules, the deep architecture, and the implications for the magical world in language that was precise, accessible, and deliberately incendiary. The addendum was titled, "On the Fundamental Architecture of Magic, Why Everything You Know is Incomplete." Subtle, Snape had said when Harry showed him the title. Subtlety is for people who aren't sure they're right. "You're 11. And right." Snape had almost smiled. Almost. The packages went to the Transfiguration Quarterly, the Journal of Practical Potions, the International Alchemical Review, Charms Innovation, the Hogwarts Academic Press, and 7 international equivalents spanning 4 continents. Simultaneous submission to every major outlet, ensuring that no single editor could bury the work and no single institution could control the narrative. Hermione had insisted on this strategy. "If we submit exclusively to one journal, they can reject it, delay it, or demand revisions that water down the conclusions. If we submit everywhere at once, the competitive pressure forces them to publish or be scooped. And the sheer volume of corroborating data across multiple papers makes rejection intellectually indefensible." "You've thought about this a lot," Ron had observed. "I've thought about this since I was 9 and tried to submit a paper on the mathematical properties of fairy tales to a children's academic journal and was told that children don't submit papers." Hermione's expression suggested that the editor of that journal had made an enemy for life. "Nobody is going to tell me I can't publish." The owls flew. The packages dispersed across the sky. And the clock started ticking. The response began within hours. The first owl came back before lunch, from the editor of Transfiguration Quarterly, a witch named Bathilda Hornsby, whose reputation for academic rigor was matched only by her reputation for sending rejection letters that made grown researchers weep. Her letter was 2 lines, "Received your submission. Currently rereading for the 4th time. Please confirm this is not an elaborate hoax. B.H." The second owl arrived during Charms class. The International Alchemical Review, based in Geneva. 3 pages of questions, each one more technically detailed than the last, culminating in a request for Harry to provide a live demonstration of allocation manipulation for a panel of reviewers, at his earliest convenience. By dinner, 7 journals had responded. 5 with cautious excitement and requests for more information. 1 with outright disbelief. And 1, the Hogwarts Academic Press, with a brief, stunned note from its editor-in-chief that read simply, "This changes everything, doesn't it?" Harry ate dinner surrounded by owls. They kept arriving, perching on his shoulders, landing in his food, accumulating on the table around him in a growing flock of institutional correspondence. The other students stared. Even for Hogwarts, this was unusual. "You're popular," Ron said, removing an owl from his mashed potatoes. "The papers are popular. I'm just the return address." "Fame at 11, Ron said philosophically. "Could be worse. Could be famous for having a scar." "I was famous for having a scar. This is better." By the end of the week, every major magical journal in the world had requested additional materials, demonstrations, or interviews. 3 had accepted papers for immediate publication. 2 had convened emergency editorial boards. The International Confederation of Wizards had issued a formal request for a briefing. And the Daily Prophet, which had ignored Harry all year in favor of more sensational stories, ran a front-page headline that would later be regarded as the single most significant piece of magical journalism in history. Squib student discovers hidden architecture of magic, claims everything wizards know is incomplete. The article, written by a reporter named Rita Skeeter whose reputation for sensationalism was well earned, was actually surprisingly accurate. Not because Skeeter cared about accuracy, but because the story was so extraordinary that exaggeration was unnecessary. A squib at Hogwarts had discovered the fundamental operating system of magic. He could manipulate reality without casting spells. He destroyed dark artifacts, communicated with the castle itself, and developed a new branch of magic called spell synthesis that produced effects no wizard had ever achieved. Skeeter had obtained interviews with several students. Their quotes ranged from "odd, he levitated every feather in the room without a wand, I was there, I saw it," to skeptical, "there's no way a squib can do what they're saying, it's got to be some kind of trick," to terrified, "if a squib can do magic, what does that mean for the rest of us?" The article included a sidebar titled, "What are the rules?" that summarized the allocation model in terms simple enough for a general audience. It also included a quote from Dumbledore, carefully worded, that would become the most repeated sentence of the year: "Mr. Potter has not broken the rules of magic. He has discovered that the rules are larger and more inclusive than we ever imagined." Harry read the article at breakfast on Saturday morning, surrounded by his friends, in the great hall of a school that was buzzing with a mix of excitement, confusion, and fear. "Well," Ron said, scanning the article. "Cat's out of the bag." "Cat was never in the bag," Harry replied. "We threw the bag away." Hermione was reading the sidebar with a critical eye. "They've oversimplified the allocation model. This makes it sound like wizards are just batteries drawing from a communal power grid. The reality is much more nuanced, the channeling efficiency, the form architecture, the deep layers. It's a newspaper, Hermione. They've got 400 words. Let the journals handle the nuance. The journals had better handle it properly or I'll write them a very stern letter." "I know." The great hall was loud. Students at every table were reading the article, pointing at Harry, whispering, arguing. The reactions were predictable in their variety. The Ravenclaws were electrified, several had already sent owls home requesting copies of the published papers. The Hufflepuffs were cautiously optimistic, asking each other what this meant for squibs and muggleborns and the general structure of magical society. The Gryffindors were split between fierce pride, one of their own, sort of, and competitive anxiety: if a squib can do magic, am I still special? The Slytherin table was quiet. Not the quiet of indifference, the quiet of a table full of pure-blood science processing the information that blood purity had no basis in the fundamental architecture of magic. Malfoy, in particular, was sitting very still, the newspaper flat in front of him, his pale face unreadable. Harry watched him from across the hall. He'd thought about Malfoy a lot over the past months, the boy who'd bullied him, taunted him, thrown curses at him. The boy whose entire worldview was built on the supremacy of magical blood. Harry didn't hate Malfoy. He didn't have the energy for it. But he was curious about what happened when the ground fell out from under someone's feet. As if sensing Harry's attention, Malfoy looked up. Their eyes met across the width of the great hall. Harry didn't nod. Didn't smile. Didn't gloat. He just held the gaze, steady and open, and let Malfoy see what was there, not triumph, not vindication, but something quieter. An invitation. The door is open. You can walk through it or you can stand outside and shout at the wind. Your choice. Malfoy looked away first. He folded the newspaper, set it aside, and returned to his breakfast with the studied calm of someone who was thinking very hard about something he wasn't ready to discuss. It was a start. Paris was beautiful and Harry barely noticed. They traveled by Portkey on Saturday afternoon, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Snape, and Dumbledore. The Portkey deposited them in a quiet courtyard behind the Louvre, in a pocket of magical space that tourists walked past without seeing. From there, they walked through a hidden entrance into the magical quarter of Paris, a warren of narrow streets and ancient buildings that made Diagon Alley look like a shopping mall. Nicholas Flamel lived in a townhouse on the Rue de Montmorency that was, according to a plaque on the wall, the oldest residential building in Paris. It was tall, narrow, and leaning slightly to the left, as if 600 years of gravity had finally made a convincing argument. The door opened before they knocked. A man stood in the doorway, old, but not in the way Dumbledore was old. Dumbledore was ancient but vigorous, all energy and motion. Flamel was old the way mountains are old. Still. Deep. Weathered to his essence. He was shorter than Harry expected. Thin, with a face like crumpled parchment and eyes that were startlingly young, bright, clear, sharp. He wore simple robes and no shoes, and his feet on the stone threshold were brown and tough as leather. "Mr. Potter," Flamel said. His English was accented but precise. "I have been alive for 665 years. In all that time, I have never once been told that my life's work was obsolete. It is a novel experience. Please, come in." The interior of the townhouse was a laboratory. Not the kind of laboratory that Snape maintained, organized, clinical, purposeful. Flamel's laboratory was a geological formation. Centuries of accumulated work had built up in layers, like sediment. Tables covered in equipment covered in dust covered in more equipment. Shelves of books that had been read so many times their spines had dissolved. Alchemical apparatus of designs that Harry didn't recognize, some clearly ancient, others of uncertain era, all of them touched by a level of magical craftsmanship that made Harry's perception sing. Flamel led them through the chaos to a sitting room in the back, the one room in the house that had been kept clean, probably by Perenelle Flamel, who was not present but whose influence was visible in the fresh flowers on the mantelpiece and the tea set laid out on a side table. They sat. Flamel poured tea with the careful movements of a very old man who had learned that haste was the enemy of everything. "I have read your papers," Flamel said, settling into his chair with a sigh. "Professor Snape's work on allocation-enhanced potions is exceptional. Miss Granger's mathematical framework is the most elegant piece of theoretical magical work I have encountered since my own discovery of the elixir of life." He sipped his tea. "And your addendum, Mr. Potter, is either the most important document in the history of magic or the most impressive piece of creative fiction. I am here to determine which." "It's not fiction," Harry said. "Demonstrate." Harry glanced at the teacup in Flamel's hand. The cup was enchanted, a gentle warming charm, maintaining the tea at optimal temperature. A simple form, anchored to the ceramic, drawing from the local allocation pool. Harry reached for the form and modified it. Not dramatically, he adjusted the warming charm's parameters to produce a cooling effect instead. The tea in Flamel's cup went from pleasantly hot to refreshingly cold in the space of a heartbeat. Flamel looked at his tea. He took a sip. His eyebrows rose. "Iced tea," he said. "In a cup that was warm a moment ago. Without a wand, an incantation, or a detectable magical signature." He set the cup down. "Do it again. Something larger." Harry looked around the room. The sitting room was full of enchanted objects, centuries of accumulated magical artifacts, each one carrying its own forms and allocation connections. Harry perceived them all: the clock on the mantelpiece that ran on a temporal adjustment form, the flowers that were kept fresh by a preservation enchantment, the chairs that had self-repairing charms woven into their upholstery. He reached for the room's allocation parameters. Not the objects, the space itself. He adjusted the ambient density, pulling from the deep layers beneath Paris, flooding the room with magical energy that sparkled in his perception like sunlight on water. The effect was visible to everyone. The air shimmered. The candles on the mantelpiece flared bright gold. Flamel's alchemical equipment, dormant in the next room, hummed to life. Harry could hear it through the walls, instruments responding to the enriched environment, resonating with energy they hadn't felt in decades. Flamel stood up. His eyes were wide, not with fear, not with disbelief, but with the raw, unfiltered wonder of a man who had spent 6 centuries believing he understood the world and was now discovering he'd only seen the surface. He walked to the doorway and looked into his laboratory. The equipment was alive. Alembics that hadn't functioned in 100 years were bubbling. Astrolabes were spinning. A set of crystal resonators on a high shelf were singing, pure, high notes that filled the house with harmonics. "My resonators," Flamel whispered. "They haven't sung since Perenelle and I last worked together. Decades ago. They require an allocation density that I could never maintain." "You're maintaining it now," Harry said. "Or rather, the deep allocation layers are. I just opened the channel." Flamel turned back to Harry. His young old eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. 665 years, he said. "I built the stone because I wanted to live long enough to understand magic. I thought the elixir of life was the key, that with enough time, I could unravel every mystery." He shook his head. "I was looking in the wrong place. The answers weren't in longevity. They were in depth. Below the surface. Where I never thought to look." "Nobody thought to look," Harry said. "That's not a failure. The system is designed so that conventional users don't need to. The interface works. The spells work. Everything functions. There was no reason to question the foundation. Until you. A child with no magic and nothing to lose. I had plenty to lose. I just didn't have the option of doing nothing." Flamel returned to his chair. He sat slowly, as if his body weighed more than it had 5 minutes ago. "You said you could build a better stone. What did you mean?" Harry had been thinking about this. The Philosopher's Stone was a self-sustaining form, a perfect feedback loop drawing from the deep allocation layers. It was Flamel's masterwork, the pinnacle of 6 centuries of alchemical achievement. And it was, in light of the rules, a remarkable feat of unconscious genius. Flamel had built the stone through alchemy, through centuries of trial and error, intuition and experiment, without ever understanding the system architecture that made it work. "The stone works," Harry said. "It's a perfect feedback loop. But it's a black box. You built it without understanding the mechanism, which means you can't modify it, can't replicate it reliably, and can't extend its principles to other applications. With the rules, the mechanism is transparent. I can see exactly how the stone's form functions, why it's self-sustaining, and what parameters make it work. And with that understanding, I can build stones that do other things. The Philosopher's Stone converts lead to gold and produces the elixir of life. Those are the specific parameters of its form. But the underlying mechanism, the self-sustaining feedback loop, is general purpose. You could build a stone that purifies water, or heals disease, or generates energy, or does anything else that can be expressed as a stable, self-sustaining magical effect." Flamel was very still. "You're describing a manufacturing process for permanent magical artifacts." "I'm describing a technology. Based on the same principles as the stone, but applied systematically, at scale, with full understanding of the underlying architecture." "At scale," Flamel repeated. Permanent magical artifacts. Mass-produced. Not mass-produced, precision-produced. Each one would require careful parameter tuning for its specific application. But the principle is universal. And it could be taught. The room was quiet. Flamel stared at Harry for a long time. Then he laughed, a dry, creaking sound, like a door that hadn't been opened in years finally swinging wide. "I spent 6 centuries guarding the secret of the stone," he said. "Building walls around it. Keeping it safe from those who would misuse it. And now you tell me that the stone is not a secret to be guarded but a principle to be shared." "The knowledge wants to be known," Harry said. "The system generated the codex because it wanted to be understood. Hiding the stone's principles is fighting the system's own intent." Flamel laughed again. "You are very young to be telling a 600-year-old man that his life strategy was wrong." "Was it wrong?" Flamel considered. "It was appropriate for its time. The world was not ready for this knowledge a century ago. Or 2 centuries ago. Or 5. He paused. "It may be ready now. Or it may not be. But the knowledge exists regardless, and hiding it serves no one." He stood up again, with more energy than before. "Mr. Potter, I would like to offer you a partnership." "A partnership?" "I have 6 centuries of alchemical knowledge, a laboratory in Paris, and a reputation that will lend credibility to your work. You have something I have wanted my entire life, a clear view of the foundation. Together, we can build the technology you described. Precision-produced permanent magical artifacts. A new field of applied magical engineering. I'm 11. Age is irrelevant. Understanding is not." Flamel extended his hand, brown, weathered, steady. "Do we have an agreement?" Harry shook his hand. The old alchemist's grip was dry and warm and firm, and the allocation field around him hummed with the deep, patient energy of a man who had been alive for more than half a millennium and had just found a reason to keep going. "We have an agreement." Behind Harry, Hermione was vibrating with barely contained excitement. Ron was eyeing the resonating crystals with the expression of someone calculating their monetary value. Neville was standing by the window, looking out at the magical streets of Paris, quietly amazed. Snape was examining Flamel's alchemical equipment with the focused hunger of a man who had just found his life's next purpose. And Dumbledore, seated in the corner with his tea and his half-moon spectacles, was watching Harry with an expression that held pride and loss in equal measure, the look of a mentor who had just watched his student outgrow him. They returned to Hogwarts on Sunday evening. The castle welcomed Harry with its usual architectural warmth, doors opening, torches brightening, the deep heartbeat pulsing in recognition. Harry walked through the entrance hall and felt the familiar hum of the system around him, the vast architecture that he now perceived in its totality, every parameter and form and flow visible and accessible. It felt like home. More than the Dursleys' house ever had. More than the storage room near the kitchens, which had been a refuge but never a home. Hogwarts was home because Harry understood it, every stone, every enchantment, every breath of its ancient, living magic. He was halfway to his room when the staircase redirected him. Not toward the kitchens, toward the 7th floor. Toward the room of requirement. Harry followed the castle's suggestion. When he arrived at the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, the door was already there. He pushed it open. The room had configured itself without his input. A simple space, warm lighting, comfortable chairs, a fire in the hearth. And waiting for him, arranged in the chairs like an audience that had been expecting him, were the people who mattered. Ron, sprawled in his usual corner with a chocolate frog in one hand. Hermione, cross-legged in her chair with a book open in her lap, the first published paper, an advance copy from Transfiguration Quarterly, which had fast-tracked Snape's allocation theory paper for its next issue. Neville, sitting upright with his wand across his knees, radiating the quiet confidence that had become his defining characteristic since Harry had unblocked his magic. Snape, standing by the fire with a glass of something amber, his face less guarded than Harry had ever seen it. And in the last chair, unexpected and uninvited, Draco Malfoy. Harry stopped in the doorway. The room went quiet. Malfoy stood up. He was pale, paler than usual, which was saying something. His hands were at his sides and his expression was stripped of its usual aristocratic composure. He looked young. He looked scared. He looked like a boy who had walked a very long way to say something difficult. "I need to talk to you," Malfoy said. Harry looked at his friends. Ron's expression was hostile but controlled. Hermione's was watchful. Neville's was neutral. Snape's was unreadable, but something in the angle of his body suggested he'd known this was coming. "Okay," Harry said. He walked to an empty chair and sat down. "Talk." Malfoy remained standing. His hands opened and closed at his sides, a nervous gesture that Harry had never seen from him before. The Draco Malfoy of September would have died before showing nervousness. This was a different Malfoy. Diminished in some ways. More real in others. "I read the papers," Malfoy said. "My father sent them, all of them, every journal that published. He sent them with a letter telling me they were propaganda, lies, an attack on pure-blood heritage designed to undermine the natural order of magical society." "And?" Harry said. "And I read them anyway. The allocation model. The form architecture. The evidence that magical ability isn't personal, isn't hereditary, isn't determined by blood. The evidence that a squib can interact with the fundamental structure of magic more directly than the most powerful wizard alive." Malfoy's voice was steady, but the steadiness cost him. Harry could see the effort in his jaw, his shoulders, the rigidity of his posture. "I read it and I understood it and I can't ununderstand it." The fire crackled. Nobody spoke. "Everything my father taught me is wrong," Malfoy continued. "Not just politically wrong. Not just ethically wrong. Mechanically wrong. The system doesn't recognize blood purity. It's not a parameter. The distinction that my entire family's identity is built on doesn't exist at the level where it would have to exist to matter." He paused. "I've been building my life on a foundation that isn't there." "That's not easy to admit," Hermione said quietly. Malfoy looked at her. His expression flickered, the old reflexive hostility, the ingrained response to a muggle-born witch, rising and then falling, pushed down by the weight of what he'd just said. "No," he said. "It's not." He turned back to Harry. "I treated you horribly. I mocked you for being a squib. I threw curses at you. I said things about your parents, about muggles, about people like Granger, things I believed because I'd been told to believe them, and I never questioned because questioning was uncomfortable." His jaw tightened. "I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not apologizing to make myself feel better. I'm telling you that I was wrong, and I know I was wrong, and I don't know what to do with that." Harry looked at Malfoy. He looked past the pale, pointed face, past the Slytherin robes, past the family name and the family money and the family ideology. He looked at the boy's magical signature, and saw something he hadn't expected. Malfoy's magic was in flux. The stable, confident pattern that characterized most wizards, the pattern shaped by belief in one's own ability, one's own identity, one's place in the world, was churning. Unstable. The foundations of Malfoy's self-concept had cracked, and his magic was responding to the uncertainty. Not dangerously, not the way Neville's had been suppressed, but visibly. Malfoy's magic was searching for new ground to stand on. "Sit down, Malfoy," Harry said. Malfoy sat. "I'm not going to tell you what to do with it," Harry said. "That's your problem. But I'll tell you what I see." He leaned forward. "The system doesn't care about your blood. It never did. But it does care about your choices. The allocation model shows that a wizard's connection to the system, their channeling efficiency, their effective power, is influenced by their state of mind. Confidence, clarity, self-knowledge, these affect how well you channel magic. Doubt, confusion, internal conflict, these create resistance. You're saying my magic is weaker because I'm uncertain. I'm saying your magic is in flux because your identity is in flux. That's normal. That's healthy. It means you're actually processing this instead of burying it. Harry paused. Your father buried it. He read the same papers and chose denial. You read them and chose truth. That tells me something about you that matters more than your last name. The room was very quiet. Malfoy's hands were clasped in his lap, white-knuckled, and his grey eyes were bright with something that he was fighting very hard to keep from falling. I don't know who I am, Malfoy said, if I'm not what my father told me I was. Nobody knows who they are at 11, Ron said. Everyone looked at Ron. He was still holding his chocolate frog, but his expression was serious. I'm serious, Ron continued. I'm 11. Harry's 11. Hermione's 11. None of us know who we are. We're all figuring it out. The difference between you and us isn't that we've got it sorted, it's that we're willing to be wrong. You've just figured out that you were wrong about something massive. Welcome to the club. Malfoy stared at Ron. The last person in the room he'd expected support from. The blood traitor. The Weasley. That's. Malfoy started. Then he stopped. Tried again. That's unexpectedly decent of you, Weasley. Don't get used to it. I still think you're a prat. Fair enough. Something shifted in the room. Not a dramatic transformation, Malfoy didn't suddenly become a good person, and years of ingrained prejudice didn't evaporate in a single conversation. But a crack appeared. A crack in the wall between Malfoy's world and theirs. And cracks, given time, become doors. If you want to learn, Harry said, you're welcome to. The rules aren't secret. The knowledge is open. Anyone who wants to understand the system is welcome to study it. Even a Malfoy. Especially a Malfoy. The pureblood families have the most to learn and the most to gain. Your family has centuries of magical knowledge, traditions, techniques, insights. Most of it is valid. Most of it works. It's just built on a false foundation. Replace the foundation and the knowledge becomes stronger, not weaker. Malfoy was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. The room of requirement hummed with its deep, steady allocation flow. Outside, the castle breathed its ancient breath. I'll think about it, Malfoy said finally. He stood. He looked around the room, at Ron, at Hermione, at Neville, at Snape, at Harry. His expression was raw and uncertain and, beneath the uncertainty, something that might have been hope. Thank you, he said. For not throwing me out. He left. The door closed behind him. The room was quiet. Well, Ron said. That was unexpected. Was it? Snape said from the fireplace. He was swirling his glass, watching the amber liquid catch the light. Draco Malfoy is intelligent and ambitious and desperately insecure. Those qualities, properly redirected, become curiosity, drive, and humility. The boy has potential. He always has. He simply needed a reason to use it. You sound like you know him well, Hermione observed. I'm his head of house. I've watched him for a year. Beneath the posturing and the parroting of his father's ideology, there is a boy who wants to matter. Not in the way his father matters, through wealth and political manipulation. In a way that's real. Snape drained his glass. Potter showed him that what he thought was real was an illusion. That's devastating. But it's also liberating. Harry thought about Malfoy walking alone through the corridors of Hogwarts, away from the room of requirement, carrying the weight of a shattered worldview. He thought about the uncertainty in Malfoy's magic, the flux, the searching, the instability. He reached into the castle's architecture and made a small adjustment. Subtle. Gentle. He increased the allocation density in the Slytherin common room by a fraction, just enough to provide a slightly enriched magical environment, a space where unstable magic could settle and stabilize. Like wrapping a blanket around someone who was cold. Nobody would notice. Malfoy certainly wouldn't know. But his magic would calm faster, his thoughts would clear sooner, and the journey from shattered certainty to genuine understanding would be a little less lonely. It was a small thing. But the rules had taught Harry that small things, precisely placed, could change the shape of the world. The weeks that followed were a storm. The papers published. The magical world reacted. And the reaction was everything Snape had predicted: explosive, polarized, and deeply disruptive to the institutional frameworks that had governed magical society for centuries. The academic community responded first and most positively. Journals that had published the papers were flooded with letters, from researchers, from theorists, from practitioners, from independent scholars in every magical tradition on Earth. The allocation model was tested and retested by labs around the world. The results were consistent, reproducible, and devastating to conventional theory. Within 2 weeks, 3 independent research teams had confirmed the basic allocation model. Within a month, spell synthesis had been replicated in 12 countries. Snape's potions work was picked up by the International Potions Guild, which convened an emergency conference in Prague to discuss the implications. The institutional response was slower and more fraught. The Ministry of Magic issued a series of increasingly panicked statements, first denying the paper's validity, then requesting an independent review, then convening a special session of the Wisenamt to discuss potential threats to the statute of secrecy arising from recent theoretical publications. Harry received a formal summons to appear before the Wisenamt. He sent a polite note declining, on the grounds that he was 11 years old and had exams to prepare for. Dumbledore attended in his place and delivered a 3-hour testimony that was, by all accounts, the most extraordinary piece of oratory the Wisenamt had heard in a century. He explained the rules. He described the deep architecture. He presented evidence, answered questions, and calmly dismantled every objection with the patient thoroughness of a man who had been preparing for this conversation his entire life. The Wisenamt voted 17-12 to establish a formal commission to investigate the Potter framework, as it was being called. Not an endorsement. Not a rejection. A cautious, institutional hedge. Harry had expected nothing more and nothing less. The public response was the wildest variable. The Daily Prophet ran stories daily, some accurate, some sensational, some bordering on hysterical. Opinion pieces ranged from "The Dawn of a New Magical Age" to "Why We Should Fear the Squib Who Broke Magic." Harry's name was on every front page, in every common room, in every pub and parlor and workplace in magical Britain. He received over 1,000 owls in the first week. Fan mail, hate mail, interview requests, business proposals, marriage offers, from people who apparently didn't know he was 11, death threats, too, both from anonymous sources, both forwarded to the DMLE. The owls became so numerous that Dumbledore had to redirect them to a dedicated receiving room on the 4th floor, staffed by 3 house elves who sorted the mail with cheerful efficiency. Through it all, Harry attended classes. He took notes. He sat in Charms and Transfiguration and Potions and Data, now taught by a rotating series of substitutes, since Quirrell was still recovering, and did his work with the quiet diligence of a student who happened to be rewriting the fundamental assumptions of his civilization on the side. The other students didn't know how to treat him. The awe had reached a pitch that was almost comical. First years pressed themselves against the walls when he walked past, third years whispered behind their hands, seventh years looked at him with the confused expression of people who had just been told that a child knew more about their field than they did. Harry ignored most of it. He had work to do. May brought 2 developments that changed the trajectory of everything. The first was a letter from the International Confederation of Wizards, formally requesting Harry's participation in a global summit on the implications of the Potter framework for international magical cooperation and the Statute of Secrecy. The summit would be held in July, in Geneva, and would include representatives from every magical government in the world. Harry accepted, on the condition that his team be included. The ICW agreed. The second development was quieter, more personal, and more consequential. Harry was in the chamber beneath Hogwarts, alone, conducting a routine check of the system's parameters. He'd been doing this weekly since achieving Architect access, monitoring the global allocation web, checking for anomalies, ensuring that the Horcrux patch was holding. It always was. The system's corrective pressure against soul fragmentation was rock solid, the parameter locked at the level Harry had set, showing no signs of drift or degradation. But this time, the system had something to show him. The patterns on the chamber walls shifted into the communication interface he'd become familiar with. But the message was different from any he'd received before: Architect notification, system modification request from external user. Harry frowned. External user. Someone other than him was requesting a modification to the system. Identify user, he queried. User, null signature entity. Location, Hogwarts School. Identity, Hermione Jean Granger. Harry stared. Clarify, user Hermione Granger is not a null signature entity. She is a witch. Active magical signature. The chamber's response was immediate. Correction, user Hermione Granger has achieved perception of the system architecture through theoretical comprehension without direct interface. Her perception is not based on null signature transparency. It is based on mathematical modeling of the rules from published documentation. The system recognizes theoretical comprehension as a valid perception method. User Hermione Granger has achieved comprehension of 47 rules through theoretical modeling. Access level, observer. Harry sat down on the chamber floor. His heart was beating fast. Hermione could see the system. Not the way Harry did, not through direct perception, not through the null signature transparency that made the patterns visible to his awareness. She'd done it through math. Through pure theoretical understanding, built from the published papers and her own extraordinary intellect, she had modeled enough of the system's architecture that the system itself recognized her comprehension and granted her access. Theoretical comprehension as a valid perception method. The system didn't care how you understood the rules. It only cared that you understood them. And Hermione Granger, who couldn't read the codex, who had no null signature, who was as conventionally magical as they came, Hermione had studied the published materials hard enough and deep enough that she'd crossed the threshold on her own terms. The codex wasn't the only path. The publications were a path too. Anyone who studied them deeply enough, who truly comprehended the rules they described, would gain access to the system. The knowledge wasn't just open. It was contagious. Harry left the chamber at a run. He took the stairs 3 at a time, sprinted through corridors that rearranged themselves to shorten his path, and burst into the room of requirement, where Hermione was sitting at her workstation, surrounded by papers, staring at her hands with an expression of stunned wonder. "You can see it," Harry said. Hermione looked up. Her eyes were wide and bright and full of something that Harry recognized because he'd felt it himself, in the restricted section, holding a warm codex in trembling hands, the feeling of the world rearranging itself. "I can see it," she whispered. "Not clearly, not like you do. But the patterns. The allocation flows. The forms. I can see them. Faintly, at the edges, like something in my peripheral vision. But they're there. You modeled the rules mathematically. The system recognized it as valid comprehension. I've been working on the models for weeks. Translating every published rule into formal notation, building the mathematical framework, testing predictions against empirical data. I thought I was just doing theory. I didn't expect," she broke off. "Harry, I can see the allocation flow in this room. It's beautiful." Harry grinned. He couldn't help it. The grin broke across his face like sunlight through clouds, wide and uncontrolled and completely genuine. "Welcome to the other side," he said. Hermione stood up. She was trembling, not with fear, but with the physical manifestation of a mind expanding faster than the body could comfortably accommodate. If I can do it, anyone can. Anyone who studies the rules deeply enough. The access isn't limited to squibs or null signatures. It's limited to comprehension. Understanding is the key. That's what Rule 108 says. The system's purpose is determined by those who use it. And anyone can use it. Hermione looked at him. Then at her hands. Then at the room around her, where the patterns of magical reality were becoming visible to her for the first time, the same patterns Harry had been seeing for months, the same architecture, the same beautiful, intricate, awe-inspiring truth. "We need to update the curriculum," she said. Harry laughed. Of course that was her first thought. Of course the first thing Hermione Granger wanted to do with the ability to perceive the fundamental architecture of reality was to redesign the educational system. "We'll add it to the list," he said. June arrived. The end of term approached. Exams were conducted and endured. Harry took his exams in every subject and scored outstanding in all of them, including the practical components, which he completed not through conventional spellwork but through direct system manipulation that left his examiners speechless. His final exam was Defense Against the Dark Arts, administered by a temporary examiner from the Ministry. The practical portion required him to demonstrate defensive magic against a series of simulated threats. The examiner launched a stunning spell. Harry adjusted its target designation and sent it into the wall. The examiner cast a binding hex. Harry dissolved the form before it crossed half the distance between them. The examiner, growing frustrated, threw a reductor curse, an impediment jinx, and a bodybind curse in rapid succession. Harry converted all three into a gentle, warm breeze that ruffled the examiner's hair. "Mr. Potter," the examiner said, lowering his wand. "I don't know how to grade this. Outstanding seems appropriate. You didn't cast a single defensive spell." "I didn't need to." The examiner stared at him for a long moment. Then he wrote something on his clipboard, shook his head, and left the room muttering about retirement. Harry received an outstanding. The last night of term, Harry gathered his friends in the room of requirement for the final time that year. The room was configured as it had been all year, the research laboratory, the slate board, the cushions, the fire. But the atmosphere was different. Lighter. The weight of the Horcruxes was gone. The threat of Voldemort was over. The papers were published, the world was reacting, and the future was open in a way it had never been before. They sat in a loose circle. Ron had smuggled a truly impressive quantity of food from the kitchens. Neville had brought his Mimbulus Mimbletonia, which had grown significantly over the year and now sat in the center of their circle like a bizarre, pulsating centerpiece. Hermione had her notes, as always. Snape had his glass of amber liquid, as always. "So," Ron said, through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. "What's the plan for next year?" Harry looked around the circle. At the people who had walked this impossible road with him. At the team that had formed around a squib in a storage cupboard and grown into something that was about to reshape the world. The ICW Summit in July. Flamel's Lab in August. Publication of the Deep Rules, the ones we haven't released yet, in September. Establishment of a formal research institute by October, based at Hogwarts, with Dumbledore's backing and Flamel's resources and our team as the founding faculty. "Faculty," Snape said. "I'm being promoted from professor to faculty at a student-run institute. My career trajectory is unconventional. Your career trajectory is about to make you the most cited magical researcher in history. I'd call that upward mobility." "And the Statute of Secrecy?" Hermione asked. "The ICW will want to discuss it. If theoretical comprehension grants system access, and the theoretical framework is published, then Muggles can potentially access the system. The statute becomes unsustainable." "The statute becomes unnecessary," Harry corrected. "The whole point of the statute was to protect wizards from Muggles who feared what they didn't understand. If the understanding is shared, if the rules are taught, if the architecture is accessible, then fear is replaced by knowledge. The statute doesn't need to be enforced because the conditions that created it no longer apply. That's the theory, Snape said. The practice will be Messier. The practice is always Messier. That's why we have a team. Harry looked at them. His team. His friends. The people who had chosen to walk into the unknown with a boy who couldn't cast a spell. Ron, who had offered a chocolate frog to a stranger on a train and had never stopped showing up since. Who saw the big picture when others were lost in details. Who had faced Voldemort with a chess set and a stubborn refusal to be afraid. Hermione, who had sat down across from a squib in a library because the problem interested her. Who had built the mathematical framework that would underpin a new understanding of magic. Who had achieved system access through pure intellectual force because that was simply what Hermione Granger did. Neville, who had been told his whole life that he was broken and had learned that the breakage was a lie. Who had fought in the deepest chamber of Hogwarts with a power that nobody, least of all himself, had known he possessed. Who had asked the hard questions about responsibility and power and who gets to decide. Snape, who had carried guilt like a second skin for a decade and had found, in the work, something that looked like redemption. Who had brewed impossible potions and challenged Harry's thinking and stood watch in hospital wings and said, "Your mother would have said the same thing," in a voice that held 15 years of loss. And Dumbledore, not present tonight but present always, the old wizard who had placed Harry in a cupboard and then brought him to a castle and then watched him surpass every expectation and every limitation. Who had admitted his mistakes. Who had offered his support. Who had seen the future changing and had chosen to change with it. Next year, Harry said, we change the world. We've already changed the world, Hermione pointed out. Fine. Next year, we change it more. Ron raised his pumpkin pasty. To changing the world. Neville raised his juice. To changing the world. Hermione raised her quill. To understanding it first. Snape raised his glass. He said nothing. But his eyes, dark and deep and no longer quite so guarded, said enough. Harry raised his own glass, pumpkin juice, because he was 11 and Snape's amber liquid was definitely not appropriate, and looked at the people around him. To being wrong, he said. All of us, about everything, at some point. And to doing better. They drank. The fire crackled. The room of requirement hummed with deep allocation energy, warm and steady and alive. Outside the room, outside the castle, outside the ancient stone walls and the thousand-year wards, the world waited. A world that was about to learn that magic was bigger than it imagined, that the boundaries it had built were illusions, that the system underlying reality was open and accessible and fair in ways that no institution had ever been. A world that was going to resist, and argue, and fight, and eventually, not easily, not quickly, but inevitably, change. And at the center of it all, in a magical room in a magical castle, an 11-year-old boy who couldn't cast a spell sat with his friends and felt the architecture of reality hum beneath his fingertips and knew, with the deep, quiet certainty of someone who had read all 108 rules and understood every one, that the future was going to be extraordinary. Not because of magic. Because of understanding. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station on a warm June afternoon. Harry sat by the window in the same compartment where he'd started the year, the back of the train, the same seat where Ron had first offered him a chocolate frog. Ron was beside him. Hermione across. Neville next to Hermione. The four of them, together, as they'd been all year. The castle receded through the window. Harry watched it go, the towers, the turrets, the ancient stone silhouette against the blue sky. He could still feel the castle's heartbeat, even at this distance. The deep architecture, the living magic, the system that he'd learned to see and touch and shape. He'd arrive back at King's Cross. He'd walk through the barrier. He'd find the Dursleys waiting, or not waiting, depending on whether Dumbledore's conversation with them about Harry's new status had been sufficiently persuasive. He'd spend the summer working. The ICW Summit. Flamel's Lab. The publication of deeper rules. The design of a curriculum that would teach system access to anyone willing to learn. The founding of an institute that would carry the work forward long after Harry was done. He'd face resistance. From the ministry, from the purebloods, from the international community, from people who feared change and people who profited from ignorance and people who simply couldn't accept that the world was larger and stranger and more wonderful than they'd been told. He'd face it all. Not alone. Never alone. The train rounded a bend and Hogwarts disappeared from view. Harry leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. "Hey, Harry," Ron said. "Yeah. You think the trolley which has chocolate frogs? I'm starving." Harry opened his eyes and smiled. "Let's find out." The Hogwarts Express carried them south, through green countryside and golden afternoon light, toward a world that was already changing and didn't even know it yet. The boy who couldn't do magic was going home. And the future was wide open.